Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I hope you're all having a good day so far. Today we're here to play a Yandere Yuri visual novel, which should be a lot of fun, called It Gets So Lonely Here. This one is made by Ebi-Hime, the same person who made Cage of Roses. And if I am correct, I believe it starts pretty much the same way, with you wandering through a forest alone. So it should be fun. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream, and I hope you're all having a lovely day. Yes, we're going to be diving into the visual novel. Keep in mind, this one has very dark themes as well. Things that I know it has include cannibalism, aggression, murder, death, all the usual fun stuff. So a lot of fun like that. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is Yuri. That works too. Hell yeah. Slay the Yuri. But yeah, just keep in mind, got to be dark. If you need to look up content warnings, feel free to check them out yourself. Other than that, we're just going to have fun. We're just going to dive into this one because, yeah, got a lot of things on my mind, but I'm ready to have fun and play some video games. So welcome, everybody, and let's start a brand new game. Also, let me know if the music's ever too loud or too quiet while we're going through this. Normal Fulgur Ovid stream? Oh, yeah. You are running through a forest. Yeah, no lies. At the end of the forest, there is a cabin. It is late at night, and the sky is black as pitch. There's nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you. Not properly. The trees which surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you're going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, however, with the light of the sun to aid you, it would have been little use. You do not know where you are going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You're running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy with no destination in mind. You have no desire as you run save to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught. If that were to happen, you are certain that you would be ruined. You have no choice, therefore, but to keep going. Even with a very loud barking doggo. On and on and on. So your feet are screaming at you for mercy. You have no idea how long you've been running. Time has begun to blend together. It has lost all meaning. Something sharp snags at the hem of your skirt, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what has happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears, the sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble forwards with a shocked gasp. What the fuck is wrong with me? 1 minute, I'm gonna go calm down, dog. I'll be back in a second. He's distracted the hell out of me. He doesn't normally bark that much without moving. 1 second. That was an early time to cut out. It seems like he starts barking as soon as we start a stream every day today. Okay, I'm back. Let's dive into this. Sorry. He's fine. He's just being, as usual, barking at squirrels at this particular point. You're free, but at what cost? Your skirt has been irrevocably damaged. It might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. If you do not start running again, and soon she will catch you, then your life will be over. You do not know if she is still following you, but you do not want to risk looking over your shoulder. If you were to see her silhouetted beneath a tree, looking at you with that sickly sweet smile which once ensnarled you, you would lose what little nerve you possess. Your legs would lock up and your blood would freeze in your veins. Then you would crumble. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground. She would be there to catch you. Did she not promise when you made that contract that you would never be alone? You would like to take back that silly wish of yours, but it's too late for that. It's too late for a lot of things. All you can do is run. Yeah, that's the problem with Yandere. You agree to be with them forever, and they take that shit seriously. Hope she won't catch me. I mean, yeah, it would certainly be a shame if some beautiful, terrible woman came and, you know, kidnapped me and flayed me and buried me alive and ate my corpse and all of that fun. Yes, totally, totally. Maybe she just supports Liverpool. Well, then she deserves to be caught, doesn't she? Terrible, terrible song. It's all about the blues. You run and run and run while icy fog swirls about your feet. It is cold enough to sap the heat from your body, and you shudder from it. It feels as though you're drowning. It feels as though you're being buried alive. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. You cannot endure much more of this. But if you value your own life, you must. You run and you run and you run until at long last, you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off from the forest. Well, 4 if you can't count the path down which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself, though. Not when you've put so much effort into running forwards. You can only press on. The 3 paths are signposted, which is something of a strange sight given you're so deep in the forest. If this is from Castle in the Sky, then I'm going to get one hell of a copyright claim, but I already got permission to play this game, so we shall see what happens. Don't worry about it, guys. It is the game soundtrack. I'm not playing this over top, so I'm hoping they got rights to use this, but either way, Nijisanji has agreed to let me play this, so we'll see what happens. So yeah, no worries, guys. Chill. Dark though it might be, you have grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick out the writing on this old, dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Your fate, if you'll forgive me for sounding cliché, is in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Time to save and find out. Go to the shore, go to the village, or go to the castle? Castles do sound fun. Could be a vampire here. Don't know what would be here. That could be like an evil mermaid. All of these options sound fun. I'm going to go to the castle. So you want to go to the castle? Good idea. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once their beleaguered put-upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome princes they once dreamed of. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty barefoot peasants? Damn, dude! You didn't have to do the villagers like that. Jesus. Castles mean shelter, but shelter can be a long distance. Murder potentials. They also could be full of creepy people. We saw what happened when good old Bestia Yukimasa was hanging out in the mansion from Fata Morgana. You know, serial killers, they tend to be affluent. They tend to be able to, you know, defend themselves and keep away from other people. That's how they get away with it for so long, so. Castles, not always safe, but can be sexy. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. I really like the background art in this so far. I mean, we haven't actually seen any character sprites so far. It's just been these pictures of the woods, but I like how they're trying to replicate like an oil painting kind of aesthetic where it's like vague. Very beautiful. It is far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. That is very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary. I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlight meanderings. The night is far from over and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you've brushed up on your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with a sovereign. Royals can be temperamental after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. Bold of you to think I don't want to have that fun. The milady, your majesty, your honor. Yes, no, I will enjoy this very much. Okay, Yingshijie. Glad to see you're playing another great game. Shortly after the announcement of the toxic Yuri, the monster wants to eat me. I saw the trailer for that one. That one looks awesome. That one looks sexy as all hell. That's about a monster girl, yandere kind of thing, going after a human girl. So I'm very excited to see that one as well. The trailer looked good, and I heard a lot of people being like, oh my god, this got an adaptation? But yeah, should be fun. You follow the path which leads to the castle. supporting yourself on weary, aching legs which feel ready at a moment's notice to detach from your hips. You're a little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope as you continue to run that you'll find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what exactly will await you at the castle, but you have visions as you run of a vast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. There must also be a king and queen inside the castle, you ponder, who will be kind and wise. And what if they're children? What if a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you in your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye, with soft pink lips pursed like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. She'll be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. You do not know what older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters for that matter. You're only guessing. This girl is so pathetically down bad. What the hell? She's running away from a yandere, and at the same time she's already thinking, oh, I'm sure the princess at the castle will be so beautiful, so delicate, so sweet. Girl, escape your ex-girlfriend before you start creating a new girlfriend in your brain. You are not a complete fool, however. Despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from the voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the pleasantry. I also just noticed the music has been left out now, and now there's just a lot more foresty sounds to make it more creepy. It's cool. Was there not a very famous queen who once said with a cavalier wave of her hand that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? You think that this might be a misquote? It is. But the point still stands. It does. There was a reason that they got out the guillotines. What's marzipan? It's a type of, come to think of it, isn't marzipan the crusty form of It's not the stuff you put on top of cheesecakes, but it's like the white fluffy stuff, right? Am I wrong? The paste made of nuts. I am wrong. For some reason, I thought it was like the stuff that you put on certain pies where it like hardens. It's an almond paste used in cake decoration. There you go. Oh yeah, I was thinking of meringue. Fuck, my bad. But yeah, it's a different thing. Dessert made from almonds. There you go. Thank you, chat. That knows far better than me. The royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor in their time of need. This does not always happen. In fact, it very rarely happens. Yeah, normally they just hoard the resources and lock everybody out with their guards. Kings and queens and princesses and princes are just people at the end of the day, and they're subject to the same caprices that all humans are. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There's no guarantee that this mythical princess of your imagination will help you. Why, there's no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. It is this hope which keeps you going. I love how it's not even the hope of just being, you know, taken care of or protected. It's specifically that the princess will protect us. This is the most down bad protagonist ever. I love it. You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwell within it. It's still cold, though, and foggy, and very, very dark. The sun is yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. Ooh! I feel like I've heard this song before too. Very costly. I like it. The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. The castle is not all dark, though. not like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within in the narrow, slitted windows. It would appear that somebody is home. The king and the queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What, perhaps more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect as you stand there that armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of the king and queen so-and-so. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with the dirty skirt? Begone with you! You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one, or rather they were, before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. Oh my god, this is hitting all the tropes of like a villainess manhwa as well. Girl fell lesbian manifesting good for her. Maybe not while she's still trying to run away from a yandere murderer though. You do not look like a young lady right now though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But though you stand there dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights might be on inside the castle, but there is nobody outside of its perimeter standing sentry. There's nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior are open just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There's nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You've come so very far, it would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on. Go! You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has at long last begun to fail you. And then you step forwards. I'm gonna be honest, the way that this has been written, with the narrator essentially telling you to do things forwards, it kind of makes me think that maybe she hasn't escaped her yandere after all, and either this is the yandere like playing with her mind, confusing her, like mesmerizing her and giving her adventures to go on just to trap her back with herself, or maybe there was no yandere and this is just gonna, like, the ending is gonna be, and then you die, and then it's gonna appear as like two girls in a bedroom playing D&D or some shit like that. Where it would just be like, it was all just a dream. We were just trying to spice up our romance a little bit with some dark fiction, some dark fantasies. Very cat and mouse of her. No, that would be really cool though. If it was like a hypnosis kind of thing. She was like making her see, even if you run away from me, things will only get worse. You're here with me forever. You slide between the wrought iron gates as stealthy and as secretive as a thief, then cross the path which leads up to the tall imposing structure. The doomed doorway which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but at a push of your palm it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. If there are any guards posted about the castle's grounds, they should all have been alerted by that sound. Will they come for you at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you in the dungeons? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend a night. Unless a red-headed vampire, no, a white-headed vampire comes to rescue you, then it's a very pleasant night. At least you would have a roof over your head though, and you'd not have to be kept waking. You'd not have to keep walking. Wow, I'm just really bad at reading today. Sorry guys, I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning and I've been awake since, unable to get back to sleep. So if my mind is a bit off, that's probably why. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding a panicked irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You're thankful for your good luck, though it does make you wonder, where is everybody? Why is it almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared? Would you be the very last human left alive? You frown, then press your palm back against the door. You push less cautiously this time, heedless of this loud sound which splits the silence. There's no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might very well be non-existent. Yeah, no, I really like the backgrounds in this, man. Holy crap, I love, yeah, the, oh fuck, what did I say? Oil painting like aesthetic, yeah, it's really nice. Splish splash your face might help to wake you up. No, I'm definitely fully awake. I'm just not sure if my brain's fully awake. Got some interesting news last night which kept me awake, but we'll talk about that later. Your entry to the castle secured, you then take a step forwards. The door swings shut behind you and the resultant slam makes you jump. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs and with wild eyes you glance about. You're standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone which splits off into any number of passages. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there's a large elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in sconces on the stone wall which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that's the case, though, then who lit those torches? It's a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage, then cry out, addressing the empty hall in timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. "Hello?" you say, your eyes wide. "Is anybody there?" Your voice echoes through the vast, empty hall, but it is met yet again with silence. You cannot say you're too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody is here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You'll never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know. It is time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. It really does feel like a D&D session to me. It feels like the narrator is just calling you out the whole way along, like, come on, you want to get to the sexy bits, right? You want to meet the princess. I don't even get to do the voice yet. Come on. Her goal is the princess? Yeah, let's be honest. She doesn't care about the yandere. She doesn't care about being murdered. She just wants to have a nice sight while anything goes down. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first on the ground floor of the castle, which are of a similar scale to the impressive entrance hall. Large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghosts of eons past memorialized on portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. This floor, too, you examine, wandering through a seemingly endless series of hallways until at long last, you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you can see flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it is not light nonetheless. Could it be from a fireplace? That would suggest then that this room is occupied unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be awaiting you in this room. It's with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. I just imagine the owner hiding as a shadow in the paintings. How very slay the princess of you. I think I'm more imagining them like looking out through the painting, like with holes in the eyes. Are we talking supernatural princesses? You know we are. Definitely going to be like an evil, sadistic princess rather than the cute, adorable princess that we've been led to believe. Then you step inside the bedchamber, which unveils itself to you. Shyly, you stand in the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished, and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It's a chamber so luxuriant, not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. Red eyes, yep. I like how she has got the blonde hair like she was hoping for. But instead of nice blue eyes, she's got red eyes, a red dress, a lot of symbolism that looks like a whole bunch of teeth sticking out of her. The crown and the edges of the dress. Yeah, this is going to be a sadistic vampire princess. This really does feel like it was a warm-up for Cage of Roses, honestly. She's so cute. Yeah, she's adorable. I like the like 90s art style too. Her expression is so nonchalant. Yeah, she's just like, oh, The fuck are you doing in my boudoir? Gives evil muddied in, kinda? Yeah, a little bit. Looks like it could be like Luca's daughter. This is mafia boss child. Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl in sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downwards at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she is very pretty. She's so down bad just for the hair and calves. Jesus. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat, but it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. We love our red flags around here. She's so striking you cannot look away from her. The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half so endearing as she. Yeah, no, that's a creepy-ass baby doll. That, oh, God. Yeah, okay, it is a doll. I wanted to read the text line real quick to make sure I wasn't insulting an actual baby. I was like, a very different art style, so I hope it's not supposed to be an actual baby she's holding. One of those. As a creepy, evil little doll. Am I going to get turned into a doll? I feel like I am. I feel like that was possibly the last girl who came creeping into this castle looking for a princess of her own. Now I'm going to get turned into a doll mad father style, and she's going to be like, don't worry. I'll play with you forever. You'll never be alone again. Interesting how the doll fits the description of her beauty standards for the actual princess. Yeah. Blonde hair, bright blue eyes, pink lips. Exactly what she wanted. It's an old Victorian babu. Of course. The creepiest of babus. Victorian dolls always look like they're about to turn their head around and fuck with you, man. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress's, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath a bonnet. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If the girl is of a similar age to you, it seems strange that she would content herself by playing with dolls. Is she not too old for it? Screw you. Toys are fun no matter your age. Leave my puppies alone. This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in a doll's hand. But you are not afforded much time to stand there, marveling at the girl because she turns. She raises her head, then her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty when you first observed her sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed examining her doll. Now she is looking at you, however, her face illuminated by the flames in their grate. You can see that you were mistaken. She is not just pretty. She's beautiful. So much so that it is breathtaking. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she is none of those things. The doll on her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and it is unflinchingly, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who's holding it. She's so startlingly beautiful, she even puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? Okay, I am giving this game to Aya. I don't even give a... This is Aya's game right here. I need to send this to Aya, be like, play this and listen to how much it calls you out. But no, the writing in this has been so funny so far. I really feel like this is all going to be twisted on its head at some point where it's just like, oh, you're so desperate for a pretty girl, aren't you? It's got to be like the Yandere just like fucking with her mind a bit more. Also love the black nails. Or it actually looks like her entire fingertips are black. It doesn't look like just the nails. It suggests some sort of like necromancy or corruption going on. It'd be perfect for Aya? Yeah, it would. We're all representatives of Miss and Mar. That's fair. This is basically me when I was playing Cage of Roses, just constantly being like, where's the vampire? Where's the vampire? Give me the vampire. Give me the vampire. There she is. You're rather hopeless when it comes to them. Even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but... well, it's not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by the firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can the girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. I love this. The sprite has changed so many times. I love the idea of you walking into this girl's bedchambers, her doing like a little shocked gasp, raising her hand up to her hand, being like, and then you just sit there for like a solid 5 minutes like, oh God, she's so beautiful. She's even better looking than the doll she's holding. Oh God, I've always had such a weakness for good girls. Meanwhile, she's just sitting there for the solid 5 minutes staring at you, and now she's finally like, oh, it's good to see you. I've been waiting. Oh, the girl says in a voice that's surprisingly enough far less refined than her appearance. It is good to see you. I've been waiting. Has she? That's news to you. You blink, perplexed, a response on the tip of your tongue, but you're unable to expel it into the ether. The girl is setting her doll aside. Then she stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you. The room is so very large, there's quite a lot of space. And then takes your hands in her own. Hand-holding immediately? Damn. The MC is gonna have a heart attack real damn soon. Pretty good girl? Yeah, exactly. You must, the girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement. Be my new lady's maid. It's been a while, but it's such a relief that you finally arrived. I knew that you would. You'd never leave me alone, not when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy. The girl's good mood is contagious. So much so, you find yourself being swept away in it. You're tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. You've never been a maid before, but you might not mind being this girl's maid. She's so damn bad. This whole time she's been like, oh yes, I'm a lady. And as a lady, the princess is going to protect me. As soon as she meets the princess, yeah, I'll be your maid. I'll be your footstool. Fuck, use me as a chair. Sit on me. Whatever you want, my queen. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve. Not if she's always this kind. You've known her for 3 seconds. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You're not a good enough actress. And in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so familiar? It is with blank bovine eyes that you examine the girl. Bovine, you know, damn. No wonder she had that kind of reaction. MC just immediately went full like... calves, chest, shoulder. Oh, there's skin visible on the shoulder. God, I bet she smells good. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Yeah, she knows how damn bad we are immediately. What's bovine? Bovine comes from cow-like. So yeah, it's just the idea that she's just like eyes wide open, no intelligence in them. She's just like Then she says, her fingers sliding away from your own. Or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all? The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant. So much so your heart clenches. You do not know her. She's still a stranger. You're struck all of a sudden with the intense desire to appease her. I can't wait for her to be like, I'll be your maid. Come on, let me serve you. I bet they're going to give me the option. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You were not aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be a maid. But if that is what she wills, you would not be opposed to it. You pray that she forgives you, though, for your discombobulation. You come from a distant country, and you have traveled for many miles. You know not where you are, and you do not know who she is. We're not even going to tell her about the Yandere hunting me through the forest. We're just like, I'll be your maid. That's not who I am, but fucking sure. Can I apply for the job? I don't need money. Just let me be your plaything. Feels very dreamlike. Yeah, I'm feeling like a hypnosis kind of twist later on where it turns out this is, in fact, the Yandere. And the main lady, like, never actually escaped. She's just being messed around with. This is just the Yandere messing with her mind a little bit and having some fun in games. It's interesting that the MC hasn't had any of their own lines. Yeah, exactly. We're not actually hearing what the MC is saying. We're just having the narrator describe what she says. What? You don't know who I am? It is regrettable you tell her, but no, you do not know her. Well, that is no fault of her own. Why, you spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. What if I'm the Yandere? What if that's gonna be the twist? What if the twist ends up being like, I was never being chased, it's just like a separate personality inside my head kind of thing, and I'm like, no, it's gonna catch up with me. I need a princess to save me. And then I run into the princess and I'm like, oh yes, now I'll be saved. I can serve this princess and we'll never be apart. That would actually be sick. What if they're both Yandere? Dude, we need more stories like that. We need more stories of just like two horrible people coming together and having a horrible toxic romance. Ah, so you're a fugitive then, from another country? I see. I won't pry into your past then if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you though. Everybody in this country knows who I am after all. Or at least they should. She's just like, oh, you're a fugitive? Sick. Let me tell you who I am. Yeah, she's definitely got some crazy shit going on. Now, this is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you'd find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead that she's merely telling the truth. If you don't have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do you the honors. My father and my mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it's from one of those foreign countries that you come from. It's very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity. The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. God, there's so many red flags, and both of them are just like staring them straight head on and like, yeah, no, this is fine. That's the case. Both of them are matching their freaks. Yeah, it kind of makes me think about like Dexter and Darla in whatever season of Dexter, the really good one. That was great. Or that season of You where he ended up together with, yeah, a girl who was like as obsessive as he was. Those kind of stories are what I mean when I like say, yeah, double Yandere or just double toxic personalities. Serial killer with a Yandere or double Yandere stalker with each other. You tell her unthinkingly that it is your pleasure really to meet her. Or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what the girl has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Then you stare. Did she just say she was a princess? Yes, that's right. I'm a princess. And one day I'll be queen after I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So she really is a princess. That makes sense, you suppose, given that she lives in a castle. But it comes as a surprise regardless. Oh shit, Cass, what's up? Sorry, I will mod you. I did not see you in chat immediately. Red is the new green? Damn straight. We see red flags, we charge directly towards them. But I hope you're having a good day, Cass. Thank you for being here. Congratulations on everything that's been going on. You guys have been busy. That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in a castle. But it comes as a surprise regardless. You hadn't known before you entered this chamber that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. An ugly red flush creeps up your face. A flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress as you look to your feet. Bashfully, you stammer out a new address that you are very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope that she can forgive you. Oh, it's all right. Think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes. And anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here. I still broke into your castle and crept into your bedchambers. Stared at you for 5 minutes while you freaked out. Oh, God. You nod your head in silent affirmation. And MC, why are you not questioning the fact that nobody else is in this castle? She said that she's just a princess and there's a king and a queen. Where the frick are they? Where's everybody? Where are the ministers? Where are the guards? Where are the people that actually bring the food and do the work? Sussy, sussy, so sussy. They're both just, you know, down bad as fuck right now. Or at least the MC is down bad as fuck and the princess just doesn't give a damn. She knows she's fine whatever happens because she's either a ghost, a vampire, or something. Probably the cannibal. I'm assuming that this is the cannibal since everything around her, her earrings, her dress, and her tiara are all shaped like bloody teeth. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You're not from this world at all. Oh, that's a nice twist, actually. See, I was wondering about that because at the beginning of the game, and I didn't point it out, but I remember one of the first lines of the game was it saying something along the lines of, you want even if you had taken your flight early. And I was like, did it just mean like run away early? So yeah, no, I think she's from like our world and she's been isekai'd to this fantasy world. Or it connects to the theory we have about this all just being roleplay. Either way, yeah, at least they just straight up said, hey, she's not from this world at all. You could fix her though? I don't want to fix her, Cass. Wait. 1 second, I've got a thing for this. We ain't about fixing yanderes and red flags. We're about leaning into them and making them worse. I'm fine if she's a cannibal serial killer. Red is my favorite color. We're going to charge head first into that. I may not be able to do my Alan Bink roleplay, but I can enjoy this game. Oh my God, the line as well. How wonderful. I'll look forward to picking your brain later. Oh, she's going to make a steak and kidney and brain pie. Let's go. All of my servants come from the nearby village. Their tales are all the same, and so are their superstitions. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been shut up in here for so long. I hardly ever get the chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so was the one before her. And the one before her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive. I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while. Any of the other servants, for that matter. They've all disappeared. Now that is quite curious. How could a whole household full of servants simply disappear? That I don't know. This castle was full of servants once. My lady maids, my undermaids, and my scullery maids. And my housekeeper and my cooks and a large retinue of retainers. They're all gone now, though. And you've just accepted that? You haven't gone and tried to figure out what happened? You just keep chilling in your bedroom? She a cannibal? Oh, she's definitely a cannibal. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that this girl is going to chain us up and eat us at some point. She did some binge eating. Either she ate them all or she started to eat some, and that's what she means about their superstitions being so boring, is they were just like, oh God, she's a cannibal. Let's get out of here. She's a monster. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. Then again, they never explain anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It's so tiring. She said that her ministers sent her servants away. What of her parents, the king and queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in the castle's hierarchy? They would, yes, if they were still alive. They're not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants. Oh, you answer, and then you flush. You hadn't known. It's all right. You don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. Oh, she has us now. For dinner. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yes. You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan with an intelligent face indistinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back.
Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped. You've no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle is so big, and without my servants, it feels so very empty. It gets so lonely here.
Title drop! Let's go! MC rose-tinted glasses, or maybe too tinted. Yeah. Especially, I still like the idea of us either being turned into a doll at the end of this, or maybe everyone she eats and really enjoys conversing with, she then just creates a doll that look exactly like them as well, just so she can remember them.
A time with them.
Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. Is it? Wait, what did she say? What did I miss? Oh, just it gets so lonely here. Are they just patting themselves on the back for the title? Fair enough. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew, in that curiously conversational manner of hers, which does not seem particularly princessy. Okay. No. It gets so lonely here. The reason that the narrator locked onto that so much, yeah. The narrator is either a second personality or something messing with my head. I think I'm just left alone. I am either a Yandere murderer, or like I've been kidnapped by a Yandere and I'm just creating my own escapism fantasy, or I'm being brainwashed. Something's going on here, but yeah. It gets so lonely here is probably something the narrator / the MC has said to themselves a couple of times before they started imagining this little bit of escapism, I guess. Maybe she learned how to speak from her servants. That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined.
Oh, but listen to me yammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Would you like me to show you to your room? Yes!
The princess announces before you can say anything reply.
I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like a maze in here, and I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time, after all.
I love that. I don't... MC, can you please see the red flags? Stop being so fucking horny. She literally just decided what she was going to do with you and then told you you weren't going to leave anytime soon. The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. You just shrug your shoulders and you're like, fuck yeah, whatever you want, princess. Fortunately, she does not show all of the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, whereat she offers you some victuals? Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. She leads you down a dark, twisting hallway and up a series of equally dark, twisting steps until she arrives at long last before a door. The princess pushes this door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. Maybe it's a meta thing and MC will realize she's just at a game. Could be. MC could be colorblind at this point. I mean, I don't disagree with it. If she came from our world, she's probably just like, yeah, fuck it. If she came like running away from an abusive relationship in our world, like an actual boring real life Yandere that are just creepy and not fun. Yeah, maybe she's just like, fuck it, I'll get eaten by a cannibal. That sounds like a fun way to go. At least this one's cute. They matched each other's freak. Yeah. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, with its resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. This room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. There's a malodorous scent too, which hangs in the air, one of disuse and general decay. You get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so very cold in here. Though if the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it is that it is cold in every room in her abode. That's okay. We can keep it warm by hugging close to each other. And maybe she can even, like, you know, turn on an oven or something similarly hot to keep you Maybe MC keeps running away, losing her memory, and coming back to the castle in an infinite loop. I'm wondering about that too, Clover. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Like the Yandere possibly fucking with her mind and like, kind of mesmerizing or hypnotizing her. The fact that we had the option to either go to the castle, the seaside, or the village, I feel like that's just going to be the same person each time, essentially, but playing a different role and just being like, oh, you escaped from that terrible Yandere, now stay with me. And then eventually she's got to run away again and just find one of the other three kind of thing. And it's just, yeah, you're trapped here forever. I just keep fucking with your mind.
Now here we are, the final stop of our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it's to your liking.
The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you. Her eyes upturned like those of a loyal dog's. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps she's afraid that you'll turn your nose up at her kindness. For a princess, she is awfully eager to please. This unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her ingratiating attitude makes you smile. The room is rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents, but it is more than passable. It has a roof and 4 walls, and though it's cold, you fancy you'll feel warmer once you've slipped beneath the bed sheets. The room is not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatoire, and neither is it so large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodgings. You'll not be expected to share it with anybody else. That's what you think. There's only one bed in this room, and this bed belongs to you. There was only one bed. You think that the peace and the quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much and she smiles.
Oh, that's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servants' rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof in this teeny tiny room which is all cramped. There's 10 beds up there and they're so close together, there's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it the last time I went up there. Not that I was supposed to be up there. It was a rainy day and I couldn't go outdoors, so I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeeper had known I'd been skulking around, I don't think she would have been pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up there anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now too. I couldn't put you up there though in the attic with all those empty beds. I didn't think it'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now, it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rabbiting on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit, one that's unbecoming for a lady.
Which is also very similar to the way that the narrator has very long run-on sentences. I see what you're setting up.
The housekeeper's warned me enough times.
You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind if she talks too much. That's better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be damned. You were always scolded too back in the conservatoire for your behavior. You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided, not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself.
Well, I'm glad you understand,
The princess answers with a giggle.
I really should be off though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow if you don't mind my ceaseless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it at least. Though I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All of my old maids did. But now they're gone.
Replaced by dolls and in my tummy. Is nobody else there? Nope. The yapper and listener dynamic? Yeah. I don't think I've said a single word. I think I've just been hypnotized and she's just been like,
oh yes, you will do that. Oh, you will do that. Oh, you said this. Let me respond to it.
The princess departs, and in her absence, you take a seat upon the bed. Your new bed. You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest, running for your life amongst the tall, imposing trees with their gnarled, grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You're indoors, inside a castle no less, and you've been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. It seems premature still to declare that you're out of the woods, in a metaphorical sense, I mean,
but things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand on legs which feel too weary to support you, and change into the night clothes hanging in the wardrobe. The night clothes do not fit you perfectly, but you're too tired to care about that. You're too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. Then you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale. And lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You're so very tired that sleep is a deep, dark one, darker even than the furthest abysses of the nighttime. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. You humans? I'm sorry, narrator? Though in this case, I rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They're not dreams, are they, to which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know that they're not. Otherwise your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids like the ghostly images in a phenakistoscope were not conjured from within your mind. They were instead taken from your memories. You're not merely dreaming, you are remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory and how they always hastened to use the shower first so you were last for breakfast. You remember how when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snuffled up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled too to find a seat once you finally did get your hands on some food because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. They never asked for these favors, mind, for why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies too, many of them wealthier than you. When everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though, when they remembered that you existed, of course. It was your lot in life, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatoire, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then come the evenings, the girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons and ironing out the creases and wrinkles in their uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead, and as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed and they laughed and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did, and the slaps, and the pinches. Once, during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least she pretended to, and before you knew it, the silvery blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. This happened quite some time ago when you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp and they perforated your skin, not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red like strawberry jam all over your embroidery. Then, when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as Wei, and she looked for a few moments as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, and demanded to know how you could not be more careful. Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with the scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggles of your persecutors hurt all the more. They never were punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was all your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. You didn't even need any stitches. It healed well enough in time on its own, though it still left a scar. A white raised thing like a crescent moon. You still have that scar. You did not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron. But it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates too would have felt some mediocre of guilt over what they did. But this seems very unlikely. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why would it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such a thing is possible,
even more inconsequential. Fuck, dude. They just kept going. What if the MC loses it in real life after all the bullying and just snapped and killed her classmates, and all of these are just coping hallucinations to escape reality? I was wondering about that too, JNX. The whole, like what we locked onto earlier with the whole, it gets so lonely here. Why does that stick in your mind? Why does that feel so real? Yeah, possibly. Either she's still being bullied where she was and just trying to work her way through it, or it's something along the line of, I don't know. She really has murdered people and gone a bit insane, and now she's just sitting in an asylum rocking backwards and forwards. Just trying to tell herself stories about finding a princess who's going to take care of her and never abandon her and actually wants her and to be a friend. That doesn't explain the whole Yandere thing, though, unless it is just something that she's imagined in her head to make herself feel a bit more, I don't know, desired as well. A tragic backstory dump? Yeah, poor girl. You feel disoriented when you awake at long last with the rising of the sun. You do not remember what you dreamt. You do not think that your dreams were of a particularly pleasant nature. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. You're lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. Where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory in the conservatoire, not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until with a gasp it all clicks into place. You remember now. You were running through the woods trying to escape from... You shudder. You do not want to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip, though, because you're still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have all of your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. It is more than enough to be getting along with. You look to the foot of your bed, then blink, bemused at your discovery. You can see lying upon the sheets a garment, 2 garments actually, of black and white folded into neat white square. Put on the damn maid outfit, MC. I did like how quickly she just accepted the fact that she was given new clothes and just immediately wore them. The kind of reliant princess-maid relationship where she still has a superior unable to escape from her past and a friend that is kind. Aww. No friend for her this time, though. Just the princess who's decided she belongs to her. She did say she'd happily be a maid, yeah. And apparently the princess slipped in the middle of the night and prepared the clothes for her and everything. That's ballsy, man. Wonder what if the Yandere she was trying to run away from was her bullies? I wonder if it's just her memories of, like, doing some horrible things, being pursued by either the authorities or just the general idea of, like, I didn't do anything wrong. They were bullying me. I'm so lonely here. I'm the one who's being, like, attacked by things. Like, I just need somebody to accept me, somebody to love me, somebody to look after me. That kind of feeling, maybe. What could that be? A maid's outfit? If so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior and her assertions that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that's the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. You press your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them there? If so, that's all the more reason to wear them. I fucking love her just being like, oh, these are from the princess? Okay, my lady. Oh, I'm surprised she didn't sniff them, honestly. Princess sneaking in to drop off the maid outfit is taking me out, yeah. She might have done something else to her while she was asleep, too. Maybe just, like, brushed the hair out of her eyes or given her a little kiss on the forehead. I was half expecting us to wake up, like, with the princess on top of us or just, like, staring at our face or some shit. Twilight style. Will we get to see it? I don't know. So far, we haven't seen the MC at all, so... Maybe the MC is the princess. Maybe this is all just her imagining somebody actually giving a damn about her at some point. You're not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside.
This task accomplished, you then clad yourself in your new attire. Black, white, and eminently sensible. You feel very far away from the girl you once were. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You're no longer a student, not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. You would far rather be her servant. New kink unlocked! I love that. That she came in thinking like, oh, I'm such a resplendent, respectable lady. The princess is going to find me and protect me and tell me how amazing I am. And then as soon as the princess was like, oh, you must be my maid, she's just immediately like, yes. Yes, I am your maid, my lady. I will do your bidding. Give me the clothes and do to me what you will. Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber, then make your way to the mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one with many, many rooms, and many, many hallways to connect them, and for a brief while you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You're beginning to feel rather disoriented when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them, and find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yes, it's here! You rap upon the door, but receive nothing in the way of response. Is the princess still abed? You wonder briefly whether you oughtn't wait until she has risen of her own accord. But no. The sun is high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought instead to rouse her. That seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. Get on in there, MC. Arouse the princess the way she's aroused you. Roles changed? Yeah. Seriously, it was just straight up like new identity unlocked. New kink unlocked. I'm okay with this. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Okay. One more theory. I know I'm theorizing all over the place and many different theories. I'm kind of scattershotting these theories, so like one of them's got to be seemingly in the right kind of direction. What if MC in the real world was being bullied by these bitches in the conservatoire, but she happened to find a book of black magic and summoned a demon? The demon ate all the souls of everybody else and is now taking the girl to her own personal world. The demon world, where she is now trapped forever. And yeah, her soul belongs to the demon. Maybe that's a possibility. What's new? We love your theories? Hell yeah. I just like throwing out ideas and it's like, hey, if they're right, awesome. If they're wrong, I get to steal that idea for myself later. Maybe the princess is her ideal self, but the mark of being treated as a servant can't be removed from her. She wants to honor and adore an imaginary princess who won't treat her badly. Aww. That's a cute way to look at it. I like that. The demon is so sexy that MC hit the jackpot. Honestly, yeah. Eternity serving a sexy demon. That'd be a fun time. That would be a fun time. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember it from the night prior, though the ceiling seems even higher when viewed in the wan morning's light. You can see now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view. How very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoire is large and imposing, as is the grate in which you will be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, was curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She's attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across the pillow like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest, is a doll, the very same one she was corsetting last night. Le Petite Cosette. You suppose this doll must be her favorite. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. It's time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she's largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut and her lips pursed in slumber. You purse your lips too and sigh. Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. She sighs, and turns away from you, a doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little longer.
The princess sounds so enfeebled, but you do not take pity on her. If you've learned anything from the conservatoire, save for knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of fish, it is that one must be cruel to be kind. Okay, terrible lessons to learn, but also, what the fuck? The respiratory tracts of fish. Why is that the main thing that you learned? I'm Googling conservatoire, because I was never sure what that meant, and I was like, I guess it's just like a conservatory? Conservatoire. Conservatoire. Another term for conservatory. Oh, it is. She studies piano and violin at the Panis Conservatoire. Okay, so a college for study of classical music or other arts. What did that have to do with learning about fish respiration? Okay. MC, you good? Yeah, I don't know what MC's been up to. Maybe that's why the other option was running to the seaside. Maybe she just already has a bit of a fish kink and she was hoping for a mermaid. The heck you taught, MC? And also, yeah, that second line as well. That you must be cruel to be kind. God, no. Discipline is a must, yes, but don't put it that way. Jesus. You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatoire, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. You tell her once again to wake up, more sternly this time. You'll not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. It is very slovenly, really, to still be abed at such an hour. Oh. Defeated, the princess sighs. All right, I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. I'm up, I'm up. You don't need to nag me. Even the fucking nightgown has the little, like, teeth design on it. I know what you are. Once you've roused the princess from her bed and you have put her doll to one side, you set upon her toilette. You aid the princess in the brushing of her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder as you run the bristles of her princess's brush through her hair. How wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. But a curious query from the princess. You all right, dear one? Brings you back to your senses. You were rather lost in thought there. Look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts. She really said to herself, come on, stop being horny. Be normal in front of the princess, dude. Come on, stop thinking about her hair and her toilette and shit. Or that you had learned your lesson about that already. Okay, no, we are totally the bad guy in this scenario. Maybe we're going to end up being the cannibal, actually. Maybe we're the red flag. Suitably chastened, you finish with the princess's hair, then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at you askance. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, and nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of her nightgown. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake the task on your own. Is that all right? You ask the princess as much. You do not wish to impinge upon her modesty. She only laughs. Yes, that's all right. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. Hell, you even have to bathe her as the lady's maid. Oh god, MC is in like her own little heaven, even though for most people this would be like, oh, this is so humiliating. God, she's so useless. Meanwhile, MC is just like, now I'm gonna undress and dress the princess. Let's fucking go. Are we the red flag all along? We always were, chat. We always were. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. I've never seen a naked woman before excepting yourself. Even then, however, you've always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than is strictly necessary. You've never much liked the way that you look. You make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily. It's all right. I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all of our clothes. I doubt we look much different. You're not sure about that. You've not yet seen the princess unadorned, but you already know to look at her face that you are different. She is much, much prettier than you are. She is waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. Then you reach out with trembling hands, and you begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. Maybe this is the MC's awakening. She's definitely already had the first awakening. She was definitely already thinking about how great it would be to just be looked after by a princess. Even more than that, she definitely had a second awakening when she suddenly met this princess and was just immediately like, yeah, I'll be a maid. Serving you doesn't sound bad at all. And yeah, the way it faded to the clouds, it's like, no CGs for this. Then you reach out with trembling hands and you begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you're able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing, or not doing for your fingers to have begun to seize up with the front of her nightgown. She's not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directly beyond your shoulder, to the windowsill and the sky beyond it.
It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one?
Aw, the title Dear One is actually kind of cute as well. MC giving that bovine look. Yeah. She's too scared to look at the princess's body, so she's just like, uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, be a beautiful sky. Maybe the symbolism is that the princess is heavenly good beyond looking while naked. Could be. Or it could be that, yeah, it's just like she can't even focus on the princess's body right now. She's trying to imagine just about anything else to be taken away from this moment. You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible so you can make some progress on dressing her again. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you're able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown despite your initial mishaps, spurred on perhaps by your anxiety. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of her nightgown, her motions once again as graceful and as fluid as a dancer's. This task completed, you search hurriedly, worriedly for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. The moments pass awkwardly, uneasily as you search, the princess standing there all the while, as naked as the day she was born. Why did you not find her day dress before you stripped her of her night one? What a fool you are! The princess, noticing your panic, giggles, then says,
Are you looking for my dress?
Yes, you reply, your face flushed. That is what you were doing.
I thought so. I did wonder before you started undressing me why you'd not ask where it was. Maybe it slipped your mind.
Yeah, she had other concerns on her mind at that point. It had slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You were too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's bared skin to think about how best to conceal it.
My dress is in my armoire,
the princess says, glancing over to the aforementioned piece of furniture. That armoire of hers is an intricately carved wooden structure, large enough, or so you estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses. Is it possibly large enough to fit a full-grown woman in, by any chance?
I'd like to wear that red one. It's my favorite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me? I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially while I'm still naked.
She raises a good point. However, you turn away from the princess and make your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. It's just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing once again the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. She's easier to look at now, you think, with her skin concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you've ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. Why, it seems a small miracle you can still remember how to breathe.
Ah, that's much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you.
How did she get clothed before we got here? Or did she just never undress before we got here? No one ever undressed her? Shyly, you assure the princess that you did nothing, really. nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible. In any case, being complimented by somebody so pretty is embarrassing.
Ah, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I when you've been so helpful? Be rude not to in any way. I think you're very pretty too.
Oh my. Your face flushes from this, more deeply than ever before. You ought to count yourself lucky, really, that with all of this excessive blushing, that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies. Yet. You're making yourself quite the easy target.
Now,
the princess declares.
why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day, and I get so very bored of being cooped up inside.
You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. The castle, though expansive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick they put you in mind of a crypt. With your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait unhurried. She seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallway of her home, but to float like a cloud. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs and her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. This is one hell of a courtyard! Damn, MC, you are so down bad. Vampires? No way, that would be a thing. Yeah, it'd be so terrible if the pretty princess happened to be an immortal vampire who wanted to drink my blood. Oh god, how horrific that would be. I don't even know if I could run away. I might trip over while trying to run and oh no. The courtyard is fenced in by the castle's walls, which look in the stark midday light, tall and imposing, faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it's not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It is all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in to a claustrophobic degree like a coffin. The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. She instead looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. She gambols about like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Her frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush, one full of bright red roses.
Oh, how very pretty. Do you not think they're gorgeous, dear one?
The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose. They make for a fine spectacle, in fact. A welcome splash of color when contrasted with the dullness and the drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted, withered things, it is not so for these roses. They're a rich, bright red, just like blood. Their heads so full they almost seem to droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They're pretty in a sense, but there's something unsettling about them too. Something that's almost obscene. How did those roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Could it be that possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers which are struggling to grow within this garden? It's a fanciful thought, but...
Oh, they're simply divine. Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They really are my most favorite flowers. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. It could use a bit of color.
Oh, she's been feeding them people. Maybe she could be outside after drinking blood. Maybe that's why this is the first time she's been outside in a while. Definitely sounds like she's been feeding people to these flowers. She's given it a bit of an Ian Blanc kind of tending to. Wonder if that's symbolic of anything. Psh, nah, couldn't be. It's just the color red everywhere. Don't worry about it. The princess reaches out so as to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place amongst its brethren. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that this gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she's not. Who did you think she was? You? Rather than worrying about other people, you'd be better served if you worried more about yourself. The princess holds her newly pilfered rose to her nose and inhales, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. Then the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown.
Now let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me.
The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head.
She loves me not.
The princess continues with his childish incantation, all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. These petals flutter about the princess like bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes through the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of a pianola. I notice she's saying she loves me and not he loves me. MC right now. Fucking yes! That's inside the MC's head right now. The MC is just like, she's into girls! Sorry. MC's self-esteem is so low, or is the narrator just being a jerk? Maybe both. It could be both.
She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not.
The princess's fingers hover over the final petal which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she declares,
She loves me! I knew it!
You watch the princess amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she'd been reciting is one that you're familiar with. The girls at the conservatoire also used to engage in this little game, the younger ones at least, who believed the fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child yourself, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Your interest in princes has always been minimal. When it comes to fair princesses, though, well, that is a different matter altogether, isn't it? Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle.
Oh, dear one, who else would I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you.
Naturally! She says it so easily as though you ought to have suspected as much. And indeed, part of you did.
You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to.
You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs and she laughs and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you're the funniest thing she's ever seen. Never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatoire, but it's different with her. You've not known her for all that long, but you are already entranced by her, ensnared. She has you wrapped around her little finger. Which she thought she didn't have back in the bedroom. Oh my god, this is fluff. Yeah, they're setting this off with so much sweetness before the knives come out. No, she's laughing at us. In a nice way, though. She's laughing at us in a, aww, you don't know how beautiful you are, you little cutie kind of way. Not in the mean way. Although sometimes our worst memories do get tied to our kinks. That is very, very factual. Sometimes, yeah, you get bullied and yeah, it can suck, but sometimes that comes up later in like your development and you're like, oh, with a safe word and the right partner, like leaning into that for a little bit can be fun. Or it goes the opposite way where it's like a trauma trigger kind of thing that you want to forever stay the fuck away from. But it can go either way. You never know. Hypersexuality is a common response to trauma. That too.
Oh my.
The princess's laughter tapers off into a series of giggles as, smiling, she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand.
That was quite the amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea.
You look at the princess curiously. What idea?
You can't tell?
Is she gonna pluck my fingers or fingernails or hair off? You cannot even begin to guess.
I just thought that all this watching must be boring you.
The princess says, tossing the rose's stripped stem carelessly to the ground.
You should give it a try. Please do. It'll be fun.
The princess retrieves a second red rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers and offers it to you.
I want to see what fate has in store for you, too.
Oh god. What if the final one ends up being she loves me not, and the princess get pissed off about it? You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so very determined that you don't want to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real casualty of this game will be the one singular rose. The rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offering. But... oh, I thought it was going to give me the choice.
Oh no!
You're clumsy and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. Oh, I'm going to cut myself. And then she's going to lick the blood off, but be hungry for more. The head of the rose might be pretty, but there's more to a rose than its bright red flowers. Roses have thorns too, a fact you're now being painfully reminded of. Pain flares through your finger and you grasp. You take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. Your finger is stinging and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid?
Poor dear, you're bleeding!
The princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns.
This is all my fault. If I'd not suggested this silly game, this never would have happened. Please, let me take care of you.
And how is she going to do that? Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from a pocket with which she might staunch your wound. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones. How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude once those aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons? Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors. It simply is not done. That's what you always thought. But here comes a kiss to the bloody wound.
Please hold still. This might sting a little bit.
The princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she instead encloses her white, slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she's handling a precious object, she raises your hand. Her eyes are fixed all the while on the beads of startlingly crimson blood which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip. And she dips her head. Rose red achievement, but your blood is redder. Oh shit, it gets an actual CG. That looks like quite a different dress. Oh my god, we finally get to see the MC too! Sorry, that took me a moment to catch on to. I was so distracted by the princess. Yeah, holy shit, the MC's adorable. Aww. Pink double braids, let's go. Blood kink, here we go. They knew we were into vampires, man. Fu. Ski da yo. Oh. Yasumi. Oh, Yasumi. Have a lovely evening. And hello, Mimi. I hope you're having a lovely day. MC looks like me. Pink hair sapphics are winning. Pink and yellow, man. Nice combination. I like the dark dress. Well, I mean, yeah, she's dressed up as a maid right now, I guess. But yeah, the dark dress paired with the bright pink hair. So freaking cute. Oof. The way the princess is winking at her as well while drinking the blood. God damn. She puts her mouth, and with a soft sigh which borders on the sensuous, she slips your injured digit between her teeth. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. This might not be a conventional kiss, but feels intimate regardless. Almost startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin, and the wetness of it. These sensations make your whole body quake. Love the painted nails. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that before. I noticed the black, but yeah, she has like 2 black nails and then 1 pink nail and 1 unpainted one. Cute design. Yeah, the red in her crown I did notice though, because it looks like a big old mouth sticking out of her head, which made me think this is possibly the one that's going down the cannibalism route. The sensations make your whole body quake. You did not expect this. Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what it is she's doing.
Oh?
The princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger.
Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding.
Yes, you gathered as much, but...
Is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I?
It is not, you say, that she's making you uncomfortable per se, but this is rather awkward. Did not expect it, that is all. And is she not worried that this is unhygienic?
Unhygienic?
The princess blinks. She's the very picture of innocence, which is funny really, given your finger is still nestled against her tongue.
I don't know what you mean by that exactly. But I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do.
And you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouth when she grew older?
Well, no. But my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I had my ladies' maids to look after me then.
Oh, very interesting. And did they ever clean her wounds like this?
No.
The princess says, smiling mischievously.
Because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly.
Ouch. Now that was quite the sharp retort. You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder if such a thing were possible, though this might perhaps be to your benefit. With some luck, all your blood will flow to your face rather than to your finger, and your bleeding will stop. As it stopped, your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep on suckling, but she still is. You're not accustomed to intimacy of this nature. It's making your heart flutter. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, you're sure she would not be so familiar. You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. It still stings, though. It stings much, much more than any thorn on any rose ever could. Ouch. There we go with more of the MC's tragic backstory of being a sapphic in a place where everybody judges her poorly for it. What'd that mouth do? How dare Fubo? We were all thinking it, though. That line was so good, though. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, they don't even have to make it super dirty. They just, like, glance around the topic, and it's like, I see. God damn. What did I miss? You missed the princess taking our bloody finger into her mouth and licking us clean. Staunching the wound with her tongue. Sometimes. Making my heart flutter too. Princess is on fire so far. She's doing really well. Yeah. Hey, what the? Oh. My audio device broke for a second, but it's back. The days pass following your misadventures in the Rose Garden in a relaxed, unhurried sort of manner. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory. So much so you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life. There is no running to be had while you're working for the princess. You'd have nowhere else to run, and in any event, there's no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have at long last begun to recede. You can scarcely recall as you lay down in your bed the petty cruelties you were subjected to by your classmates at the conservatoire. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you expend with her, the more you come to care for her. You've become quite besotted with her, but you're yet to realize it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace's walls. What do you mean she hasn't realized it yet? She's so fucking down bad. I guess she just thinks she's horny. She doesn't realize she's fully fallen in love with her, but you can't say that after everything I've read so far. Unless this is actually the princess / her kidnapper just telling her a fake story and just, yeah, trying to brainwash her or gaslight her kind of thing. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night, she chooses to make them known to you. Oh, fuck, here we go. You're in the princess's chambers, later perhaps than you ought to be, later than is strictly appropriate. It is dark outside, and there is little save the light of the moon to alleviate it. That and the fire which crackles at the grate. You've only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look to the princess who is lying in her bed, and you bid her a good night as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you pause.
Wait, dear one. Do not go. Not just yet.
Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she is smiling, her expression is unusually wan. Is she all right?
Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, you know, which make me feel a little out of sorts.
And what, you ask, does she mean by that?
Only that it's very cold and very dark.
And she needs someone to warm her bed?
And it's very windy besides. I'm afraid there'll be a storm later. It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for a walk.
The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky when the two of you promenaded around the gardens earlier was grey and steely, the wind bitingly cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone, and it is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier by comparison it'll be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace.
It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable.
You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in a bright red dress, she looks oddly uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be all right all alone in her oversized bed, in her high-ceiling bedchamber? You know it's silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be all right? There's nobody in the castle to hurt her. But still, you fret for her. As her lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is that she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this, pleased perhaps that you're taking the initiative. Holy shit. This visual novel is way more like to the point than the last one we read by Ebi-Hime. This one is just like, hey, here's the fun parts. This is like Cage of Roses, the Cliff Notes.
I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it's so very late. Would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and reading to me? Provided that you can, of course.
This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily, you reassure the princess that yes, of course you can read. If you couldn't read, you would learn to read. You would make up a fucking story, long as you get to stay in the princess's bed. You were a poor student in many aspects of the conservatoire, but you had something of a gift when it came to the literary arts. Reading books is all you have ever been good at.
Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible. I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do.
The princess's high praises make you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you assure her, is not that great of a feat.
Perhaps it isn't where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read. They certainly couldn't read the books that I like.
This piques your interest. Ah, what kind of dark fiction are we getting into? Would you like me to read you the story of Camilla? Which I looked up when everybody told me about it and was like, holy shit! The first vampire was an Irish lesbian? Was written by an Irishman and about a lesbian vampire? Let's go! Thank you guys for telling me about that last time. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes.
Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see. Old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here.
The princess says, indicating a book on a bedside table as thick as a mortuary slab.
The book is old, though, and the bindings are weak. The pages brittle. The writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you'd do a good job breathing life into those old stories. Would you mind reading to me for just a brief while? Please, dear one. Oh, please!
The princess's request seems a simple one expressed sweetly. So much so you see no reason to refuse her. You take a seat beside the princess upon a luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. You retrieve the leather-bound book which is resting upon a bedside table and spread it open. You're hoping that isn't the only thing you'll be spreading tonight. Fuck. Too far, Fu-chan. Too far. The only thing she can't do is keep her mind out of the gutter. Hey, honestly, she's just been daydreaming more than anything. She hasn't been super in the gutter recently. It's just she's down bad and, you know, more of a pathetic way. I'm sure the princess likes that. Which I know. Damn it, the MC's been just as down bad as me, guys. It's fine. It's fine. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. You can feel in the heft of the book's manifold pages the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps it's as old as this castle in which it resides. It's with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to the princess, a tale of courtly love which culminates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while, as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase embossed upon the last pages of this aged tome, and they lived happily ever after, the princess sighs as though this tale has touched her very soul. Would that there were a handsome prince to marry me, she says somberly. Or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid. Oh, that did break everything for a second. Oh, I think I'm starting to see what's wrong with the buzzing in my microphone. I have to buy a new audio interface. Oh, that sucks. Don't do it like that. It's fine. It's fine. She's not a scullery maid. She's a slightly level higher. She's the lady's maid. It's okay. So we're in. We're fine. The MC's got it. You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. The expensive part? It's fine. The storm outside is still squalling, and you've never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillows, and says, "And what would be the problem with that, As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of proprietary?" Oh, shit. She really just said, "Oh, so you're telling me that if I told you what exactly I want you to do to me, you won't do it? Are you not a good little maid now?" Oh, shit. Okay, MCs are going to have a fun time with this one. Is that crackling sound from the microphone? It's actually fixed right now. Let me mute this. What the fuck? Oh, I can't mute it. Everything is broken. What the shit? 1 second. There we go. Yeah, a lot of weird things have happened. Yeah, there's like a tiny crackling sound. It's not as bad as it was the other day. But yeah, I'm clearly going to need a new Go XLR. The fireplace is crackling. That's a different thing. Yeah, no, the fireplace is going on at the same time. There's just a little crackle when I speak as well. Anyway, back to this. Why is it breaking? It's been around for 3 years. It happens. Well, of course, you reply. But for a princess to marry a scullery maid... Still hung up about that, the princess titters. Don't pay it too much heed. I'm just talking to myself. As if anything like that would ever happen when there is no priest around who would officiate it. Officiate it, even. God damn it, Fuchan. You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, though she does present a good point. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make such a wedding official. You cannot help but feel like you've avoided a good deal of nuisance. Hell yeah, not even any marriage. Who said anything about a marriage anyway? But by the same token, do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. That was a nice story, the princess says. I'm not sleepy yet, and it's still storming outside. Won't you read me one more? You'd not mind, you reply, but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber. Unless... we can instead get comfy in the bed and read from the bed while laying down? I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one more story to me? Just one. You can choose a short one. I won't complain. You have some doubts about that. But as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she's a princess, though that is, of course, a part of it. But because she is, well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in the Sage Compendium, want to upset her. It would rather cut out your own tongue. God damn. She really fell into this maid role very quickly. MC, please, I need you to get enough of a brain cell to pick up what she's putting down. Yeah, she just doesn't understand. We're gonna get into one of those scenarios just like fucking Cage of Roses where it's like,
what do you mean? How could two girls possibly...
Also, congratulations, honey. I'll read that properly at the end of the stream, but congratulations and thank you for donating. You read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last. Impossible adventures culminating at their close in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, then another. One bedroom story soon becomes 5, and even then, when the candles which flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. Damn, you're gonna have to get some stamina, MC. Like a grasping, greedy child, she's never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it, her only request that of more. Which may also speak to her appetites. If she were less comely, perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character defect. I love the fucking narrator even just being like, yeah, she's hot enough. She can pull it off. Nobody cares. Everybody's just down bad and ready to please her. The princess is very comely, however. And so when she makes her next request, you almost agree offhand without considering the ramifications.
I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big, empty bed, so... I know!
The princess's eyes light up with the night sky in a thunderstorm.
Why don't you sleep with me?
MC.exe has stopped working. God damn. That was also a beautiful description. Taking the storm outside and being like, her eyes lit up like a thunder split storm. That was great. Princess Ikuzo. Yeah, the princess is realizing, oh, this bitch is dumb. I'm gonna have to be very forward for her to catch any single hint of what I'm putting down. You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly you blink. Then, just as slowly, you bid her to repeat herself.
Didn't you hear me?
The princess giggles.
Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me you've neglected to clean out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me?
Aww. It wasn't even a request of like, I want you to sleep with me. It was, would you like to sleep with me? That's kind of cute, actually. MC bovine stare activate. Yeah, now I'm just imagining her as like the clueless dude from School Rumble. The dude who's just always thinking about curry. Yeah, that's her face right now. If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it's easy enough to answer. Of course you would like to sleep with her.
It would be an honor.
But would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation? It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She's waiting.
Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be...
The princess's lower lip begins to tremble. No, she does like you!
Don't you want to lie with me after all?
The sorrow present in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her in no uncertain terms that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you?
Well then, don't just stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come and join me. Come!
Oh, the fucking choice of wording, god damn it. Well, you did hear the princess would be hard to please. The MC's change in mindset was so fast, yeah. As soon as she realized it was a question of would you like to rather than just...
Oh, isn't that just normal?
And that is what you do. After returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She's already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting your return as though you're a knight errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change, you've made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer. Oh, now she's gonna do our nightgown. Oh, that's so cute. Reciprocation. You love to see it.
Let me fix that for you, silly.
Oh, no, you say. I couldn't possibly let you do that. I'm but a servant after all. Should it not be your job to dress her?
Maybe so,
The princess says.
but I don't mind a bit of role reversal. Makes things more fun.
Oh, she's versatile. Let's fucking go. MC is gonna have a fun time. You try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quiet at the princess's mercy, she might be even more stubborn than you are. You capitulate to her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress, then rebutton them so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her.
Now come in. It must be horribly cold out there. And these sheets are so warm.
Coyly, the princess smiles.
And so am I.
Oh, Jesus. Princess is not shy at all. Holy crap. And the MC needed that. You feel warm yourself as you slide into bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle grounds. All the while, your heart is fluttering. Does the princess know what an effect she's having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? Especially with your heart racing, my girl. She can feel it now that you're that close. She isn't holding back. Nah. She's like, oh, this girl dumb. I have to be very, very obvious.
There!
The princess exclaims, once your body is lying beside hers.
That is much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one?
You swallow. And with a shaky voice, you reassure her.
Yes. You're cozy. Quite cozy indeed. Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know when I'm with you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but...
The princess reaches out, then takes your hand in hers, twining your fingers together like a chain.
When I'm with you, I feel so very light. It's as though nothing in the world can hurt me. Make me feel safe, so I want to make you feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you. I promise.
You return her smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as a domestic?
In a way,
The princess replies after a pause.
You've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after all my vassals. It's a part of the job description.
You were unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor or an astrophysicist or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this sleepily, and she laughs.
You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it.
Yes, you think, only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. You have been working hard for a long time. I've been running for even longer. But now, at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop, your body beleaguered by a sudden all-consuming fatigue. Okay, that was written beautifully, and that I fucking love, because that does speak so well to the LGBT experience of, like, yeah, running away from the truth, hiding yourself from other people, scared that people are going to find out, scared to relax around people that you feel like, oh, my interest in them may scare them away, so I have to hide it and keep running from it. And to suddenly feel like, oh, I'm accepted here. can take such a fucking weight off your shoulders. So I love that even though this is kind of a very quick-paced, like, to the point, like, oh, here's some cute little scenes and romance and some sexuality kind of visual novel, like, they still manage to slip things in that there where it's just like, oh, they get it. They get it. The sapphic fear of feeling predatory. Yeah. Yeah. Of feeling like you're the odd one. And if people know what kind of thoughts you have in your mind when you see them, well, they're going to find you creepy and unsettling rather than, you know, just a fucking human who has feelings. Your eyelids begin to droop, your body beleaguered by a sudden all-consuming fatigue. And that also kind of connects in general just to anyone who feels like they're just not able to share themselves properly. And then suddenly find someone who will accept even like their darker parts or the parts that they're scared other people will reject them for in general. It's a very human feeling in general. It's just, yeah, a lot of people feel like they can't reveal those parts of themselves. And in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm which rages outdoors. The wind is howling like a couple of wildcats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death, but you do not hear it. Swaddled by the warm blankets about you, and soothed by the princess's presence, you're immune from all of the ills of the world. When you're with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and yes, you even feel loved. It's a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. Oh, God. Here we go. Here comes the cannibalism. That was such a nice romantic moment, which is why I wanted to really lock onto that feeling before we move too far forward. Being respectful and being attracted to somebody are not incompatible. So fucking true. One of the most attractive things there is in the world. Why am I in a dungeon? Did I fail the vibe check? You know that something is wrong. Catastrophe. It's a catastrophe. Catastrophically. There we go. Catastrophically so, the moment you open your eyes. Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you're certain that when you fell asleep, it was in a bed. A nice warm bed, no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. You're not lying in a bed right now, though. You are not, in fact, lying at all. Oh, I'm chained up too! Lots of skeletons. Oh, and this one's... Oh, two of them are wearing maid dresses. He's done this a lot of times before. Nice. Oh, and this one. You are standing instead against a cold, hard wall made of stone. The curve of your back is pressed against the wall so intimately you can feel its icy chill seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. You're trembling so much you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell, for that is indeed where you are. The princess's bedchamber wherein you fell asleep is a thing now of the past. You're standing instead, you realize, with a sharp start, in the cell of some great underground dungeon. Ooh. ASMR breathing? Let's go. Fuck, I'm turning this up. No, keep going. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. You feel like you're going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the stench. You are not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here, others attired in the simple black and white outfits of servants which look very much like the dress you once wore. The others who were with you, however, in this expensive cell, manacled to the walls, are in no fit state to speak to you, nor to tell you of their plights. They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They're all dead. Oh, this is sick. This just being a distorted version of like the happy bedroom theme? Holy fuck, that's nice. So good. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulses, for you yourself are restrained. But even if you could, there would be no point. There's no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there, you see a woman slumped, the front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There's a gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have half escaped in some sort of burgundy goop which once might have been a pale pink. Oh, cool. So they've also kind of censored everything going on as well. These aren't just skeletons around here. It's just, yeah, they didn't want to show full-on gore. So these are actually half-rotted bodies rather than clean skeletons. Yuck! No wonder the smell is so horrific. There's another woman slumped beside the first of a smaller stature. She's skinnier. Maybe she's not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. Of 18 years old. She might even be younger. The girl's age or lack of did not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors. Alas, for her body is even more mutilated than the first. Her body is peppered with even more wheals, and her face has been half smashed in. Jesus! Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite her, in the ruined remains of what once was her skull. Please be a blue eye, just like the doll. Over there, you see a woman who is missing both her arms and her lower jaw. Over there, you see another who's missing her entire lower half. Where have her legs gone? I have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly. Their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they have begun to putrefy. You fear a similar fate might befall you should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it's no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. The restraints are much too strong, and you are much too weak. The legs got up and walked away. Now, I'm getting the feeling she wanted that thigh meat. She enjoys the breast meat every now and then, but it sounds like she also enjoys the thigh meat and the dark meat every now and then. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart. This too glacial. It's obvious that escape is impossible, but still you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There's little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrists more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is, you know, performing a said action over and over again and hoping for a different response. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now that is an interesting point to consider, would you not agree? No, evidently not. You're still trying to escape, you foolish girl, as if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. You're making enough noise to raise the dead down there in your dark, dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you'll not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not that you've ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Yeah, it does sound like the narrator is the original monster. And this is just the new monster. The narrator straight up being like, God, you're so fucking annoying. I wish I could tell you to shut up, but you wouldn't listen to me. So how about this pretty princess? Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look now. She's come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold, inhospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one, the princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light, lilting steps. It would seem like you've finally awoken. How are you? Based on all that infernal racket you've been making, it would seem like you have no shortage of energy. Balefully, you turn your head so as to meet the eyes of the princess. She is standing but a few paces away, beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which bids one entry, but rarely ever an exit to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It's so bright and brilliant that for a few moments it hurts you to look at her. Once the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance, Now it makes you think of violence.
You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. It was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you by your side until you awoke, but...
Once again, the princess giggles. A light, airy giggle which does not at all suit the situation in which you found yourself.
The dungeon is not a fit place after all for a princess. It's horribly cold here. It's so very drab. There's nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. Could have brought my pillows down from my bed, I suppose. And my blankets. But then they would have gotten dirty, and that would have been a disaster. Need to be more careful. Won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you.
Oh, damn. She was literally wearing a red flag, and yet we still went towards her. It sounds like we spent a few weeks with her as well, judging by that time skip moment. Just realized we just might be in a little misfortune situation. Could be. Could be. Once again, the princess laughs. The laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you?
Yes, that's right. Did you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already after waking up in a dungeon, silly.
Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Would that you could, you would cringe away from her. But you cannot. You're completely powerless. Holy. The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, it is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep touching you. You luxuriate in her kindness as best you can. But though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. How can you relax like this?
Oh, you're such a good girl,
the princess says in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat.
You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled.
Why then, you ask her, is she doing this? Improbable though it sounds, she must be the one who chained you up. There's nobody else in the castle who could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead.
Why, yes. How very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this naturally.
Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal was a matter of course. Naturally. Why, you ask, is this so natural to her? What does she mean to do to you?
Oh, only what I've done to all my other servants. I've experience with this sort of thing, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you.
And by take good care of, she means...
Naturally, I'll kill you.
There it is again. That word which seems grossly inappropriate given all that's just transpired. Naturally. There's nothing natural about this.
Do you not think so?
The princess examines you, her expression ponderous.
It's natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right.
Imprisoning her servants in the dungeon and letting them die?
Yes, exactly. There's a bit more to it. There's a bit more to do it than that.
Wait, there should be to it.
There's a bit more to it than that, though.
Oh, of course there is.
I like you, dear one,
the princess says in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious.
You've been very good to me, like I said, and kind. For that, I'll be eternally appreciative. You've been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I'm a greedy, selfish girl, you see.
The princess's smile widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fervor you've never before witnessed. So she instead wants to consume you, make you a part of her so that you'll always be with her? That's what it sounds like.
And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want to feel you inside me.
Yep. Well, of all the things your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins a giggle. A giggle even lighter than meringue and just as airy. It is just as inoffensive.
I can see that you don't understand, dear one. But you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too.
We could have done that another way. I know. If the MC wasn't such a pushover, she would have just immediately responded like, I can make you consent inside you. You don't have to eat me. There's another route to go. Cannibalism is a metaphor for love. Let's go. Very toxic love. You love to see it. One day, the princess sighs. A beleaguered woe is me sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses.
And the one before that. And the one before that. And the one before that. I thought that you at least might be able to appreciate my point of view. But perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say, at least. When she still had the breath to speak, of course.
You look at the princess. Where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes are fixed to her face. She's still smiling, but there's something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps in your anxious state, you're only imagining that there's something sinister about her smile. It is easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any differently to the way she usually acts. She's not changed. It's only your perspective of her that has changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer. How many times has this metaphor come up this month? So many. There's been so much cannibalism this month. Certainly a metaphor for lust anyway. Yeah, it's a metaphor for both. You can take it either way. Lust, love that's gone too far, love that's a bit overbearing. I mean, it's an all-consuming love. That's the whole thing. But yeah, definitely a consuming lust as well. Cannibalism and existential dread. Yeah, that's pretty much been our October.
It's simple, really, like I said. You were wondering, weren't you, why there aren't any guards or any servants at the castle when you first arrived here?
The question had crossed your mind, yes, but I didn't really ask too much. I was just happy to be with a princess. I was too down bad. You're sure that the princess said her ministers sent them away, though? Was that a lie?
I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you'd be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened, and I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them, too.
Did she now? You suppose you ought not to be surprised, but you still shudder regardless.
My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. I had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died.
The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses.
So I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fusty old men. But I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that follow?
Not logically, no. I mean, I understand the direction that... I understand the whole idea of, yeah, cannibalism as a metaphor. The whole, like, I can't possibly let you go. I can't let you be anywhere else. I want you to be a part of me. I will consume you and you will become a part of me and be with me forever. I get the idea, but then I'm also dead. It's perfect that the MC has pink anime eyes because it explains the tinted glasses. Yeah. Rose-tinted vision 100 way through. Why, you ask the princess, your voice trembling, would you eat the people that you love?
It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness. Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude, unless you have any better ideas. Oh, she like gone. She gone. This is what happens when you don't listen to any other person's perspective. She's like, oh no, it makes sense to me, and therefore I'm going to do it. And it's been working for her. Hell, we showed up to the castle and we were just like, huh. Yeah, okay, I'll stay here. I'll be your maid. I'll serve you. I mean, shit, if she tells me to be her food, it sounds like that's what we got to do. It's a dangerous job, but somebody's got to do it. You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this. And dumbfounded, you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, so it's hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal. But you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, and neither is it strictly legal. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increased wages or increased holidays. Or eating them in a different way. A eternal way. A way that gives everybody a bit of fun and enjoyment. The princess listens to your arguments, her expression astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you're finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it is not with remorse for what she's done. Instead, she's laughing. Oh, dear one. That's very funny, but why should I care about the law? I'm a princess. One day I'll be the queen. I am the law. That's a good point. Is it? MC, is it? But would eating people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I'm no fool, you know. No matter how I might act, and I know what happens beyond how I might act, I know what happens beyond the castle's wall. I know all about the plague. Once I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess in nothing but name only, a monarch without any subjects. And you think that's sad? I know I do. It's so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why hasn't she been systematically slaughtering all of her... Why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense. Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you're a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Holy fuck! I love how unabashedly evil she is. She's just like, she doesn't even understand. She's just like, the MC is just too slow to catch on to her thinking. It's like, oh, no, you fool. You don't understand. I eat them so they're with me forever. They're a part of me that way. Oh, you foolish little imbecile. You're just too simple to get it. Privately, you doubt that anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thought process, largely because it is unreasonable. You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask her the only question you can think to ask, with your weary throat which is sore from shouting. Why? Why, you ask? The princess blinks. It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they've pledged their allegiance to me or not. That is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconstant, even to me, a monarch. That's why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so, consume their flesh and blood. I am a magnanimous ruler, you see, and I treat all of my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. You've been awfully nice to me, and you're very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain ugly girl, perhaps I'd not shower you with affection quite as intense as this. But you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine, and we can stay together forever and ever.
God damn. See, that's the manifesto right there. Like I've said multiple times, they can never leave you. You're together forever. You literally digest them and use them to build up parts of your body, and then you become one person. It's not a healthy way to think, and if you have those kind of thoughts, you should most assuredly talk to people and deal with it, but fuck me. I love her just saying it so casually and being like, oh, you dumb commoner, don't be silly. Also, blacklisted of a reason. Please do read my channel rules. Do not at people in chat. Some people get very uncomfortable with that. So just no ats when you're talking to each other. Doesn't stay with her all eternity. It has to come out at the end. Some of it comes out, but some of it gets broken down and made into her own amino acids and then, yeah, built up into her own body. So, enough of it becomes her. She's been doing it for a long time. Yeah. I mean, at this point, with how many other people she's eaten, you're probably like a good 20% other people proteins broken down and made up into her body. That's a lot of dead servants in that room. The princess leans in. You can feel her soft, silken hair brushing against your cheeks. And feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it ghosts against your skin. And the MC's distracted again. She doesn't even care that she's going to get eaten. She got called pretty, and now she's like, oh, she does like me. It is cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is, perverse though this might sound, something of a comfort. Her eyes are wide, and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really... The princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark tarns. Finally, you think you can see in the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything, in the princess's gaze some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. But this brief flicker of understanding which passes between the pair of you is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are as red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeons, and you shudder from it. For a few moments, you think that this overture of the princess's could be romantic in a way. But this, too, comes to a swift, merciless close. The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. She's supping on it in great, greedy gobbets, like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it's causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She's far too unworldly. You're sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers. A love which is so very abundant it borders upon the monstrous. It's a love you never thought that you would ever experience. This love of the princess's eclipses anything you've ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notion you might once have had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You've always possessed a stubborn core nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior, but the princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. The princess draws back. Desperately, you gasp for air. But she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder still with your blood, and splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are impossibly inhumanely sharp, glint wickedly like knives. Then, she tears out your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now it is red. There's so much blood. You can smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It's so potent you can taste it on your tongue. You try to inhale, but this task proves to be beyond you. What with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin. Your attempted breaths when they escape your lips sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it's on fire.
You make for quite the sorry sight indeed. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow. And in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your ultimate untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace? Or will you fight against it?
I think you'll find that I made one decision. You did not give me many decisions beyond just choosing whether I went to the fucking seaside, the village, or the castle. I made one poor decision. Everything else was out of my hands. That was the narrator putting words in my mouth. Although, this was a hot ending. I especially like how the MC was just like, damn, she really does love me. I guess I can kind of accept this. I'm going to become part of her. That love eclipses just about anything else I've ever felt in my life. I love the MC just being like, yeah, I get it now. This is her form of love. Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace? Or will you fight against it? I'm going to accept my fate. Let's get murdered. What? Really? You're fine with being eaten alive in a dark, dingy dungeon than being left to rot? Does not sound like a very satisfying ending to this particular narrative. But if that's what you want, then so be it. I do not mind indulging you. That is what I've always done, after all, from the moment we first met. I've dedicated myself tirelessly to answering your wishes, and this is no different. Do not be foolish to think, though, that you can escape me, even if your life's blood is mingled with that of the princess's. I am not going to relinquish my hold upon you that easily. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side, come what will, fire or blood. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. Achievement, a love that consumes. How does it feel to be loved so endearingly? So yeah, it does sound like the narrator is in fact the Yandere, and seems to like be inside her head on some level. Whether this is all just a fantasy that they are providing to this girl as they are consuming their soul, making them theirs, an eternity stuck with whatever this demon, this entity is that is able to control their world. It's very interesting. Very cool. We guessed that from the beginning. The narrator is the princess? Not really. Because the narrator specifically said that even if the MC like ended up mingled with the princess, they would still essentially own the MC. That the MC still belonged to them. That the MC could not escape them. So yeah, it sounds like the narrator is just giving them a little escape from their reality. I think they have essentially made a pact with a demon kind of thing. Something like, I trade my soul to get revenge on all the other people that were bullying her. She got rid of all those people, but now the demon owns her soul. And so has been playing with her for a long while. Has decided to let her think that she's escaped and appear in a different world, just so that it can continue torturing her in different ways. Like that whole, oh, you don't want it to end here, do you? And even while this comes to an end, we're probably going to get the chance to just reload the save. So yeah, eternal damnation. The MC belongs to the demon that they've summoned. The demon that they've summoned is basically just a thing that I've imagined and created in my head, though. It's just, yeah, whatever it is, whatever the entity is that's hounding the MC is basically saying, you're never getting away. So all of this, this is what you get for trying to leave me type of deal? Possibly. You will never be lonely again. And there we go. One ending done. So let's go back and see. Maybe... I thought the whole, like, no, I don't want it to end here would just, like, make us reload an old save slot. But maybe it will actually change something. Ooh, extras? Music and gallery. And something that's locked. Aww, RCGs. Beautiful memories. Oh, there's only 2 pages as well. Like I said, this is a pretty short game. These 2 are from the princess route. So I'm going to guess it's like 2 from the mermaid route and 2 from whatever the fuck is in the village route. And then 2, I don't know. Maybe you have to complete all the routes to be able to unlock a final thing. Interesting. And there's a whole locked thing. Let's load and see what happens if we choose the other option. It'd be interesting too, or maybe they're just fantasizing as a couple. It could be. Yeah, it could be like a role-playing session. A role-playing session with a very, very possessive partner, and a partner who kind of thinks they may want to escape, but then is also like, I kind of enjoy these fantasies. Maybe they don't even actually want to escape, since they do the whole like, oh yeah, I can see that they love me in their own way. So yeah, maybe it is just like trying out a bunch of different fantasies together, pretending to be all scared and terrified and running away, because that appeals to the sadistic. Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you fight against it? Fight against it. That is a good answer. I must admit, I like it. It's impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry. Keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you're deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You're destined for far higher purposes than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in this world. Holy fuck! Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? There we go! Yeah, pretty much. Perfect. So it is what we were thinking. The writing? Yeah, no, I liked that. Especially the whole, there are far more interesting ways to be eaten. I don't even think that was a sexual innuendo. I think that was more of, oh, this princess can only eat your body. How pathetic. I, on the other hand, I can devour your entire essence, your entire soul. Okay. Voting, chat. I won't put an actual vote, but just say, I saw one person say, can we go to the shore next? But which one do we want? Shore or village? Shore or village? We either go to, I know that there's what's it called? Mermaid in this one. Shore, beach, shore. Okay, everybody says shore. There was like 2 villages mixed up in that. Okay, let's go deal with the mermaid. So you want to go to the shore? Good idea. What will you discover there, I wonder? This night is far from over, and there are any number of adventures still awaiting you. I hope that you've prepared yourself in advance, and I do hope for your sake that you've learned how to swim. I have a sneaking suspicion that that skill might come in handy. Yeah, we're going to be drowned this time, 100%. Let's see the eggs. No eggs. No fish. Different mermaid. Different mermaid. You follow the path which leads to the shore, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. You're little more than a wisp of a girl, but you've been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing. You need to lie down, and quickly. Your only hope as you continue to run that you'll find a means to escape your current predicament by the shore. You do not know what awaits you, but you have visions of a harbor extending out to the horizon, cradling a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. Surely there'll be a kindly fisherman who'll be willing to take you far, far away on his boat, to a place where your pursuer will not be able to find you. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly fisherman, a face you've lifted from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. Holy shit, she's actually imagining a man this time. This feels wrong. Since earlier the narrator was also talking about how the princess hasn't changed, your perception has. It might be the case of the OG Yandere trying to gaslight the MC into believing she wanted this. That's possible as well, yeah. Maybe this will be a much more dark, in a realistic kind of way story where it's just an abuser trying to gaslight an MC to tell them, no, you love it when I do this. You're always so excited when I do this. Your heart goes aflutter. It's not fear. No, it's passion. It's desire. You will have thick, bushy eyebrows and a dark brown beard streaked through with gray. You'll look intimidating at a glance. They'll be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. You do not know what fathers are supposed to be like. You're only imagining. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength needed to keep going. You run to the shore. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? Especially since we're in a time loop where a demon is torturing me through multiple ways of basically saying you belong to me even if you die out there. The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares that lurk within it. It's still cold though, and still foggy. It's still dark too. The sun is yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the vertiginous cliffs, which plummet sharply downwards to an array of sharp, spiky rocks below. You felt upon escaping the woods a degree of hope, but the sight of these weather-blasted cliffs gives you pause. You inhale. Then you frown. Now what are you to do? You do not think this plan of yours through very well. Not that you had much in the way of a plan in the first place. There's little in the way of civilization here. The cliffs are far from the village. How far? You do not know, and you cannot see any houses. Where exactly will you rest your weary head? And what if your weary legs? Fitfully you look around. There's nobody to your east, nor is there anybody to your west. Siren song! Mermaid time, baby! Yeah, I'd swim out to that sound. That's beautiful. There's no point in looking south. That's the way you came. And when you look to the north, the world falls away from you. The cliffs are too steep to scale, and it's too dark. Naturally, there's not a soul here to help you. You are on your own. You feel so overwhelmed, you could very well cry. You do not cry, however. You know that tears have never helped anyone. You got yourself into this mess. Now you need to get yourself out of it. It is with this thought in mind that you inhale a lungful of salty oceanic air. Then you begin your exploration in earnest. You keep away from the edge of the cliffs, afraid that you might slip and take a sudden unfortunate tumble into the abyss below. You're not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are, but you do not want to die. You still care for yourself, if only a little. This is a really beautiful song, holy shit. And it is this sense of self-preservation which compels you onwards. You glance this way and that, depressing the tall grass beneath your shoes as you search for a place of shelter. Surely there must be somewhere. You cannot see any likely-looking settlements, but what is that over yonder? Could that be a roof? You hurry onwards, hope budding anew in your heart, until at long last you reach your destination. There's a house after all out here in the wilds, though it doesn't at a glance look very welcoming. The solitary house that you've discovered not so far from the cliffs is rather unremarkable. It's so small and squat you cannot imagine it contains with it more than one floor. You cannot even imagine that it contains much more than one room. Though it is dark, it's not dark enough to mask that the cottage has something of a slant to it. It's leaning listlessly to one side like a drunken sailor. The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops this dwelling has certainly seen better days. There's a hole in the thatch. There are several holes, in fact, and parts of it look particularly bare, almost bald. That is rather concerning. Should it rain, you'll not be properly protected from the elements. Would you really stay the night in such a place? You have some misgivings. But do your misgivings matter really when there's nowhere else to go? It's not as though you have any other options. It is with a sense of defeat, therefore, that you approach the cottage, which sticks out in the earth like a tombstone. Part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The windows of the cottage are dark, but that does not necessarily mean it's empty. It is rather late at night after all. Whoever lives here, if indeed anybody does live here, might be asleep. You cannot imagine the owners of this cottage will appreciate being roused so very late at night. You cannot let yourself worry too much about these small details, however. Otherwise, you'll never get anywhere. You swallow. The taste of the salty sea breeze is pungent in the back of your nostrils. Then you rap your knuckles on your right fist on the door. You rap quietly at first. You do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength. Emboldened, you rap your knuckles on that door for a second time, more loudly this time. You wait a few moments. but still you cannot hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. You knock for a third time, then wait. The third time is, as they say, the charm. But for all that, your knocking goes unanswered. Well, nobody can say that you did not try. More intrigued now than anxious, your fingers find the handle of the door. You pull it down, and to your surprise, it yields easily. The door swings back for you as if by magic. It feels almost as if this was preordained. You step foot inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. It's hard to see given the lateness of the hour. The cottage's interior is about as inspiring as its exterior, which is to say, not very. It is every bit as cramped as you fancied when you observed it from the outside. There are a few cupboards which line the wall, a wood fire which has since been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed. Your search is unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate other humans. You cannot find another soul. Surely that's to your benefit, though. If nobody else lives here, then you might as well make yourself at home. Or as at home as one can be, I suppose, in a small cramped cottage such as this with holes in the roof. You close the door behind you, then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden, you feel incredibly weary. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute. So intense, it overcomes the last of your concerns. You settle down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do. It is not comfortable, but being able to lay down eases some of your aches and pains. Lying down, even on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this one, is better than standing. It is far, far better than running. This one is written really beautifully, especially in the whole, like, complete abandonment of everything else. The fact that she's completely alone and she's still just like, well, it's something. Maybe it's fine that there's nobody around. At least I have somewhere to sleep, to relax, and to chill. Got such different vibes, yeah. There are no furnishings here, no touches of luxury. It's just us against the elements. The BGM is so beautiful I can sleep to it. Yeah, it's so gorgeous. Very relaxing, especially the vocals. Your eyelids fall shut, your lashes melting together, and soothed by the sound of the wind and the distant rolling of the waves, you fall asleep. Then, you begin to dream. It is not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and the worst of us do it, from queens in their castles to peasants sleeping in the straw. Why, who is to say that all that you have observed tonight has not in a sense been a dream of its own? Would that make your nighttime fancies then a dream inside a dream? Perhaps our dreams are empty, hollow things stacked inside one another, like little wooden dolls. Is that not a whimsical thought? Oh, very droll. Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical, and neither are they particularly droll. They're not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes are, fleeting fancies which can never come to pass. Your dreams are of a rather more pernicious thought. In your dreams, you're at the conservatoire with your red hair tied back into two prim, proper braids. You're walking through the courtyard, clutching your books to your chest as you make your way to the library. Your head is bowed so as not to look at the faces of your passing classmates. You do not want to meet their eyes. These girls, with their sensible braids and their sensible shoes, are merciless. You hunch your shoulders together in this dream of yours, so as not to draw their attention, but alas, it's not enough. You stumble, clumsy thing that you are, and you fall. And just like that, all eyes are upon you. They're staring at you. They're laughing at you. You lay there on the ground by the fountain, your books scattered and your skirt in a woeful state of disarray. Your knee hurts. Is it bleeding? You examine your injured leg, trying not to cry. And as this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates is calling out to you. She's acknowledged you. You look up shyly, tears beading in your eyes at a girl taller than you and prettier and much more refined. She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? Not hurt to try, can it? Hesitantly, you reach out to accept her offered aid. Her fingers curl around yours tightly. Perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig into your skin. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you to your feet. Your legs feel weak from your fall and your knee is still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts, but you're not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings. The girl's hands are on your shoulders. She is laughing at you. Then she is pushing you. The sound of the fountain and the running water which drums against its basin is all of a sudden very loud. It's overwhelming. It surrounds you. Then it engulfs you. It is cold as ice. You cannot breathe. The rushing of the water continues, echoing in your eardrums over and over, and then... No. You do not want to remember this. What good will it do? It's in the past where the past ought to remain. You're never going to go back, not even in your dreams. It is this determination which forces you back into the world of the waking with a start. Foreshadowing, definitely foreshadowing. I'm wondering, so yeah, that is clearly a flashback to her time being bullied at the conservatoire. What was the first dream about? The one where we were with the cannibalistic princess? Was she was being bullied, but I can't remember exactly how. I think she just talked about people stabbed by scissors. Ah, okay. So yeah, drawing blood. Drawing blood. Okay. So yeah, these are all like manifestations of the way she's been bullied in the past. And yet in this timeline, in these like little memories that she's having, in these like little worlds she's created where she's with princess and a mermaid instead, she's at least like feeling like she's being loved. There's some feelings there. So maybe this is going to be like a big metaphor and dive into the whole idea of like people that are being abused, trying to like cover it up and trying to like hide it behind like a feeling of like, oh, at least they're thinking about me. At least they care about me. At least they aren't just completely ignoring me. It's something. It's some level of emotion. I'm not being completely neglected. Maybe they care about me in some way. If they're bullying me and attacking me, I'm part of their focus. And her just trying to convince herself that, yeah, they only stabbed me because they like my blood so much. She only threw me in the thing because, yeah, she likes to see me struggling. And yeah, at least she likes me in that way. Something buried, such accepted pain is still a form of pain. Exactly. And repressed pain is still a form of pain. And yeah, the writing in this has been good as well. Because this one is clearly leading into the death where we're going to get drowned by like a siren or a mermaid or something. And yeah, this bit as well, you gasp like a fish. They're really linking everything to the fact that we're gonna drown. Fun times. You gasp like a fish as you sit upright, your eyes unnaturally wide. You feel wearied from a lack of sleep, and with half-lidded eyes you glance about. It's still dark inside your cottage, the sky visible from beyond the window splashed still with stars. How long were you asleep? You're not sure. Your dream was so very detailed. It really did feel like you'd been transported into a different time, into a different place. When you inhale, you can taste rank, fetid water in your mouth. Tentatively, you pat yourself down, your fingers trailing against the front of your uniform. So vivid was your dream, you half expect to find that your clothes are damp. This is not the case, however. You're in fact perfectly dry. Now what are you to do? Will you go back to sleep? That sounds like the best option available to you. You're very tired, but your senses feel too overwrought all of a sudden for sleep. You do not think you could bear it. On unsteady legs, you rise to your feet and stand by the window. You look out to the starry sky and to the pitted moon which hangs amongst them, and you frown. You can hear the wind outdoors howling like an injured animal, and more softly the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. But that is not all. Oh, here comes the mermaid song. What is that sound? Why, it's almost like singing. The voice is far away enough that you cannot pick out any individual words, or even the individual syllables, but there's a haunting quality to it all. Oh, it's all about abusive relationships. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I need to get these thoughts out before I do anything else. Not a psychologist, so don't quote me on this, but I do know from listening to a lot of psychologists and explaining when it comes to like abusive relationships and the way that some people justify it when they're trapped in them, that a lot of the time it connects back to like past times where people have been made to feel useless and made to feel pathetic and made to feel like they don't matter, that they will cling to like any level of attachment. So I think that, yeah, this is actually being written in a way that the demon in her head is actually her abusive partner, and that she's imagining all these different ways that as a child she's been abused, and that have made her feel useless. And that's why the narrator in her head also keeps like doing that whole negging kind of thing where they do the whole like, oh, and if you weren't so pretty, you'd be absolutely useless. If you weren't so pretty, you'd have been abandoned. Basically saying the only good thing about you is your face. You deserve to stay with me. You shouldn't run away. Everything is just about me. I'm the only happiness in your life. I'm the only one who would accept you. You're weird. You're creepy. Nobody else will like you. I'm the only one who doesn't look at you as if you're useless. That's what I'm thinking. And that's why we're connecting it back to her being bullied and her just being like, well, there's no safer place to go to. I might as well just accept this as the only kind of feeling I'm ever going to get in the world. The only kind of thing that will make me happy is at least being wanted by someone, even if it does fucking suck. That sucks if that's the direction we're going into it. What if the narrator created this persona so they'd have a subject to be yandere at? Possibly. Does echo a lot with toxic relationships in the cycle, and you either get stuck in the cycle or you break it. Sometimes because it's easier to accept than lead. Yeah, the one thing that I've heard about toxic relationships and the reason that some people end up, one, not seeing that they're in a toxic relationship and sometimes go from like abusive partner to another abusive partner to another abusive partner is a lot of the time they feel like they can possibly make it work this time and that way redeem themselves for a past failure, even though it's not a fucking past failure, even though it's just a piece of shit who was abusing them and being toxic to them. They think, oh, this person's kind of similar, but surely I can make this person love me. Surely I can change this person. And then I'll be able to prove that I am a good person and I'm worthy of love, even though they should just find someone who would actually love them for who they are and wouldn't treat them like shit. Like I can fix them? Yeah, that kind of feeling. But again, not a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. I just definitely have heard that being spoken about. I forget, it was definitely an episode of Cinema Therapy where the psychiatrist was talking about it because he was talking about how so many people talk to him and ask, like, why do people who have been in abusive relationships often fall into more of them? And he was explaining that kind of mindset of feeling like, oh, I want to be able to rewrite that. I want to be able to overcome it this time. I want to prove that I'm better than that this time, even though it ultimately leads into just the same kind of thing. The singer, whoever they are, possesses quite the pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. The song is a melancholy one which stirs your heart. Curiosity takes root inside you, as it did during that fateful day you found that book in the library. Fateful day you found that book in the library. Bet you it's a book about magic, and she summoned a demon, and the demon's the narrator. Logically, you know you should not go outdoors to seek the source of that singing. But emotionally, that's another matter altogether. You really should have learnt your lesson by now. You should know better than to go sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. But naughty little girls such as you never do learn. You cross the old fisherman's cottage as though in a dream, then reach for the handle of the door. The handle depresses easily enough beneath your grasping fingers, and the door opens with a click. The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in the doorway, all of it bathed in moonlight. You thought it was cold inside the old cottage, but it's cold as still now that the door is open. An unpleasant wind rushes forth to meet you, knifing mercilessly through the fabric of your uniform. You look across the cold, inhospitable landscape, your fingers clenched into fists at your sides. Then you step out into the unknown. I love this game so far. This has been great. Also, once you're used to something, it's very difficult to realize that's what's happening is abuse, since it becomes so normal. Yeah, and unfortunately, people do honestly start to listen to the voices that are said to them as well. When somebody tells you, oh, you're useless without me, or you'll never achieve anything without me, or you're just useless piece of shit, nothing matters anymore. You start to, yeah, ingrain that into yourself, and you're like, oh, maybe they're right. Maybe if I do go somewhere else, no one will care. And unfortunately, sometimes people do reach out for help, and they just get told, oh, you're probably just imagining it, or oh, you're overthinking it, or it can't be that bad. And so, yeah, they do just like curl back in on themselves and just stop talking about it and just think, well, it must not be that bad. Sucks. Sometimes the abuse is not that explicit, so you just give excuses. Yeah. You canvass the cliff face, led by nothing more than that luxurious singing. So haunting and ethereal is this voice as it hangs on the breeze. It'd be enough to send 1,000 ships off to war. Hey, Helen of Troy reference. You keep walking into that night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs where they drop downwards into empty air. You ought not to go any further, but the voice is yet to stop. You can still hear it echoing inside your head. It compels you to act. You look down at the shore, which seems like a dizzying distance away, then out to the ocean, which is breaking against the scattered rocks below. Your eyes narrow with determination. Then you take a step towards the cliff. Don't fall off the cliff for the voice, you dum-dum! These cliffs are steep, and the rocks below them are sharp. You can see them glinting in the darkness, their tips jagged like the teeth of hungry predators. The cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. Your shoes were not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the way of purchase, particularly not when the cliffs are so steep. Clinging to the cliffs is no small feat, yet you're determined to ease yourself down to the shore, in one piece preferably. The wind is so powerful it feels as though there's something deliberately malicious to it. You wonder during your descent if it means to knock you off your perch on purpose, to cast you down to the rocks below. Well, if that is what it wants, then you refuse to give it the satisfaction. You can be awfully stubborn at times, and now is one of them. You continue to climb. How long have you been at it now? Until at long last your feet meet the shoreline below. You've made it. You did not sustain too many injuries. Your palms are throbbing, yes, after gripping those rocks, and you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are of a shallow and superficial sort. Things could have been worse. You flex your fingers. They feel uncomfortably numb and cold alongside it. Your skin is prickling, but at least you can still feel discomfort. At least it is still attached to your bones where it ought to be, your vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body. You have a lot to be thankful for. This night has, by and large, been quite successful. There are no longer any obstacles between you and the mysterious voice which lulled you outdoors. Now you must find them. And yeah, that kind of like leaned into it as well. The whole like, hey, you're alive? Sure, you're hurt and in pain, but you're alive? That's all you can really ask for, right? This game kind of feels like the demon is tormenting the MC by showing her how much more other partners would hurt her to minimize the demon's abuse. Possibly, and possibly also there's that whole thing where she idolizes these girls that were bullying her. She keeps talking about how much smaller, more sickly, weakly, less intelligent, and less pretty she was than them. Which tells, and also all the parts of her story where she talks about how they would be so disgusted if they knew about her feelings and how she has to hide them. So I'm wondering if there wasn't also some level of like, oh, this girl's attractive. I wish I could date her rather than be bullied by her. And so that kind of feeling of like, oh, she's so beautiful. I wish she was doing this and that instead. And the demon basically like using that to fuck with her as well and be like, hey, oh yes, you do love pretty things, don't you? Even when they hurt you, you'll keep crawling back to them. Maybe she got forcibly outed in her past, or maybe it just connects to like her abusive relationships in the past too. But yeah, trying to hide that during a school, especially like a boarding school kind of situation. This conservatoire she was in where she had to live with them as well, live under the same roof of them, is so fucked. She did say she'd been rejected before. Yeah, that's possibly where the bullying began. Maybe she had a friend that she was really close to that she thought she could share that with. But then when she actually exposed herself, everything went so much worse that way. Maybe that'll be the final story. That'll be where the final 2 CGs come from, is the real world story that led to her summoning a demon. Everyone wants to be loved, and when you don't know anything besides abuse, it also becomes the only source for love. It's easy to gaslight yourself and excuse abuse when all you want is to be loved. Yeah. Essentially, at least they're thinking about you. That's better than just being completely neglected and nobody ever thinking about you at all. It's something, which sucks. You set off down the shore on the hunt for the singing voice which has captivated you so. You sidestep sharp, jagged rocks which jut out of the sand like teeth. The rocks which cannot be circumnavigated, meanwhile, you climb over. All the while, the sound of the sea mingles with that of the singing. It provides an ethereal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds to the surreality of your moonlight stroll. The waves lap against the shore, then recede shyly, pushed and pulled by the bleached white moon which hangs overhead. The oceans that you have seen in your library books are all blue as sapphires.
But this ocean is different. It's so late at night, it looks black instead. The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though its depths are even deeper and much more mysterious. A sense of foreboding settles upon you, but you try to quash it. You'll not let yourself be afraid. Mermaid! Part of your world achievement, you stumble upon a scene plucked straight from a fairy tale. Ooh. I like the slight hints of danger coming from the mermaid as well. Like, she hasn't got the teeth imagery, but she has bone imagery. She has the little bones around her wrist, around her, like, top forearm, or upper arm even, and attached to her ear. Let's go. Part of your world. Don't worry about the Little Mermaid reference. She's blonde again as well. I wonder if she's going to have pink eyes. And she has the black fingernail. If she has, like, fingernails with, like, a little bit of pink or red thrown in there as well, yeah, she'll just be the exact same as the vampire, just a different style. Sorry, not vampire. Cannibal. I love this design. Yeah, it's a very nice mermaid. You round a corner, your feet unsteady in their sensible brown shoes. And then at long last, you see her. There's a woman sitting upon a rock out in the ocean. The woman's eyes are closed and her lips are parted, her expression soulful. She's singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her face like a shroud, which adds to her otherworldly aura. Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxuriant like a doll's. Her lips, meanwhile, which are parted in song, are soft like the freshly plucked petals of a flower. Her face is perfect, as are her proportions. Her neck is tall and slender like the stem of a flower. As for the lower half of her body, meanwhile, well, it's nothing like anything you've ever seen before. It is here and here alone that the woman betrays your narrow human definitions of beauty. Her legs are non-existent. Rather than two awkward appendages, this woman is instead the sleek, shimmering tail of a fish. Is she not then a human? She cannot be. What with a tail like that? This unusual sight makes you gasp, and quite audibly at that. You do not mean to be rude, but you cannot help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things that they do not understand. At least you do not scream. That would be even ruder. Oh, my. You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance, but it would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. The fish-tailed vision sitting upon the rock is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercing it feels almost as if she's looking through you. Oh, she has blue eyes. Interesting. But not the same as the princess. Has more tan skin as well. But yeah, that actually goes back to our MC's original preference for blue eyes and blonde. Plus, if the pink was actually closer to like red, there's a possibility that, yeah, it more signifies the way that we're going to die. The pink eyes of the princess turned into like the red blood. And then, yeah, the blue eyes, the blue water that we're going to drown in. Her gaze is so piercing, it feels almost as if she's looking through you. Your heart seems to stop inside your chest as if by some manner of magical spell. You thought the mermaid pretty when first you observed her, sitting on that outcrop of rock, her face turned in profile. Now she is looking at you, however, you can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty, she's beautiful. So much so, it's almost unnerving. She looks as though she stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she's none of those things. Her tail might be an impossible thing, but its scales look slick and wet regardless, like those of any fishes one might find at the market. These scales are iridescent and bathed beneath the light of the moon. They seem almost to glow. The sight of her rather takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid. She looks back at you. You prepare yourself, expecting some sort of altercation, but the surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Her lips, which once were pursed in a frown, now shift upwards. She's smiling. Then she says in a refined sort of voice, My. Really is good to see a human again, particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear that your kind had all disappeared, and I would no longer have anybody left to tell me the world about the tell me of the world above the waters. My, this is quite the effusive greeting. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with excitement of a sweet girlish variety. She's rather more amicable than the fine polish of her syllables would make one suggest. You might be a well-bred lady yourself with an accent to match, but you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously you observe the mermaid and you ask her what she means. What happened? As to that, I'm afraid I cannot say. I've been sitting on these rocks and singing for many, many nights, but nobody's come to see me. There've been no lovely humans for me to play with.
Oh, Jesus Christ, here we go again. So she ate all the humans. And the next one will be a green-eyed girl, bury MC alive. Maybe a gray-eyed girl if they're going to bury us alive, or brown-eyed. Brown-eyed like the earth that they would bury us with, possibly. What I will say is now I'm starting to wonder, like, with all these monstrous creatures that all seem to just, like, have nobody else around them, that are just waiting for their next meal, essentially. Yeah, I wonder if this is the demon who now owns our soul, basically, like, putting her through different kind of demons, different kind of monsters, different things that would also want to kidnap her, and showing they don't love you. They just want to eat you. They just want to consume you. Your soul is already damned. You're bound to end up in this place. If you stay with me, I'll love you. I'll protect you. I'll take care of you because you're so pretty. Meanwhile, if I let you go free, those are the ones who are going to grab you. The way that MC keeps describing the mermaid, she sees the mermaid as a symbol of unattainable beauty and freedom, reflecting the MC's internal struggles and aspirations. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the writer's thing, but she also always describes their lips as being like flower petals. So she definitely has like a type and is basically just like, hey, anything that's pretty. Wonder if these monster girls look like her bullies? Possibly. Maybe this is where they ended up. Maybe this is what the demon did to them when he took their souls as well. Maybe he turned them into a form that better suits the horrible things that they did. The girl who stabbed her becoming a cannibal. The girl who pushed her into the water becoming a mermaid. And all that they do from now on is just consume and hurt others. That's all they exist for. Possibly.
I was beginning to wonder whether your kind had disappeared altogether. I feared some manner of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering beneath the water's surface, and your kind had been eradicated.
You shudder and reassure the mermaid to the contrary. You do not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you at least have not been eradicated. You are still here. Oh yeah, somebody pointed out the plague. Yeah, Clowny. So maybe that's what the demon did. Maybe the demon set up a plague that killed like every fucking human. Plus with sirens being also associated with the cycle of abuse, they look beautiful, but as soon as you get too close, they'll take a bite out of you and leave you hollow. Oh yeah. Yuri Purgatory. Or MC, she doesn't deserve this.
Yes, well I can see that,
the mermaid answers with a light laugh.
It really is a relief. My fellow mer people who live beneath the water told me not to worry so, but I could not help myself. I've always been fond of you humans. I'd say you're delicious even. It was rather sobering sitting here night after night all on my own. It gets so lonely here.
There we go! I wonder if that's going to connect to maybe not only something that the MC has said, but yeah, the whole idea of a demon consuming these souls and basically doing the same thing to them, making them feel lonely. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before?
So, dear human, did you say that you're unfamiliar with these parts?
Or maybe it's something that the demon originally said to her to get her on its side. Something along the lines of, yes, summon me. It gets so lonely here. I wish to be with you. I wish to show you my love. Release me. That kind of thing. Hesitantly, you examine the mermaid. Thoughtless though you might be, at times you're not so very self-centered that you cannot detect the note of longing in the mermaid's voice. It is evident as she looks at you that she's hoping for a particular answer to her query. This answer, alas, is not one that you can furnish her with. You do not want to lie to her. It's after some hesitation, therefore, that you reaffirm your earlier words, though this time you embellish them. You tell the mermaid that you are a traveler from far-off land, one which is very dissimilar to this one. It's not a complete fabrication. You tell her that you have only just arrived to this shore and you are unfamiliar both with your immediate surroundings and those further afield. If there's a village nearby, then you have never set foot in it. You do not know what the village is like, nor how many inhabitants it boasts. You do not know if a calamity as the mermaid grimly supposed has struck this land. But if she fears all the humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious malady, then she needn't worry overly on that score. You are still alive. Are you not, you wonder, enough to satiate her curiosity with the human realm?
Yes, that is true. You are here. I'm grateful naturally for your company, although...
Wistfully, the mermaid sighs.
I was rather hoping you might be able to bring me some news of the nearby village and of its inhabitants.
This makes you wonder. Was there a particular person from this village she was close to?
So you were able to work that much out?
The mermaid answers with a small smile.
You are an intelligent one, aren't you?
Your past professors would beg to differ on that score. You were always awful when it came to academics. Mathematics in particular. Fuck mathematics. That's on your teacher. That's a class which is either very easy or very hard depending on how well they explain it to you. Get her to promise to never leave the demon, maybe? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That kind of level of like, oh, come on, tell me that you love me. Yes, this love hurts, but it's the best you're going to get out there. You could never get your head around all of the numbers. Your stern, stony-faced maths professor used to despair in you. But she is not here. None of them are here. It is just you now and the mermaid, and she does not need to know about your dismal academic record. You allow yourself a small smile, touched by her compliment, and tell her that it was nothing more than a lucky guess.
For a guess, it was remarkably accurate. You are quite right. I did have a close friend from the nearby village. She was very dear to me.
Internally, you congratulate yourself on this piece of detective work. How very clever you are.
There are many humans in this world, that I know. The human who spoke with me, however, was special. She was my human.
You do not fail to catch the possessive note in the mermaid's voice. Every one of them are a yandere.
And I cherished her dearly. She'd come to me on my rock late at night when she was finished with her chores, and we would talk. I asked her a good number of questions about the human realm, and about her customs. I fear my endless inquiries might have been rather tedious. She was always happy to indulge me. She never once scorned me for my ignorance, and neither did she make me feel like a fool. She always made time for me, no matter how many demands she had on her time. She was a farmer's daughter. She was awfully busy from dawn until dusk, threshing hay and taking the animals out to pasture. She told me of her work, and I marveled at her. Slender though she was, she possessed a truly tremendous amount of strength. I, who have lived in the ocean all my life, cannot countenance working as hard as she did, but she bore her burdens without complaining. She was not the prettiest human who has walked the earth, but that mattered not to me. Her conversation was engaging, and I knew through our continued encounters that she meant no ill will. She did not have even a single drop of malice in her heart. The wistful manner in which...
The wistful manner in which the mermaid speaks of her friend makes you feel for a few brief moments a flicker of some ugly primordial emotion. Could it be jealousy? It is painful, isn't it, to hear others wax poetic about those they hold dear, particularly when you yourself have never been regarded in so intimate a manner. You have, for many, many, many years, been woefully alone. But you're not alone now. You're with the mermaid, and she's with you. And though she might prefer to be in the company of an industrious farmhand, the farmhand is not here. Oof. I'll never let you go, baby girl, says the mermaid as she eats the MC and keeps her bones at the bottom of the ocean as a memento. She may even wear her bones to adorn her body, to let her remember how beautiful she was. Also connecting this back to the idea of these monstrous characters possibly connecting to her real-life bullies. It could also be connected to, like, maybe these were the girls that she had past relationships with. Like, if this is a girl who, from what she said, she's basically saying, like, oh, the farmhound was very strong, always running around and doing work, and then would come to see her at night. And we know for a fact that the MC, when she was bullied and thrown into the water, was running to the library to do more studying. So, yeah, she was probably working her ass off, even though everyone was telling her she wasn't good enough at everything. So, yeah, maybe that's the connection to the idea that maybe that original girl had some interest in her as well, but couldn't admit to her feelings, and so rather than that, chose to abuse her and take some sort of sadistic pleasure out of it. And possibly the same for the girl who stabbed her with the scissors. Liked the idea of feeling all high and mighty, liked the idea of basically treating her like a slave, like a maid. And so she had some fun with that, even though it was abusing the girl, and the girl just took it and just accepted it. Which would suck. This is when your partner is talking about their ex? Yeah, basically. That as well. Just like,
oh yes, I guess you'll do for now. I miss my ex, but for now, I guess I'll keep your company.
You are with the mermaid and she is with you. And though she might prefer to be in the company of an industrious farmhand, the farmhand is not here. Where did she go?
Oh, if only I knew. She quite simply disappeared one day, almost as if she'd been whisked away by a wicked spirit.
Like we might have been by a demon. That seems like quite the anticlimactic ending for such a close relationship. Did the farmhand not tell her companion beforehand that she might one day disappear?
No, she did not. Nothing of the sort happened. It was all very sudden.
So, you ask, feeling affronted upon the mermaid's behalf, did she not give you any warning?
Not a single one.
And when you asked, did she disappear?
I do not know, in truth. Time is a strange concept to beings such as myself, particularly as it seems to ebb and flow differently both above and below the surface. You humans have a strange compulsion to pin down and to place labels upon everything. You have names for your seasons, for your months, and even for your days of the week.
And for sexualities.
It is all very precise. We merfolk, however, do not bother with such affairs, perhaps because we live for so much longer than you humans do. We have no need to obsessively document our days, not when we have so many of them at our disposal.
This curious remark catches your attention. How long exactly do mermaids live for? The mermaid does not look much older than you do, but you cannot help but wonder. And time seems to have lost its meaning ever since we ran through the forest. So yeah, maybe the forest was the separation between the human world and whatever world we're in now. What if the farmhand died from the plague and the mermaid didn't know all the people had been wiped out because of it? That definitely is a suggestion they're trying to lead us to. I wouldn't be surprised if this story ends up that the mermaid did drown the girl, though. That she was just singing underwater at some point and the girl came, like, swimming out to try and find her and something, or died. Did she just grow old then? Probably not knowing the plot. No idea. Mermaid is really just a mermaid and not a sexy evil siren. Mermaids and sirens are kind of the same thing. They're, like, very similar tales. They're both just fish people who sing beautifully and, like, yeah, lure sailors to their demise, whether it be on rocks or whether it be under the water. Maybe that the farmhand either died to plague or that maybe she realized the toxic nature of the relationship and left. That's hoping for way too much niceness. The idea of her just walking away? Nah, I doubt it.
My, nosy, aren't we?
The mermaid asks, and she laughs. A soft tinkling sound like that of a bell which makes you blush. Were you being nosy? Perhaps you were. You've always had a thirst for knowledge. Not of the dry, dusty academic variety, but of stories peopled with strange persons. Literature was the only subject you were ever good at. God damn, game, stop calling me out.
Again, it's hard for me to quantify. But to put it in terms a human like you can understand, I suppose we mermaids can live for centuries.
Centuries?
That is quite the surprise. But perhaps it shouldn't be. You have been subjected to any number of surprises tonight. What is one more to add to the pile? I have not been waiting quite that long, however, for my friend to return to me. I think it's been but a few seasons. It might not sound like much, but never before have I been so aware of the passage of time. I've experienced any number of wants during my life, but I've never wanted anything quite as badly as I want to see her. I wish she would sit with me and she would talk to me just one more time. But perhaps I'm asking for an impossibility. I have been waiting for long enough now to presume that she'll not be returning to me. I fear that something must have happened to her, or to her family, or perhaps to her whole village.
You can hear the worry throbbing in the mermaid's voice, so potent that for a few moments, you swear you can feel the depths of her sorrow within your own breast. Her sadness over this human girl is a deep, dark theme, almost fathomless. You cannot let yourself indulge in it for too long. Otherwise, you fear you might drown in it. Ruefully, you tell the mermaid once more that you cannot help her. You're only a traveler after all. Ooh, that's interesting as well. In this route, we don't know about the plague. Nah, we've straight up said that we don't know what happened to the village because we just got here from somewhere far away. The whole message there about like, oh, her sorrow is so deep I may drown in it. Like the foreshadowing for the way we're definitely going to die is one thing, but also I wonder if they are basically humanizing her bullies. Because with the princess, we had this thing where she was cannibalistic. She loved people so much that she decided she had to eat them. That was the only way she could show them how much she loved them. With the mermaid, it's more that she's sad. She's lost somebody that she loved, that she cared about, and she feels that so deeply. So maybe she's going to make us experience that by drowning us. So yeah, maybe it's showing why her bullies bullied her. That one of them was just really sad because either they were in love with a girl and couldn't express their emotions, or the girl just moved away and they lost their love, and the MC kind of reminded them of her, so they wanted her to feel as bad as they did. And with the princess in the human world, it's more of like she desired her so much because she also had those kind of feelings that the MC had. But rather than admit to them, she took her sadistic pleasure in hurting her kind of thing. So yeah, trying to explain their feelings, which made them do horrible, disgusting things to the MC, but showing why they did them, maybe. Ruefully, you tell the mermaid once more that you cannot help her. You're only a traveler after all. What do you know of a single insignificant farmhand in a nearby village? Insignificant? Damn, MC, that's rough!
Yes, I thought you might say that. It's quite unfortunate, but oh well. I ought not to reflect upon all that I am missing. That would be churlish of me, and would not be fair to you either. You did not approach me, I'm sure, with the hope of hearing about all of my woes. I should be grateful instead for all it is that I do have. I still have my long, long life, which stretches before me like a golden cord. And of course, I have you now.
Does she?
Do I not? I ought to go soon before my absence is noticed. Will you not come and visit me again tomorrow night? I think I would like that. Always enjoyed speaking to humans. You make me feel less alone.
You cannot help but feel, as the mermaid observes you with those enchanting eyes of hers, that she does not truly wish to speak to you for your sake. She wants to use you instead as a substitute for the farmhand that she's always been missing so very ardently. The thought stings, though you really ought to be used to it. Still, to be held in lower esteem than a farmhand of all things, it makes your self-esteem sting. You try not to let the mermaid notice this, though. The woes of your past are not her fault, much as the woes of her past are not yours. It's silly in any case to be jealous of a girl who might very well be dead. That is what you tell yourself. It's the only way to prop up your bruised sense of self-worth. You tell the mermaid after a pause, like to see her again. You would like that very much.
Oh, thank you. Been feeling very gloomy for quite some time. Seeing you has invigorated me. Finally, it feels as though I can smile again.
Did she not smile, you wonder, after her friend disappeared?
I did not, no. I did not have the heart. Without her, the world seemed very dull and drab. Your company has cheered me immensely. This is why I like humans so much. You're not callous and unfeeling like the merfolk who live beneath the water's surface. You're much kinder than they are.
Oh, if only she knew. If the mermaid was aware, I wonder, of how petty you are, and how jealous, would she still care for you? Well, that's neither here nor there. Yeah, this is beautifully fucking written. The whole thing where the MC is kind of feeling a little like pang of jealousy and kind of belittling the farmhand for no reason. The farmhand is catching strays even though she's done fucking nothing. But yeah, the MC then twisting that on themselves. Well, technically the narrator twisting that on the MC and basically doing the whole like, oh, yeah, if they knew how jealous you were, they wouldn't be able to like you. And the mermaid straight up saying like all the other monsters that she's used to living with are cold and unfeeling. It does also lead into the whole thing of like abusive and toxic people trying to find like the weak and gentle people that won't go against them, that won't hurt them, that won't push them away, that won't stand up for themselves. That's why, yeah, they like to surround themselves with people that do have issues like that, that won't fight back. Rough. Maybe the mermaid didn't even know that she had feelings for her friend? Possibly. Farmhand is why shame corn exists? No! Farmers are fantastic. They don't belong in the shame corn. Sheep belong in the shame corn. Maybe she doesn't want to lose another human, so we'll drown her so she can stay with her. After all, she lost to the farmhand already. Yeah, possibly. She'll drown her and then keep her bones this time to make sure she never gets to leave her. After all, she wants her in a watery domain. She can't leave during the day if she just, yeah, keeps her there forever. You agree to meet with the mermaid come sundown the following night, then make your slow stumbling way back up the cliffs. Then to the cottage you have purloined as your own. Once indoors, you settle down upon your pallet, and then you close your eyes. The sighing of the wind outside and the distant roiling of the waves against the rocks do not disturb you. You feel after your midnight encounter of a marish kind, quite at ease, perhaps prematurely so. What happened to the icy fear which prompted your frantic flight through the forest? Where is all that gone? Do you not think you're being a bit complacent? No? Oh well, you will. Yeah, 100%. That's the demon being like, oh, so you were scared of me when I'm a demon, but you see a mermaid and you're fine? Fucking bullshit, man. The following morning when it arrives is cloudy and overcast. It's not a particularly pleasant morning, but at least it's not raining. That is some small consolation. You rise from your straw pallet, stretching, then glance about the interior of the fisherman's cottage. It looked dilapidated last night when much of it was obscured by the shadows, but it looks even more so when subjected to the morning's light. The cottage's interior has the distinct disquieting appearance of having been abandoned in a hurry. There is broken pottery strewn about the ground, and the singular wooden chair which once must have stood by the singular wooden table is lying on the floor. The doors of the cupboards, meanwhile, are ajar, the shelves within depressingly bare. A quick search reveals a handful of edibles, but there is precious little to be getting on with. If you wish to live here comfortably, you'll have to look into foraging. You ate very little last night, and your stomach is empty. It was the malcontented rumblings of your stomach, in actual fact, which roused you from your slumber. But your body seems to be very far away indeed, much like the grey clouds which choke the sky. You're not thinking of your own physical discomforts. You're dwelling instead upon the events of the night prior. You cannot help but think of the mermaid. Did you truly meet an aquatic maiden last night during your nightly stroll when you could not sleep? It sounds unreal, especially now that the sun has risen and the shadows from the night prior have dispersed. You cannot quite believe it. It must have been a dream. But why then can you recall it so very clearly? You help yourself to the scant food and drink available to you, all the while thinking of your next course of action. Now what are you to do? You plan, of course, to return to the shore come nightfall so that you might once again see the mermaid, but the night will not arrive for quite some time. You need to find some means of keeping yourself occupied until then. Find some food, girl. What the fuck? The uninspiring interior of the cottage does not furnish you with any particular ideas, so you decide to go for a walk. Your soul still ache after your excursions last night. Exertions last night, not excursions. But if you go slowly, you ought to be alright. That is what you hope, at least. You do not want to spend much longer than you have to in the fisherman's cottage, no matter how cold it might be outdoors. It's almost as cold inside as it is out, and in any case, the cottage is far too small. You leave the cottage behind you and set off. You do not know where exactly you're going, but you suppose it does not matter overly much. You do not have any particular destination in mind. Narrator is such a hater. Yeah, he is. He was a farmer, not a fisher. I don't think they would mention it being a fisher's cottage otherwise, I think. Yeah, I don't think that's where she lived, but we are definitely getting the feeling that she's just replacing the farmer girl. Especially if she's now going to have to start, like, foraging for food. That is essentially, yeah, making use of the land. Farming, foraging, doing the work all during the day. And then going to be with the mermaid at night. Well, so just like with the princess replacing her lady's maid, now we've replaced the farmhand. It's not that we're actually being loved by the monsters. We are just replacements for their dark desires. Sucks. Nobody loves us for us, man. Your meanderings lead you to the cliffs, which are steep and sharp. The drop to the shore is a perilous one, so much so that you have to wonder at how you were able to descend the cliffs the night prior to meet the mermaid. You're rather more determined than you ever realized, though I, of course, could have told you that much. You are surprisingly capricious for one so small and slender a human. You walk along the side of the cliffs, keeping a sensible distance away from the drop to the shore. You might have survived last night's excitement unscathed, but you do not fancy trying your luck. It would be so like you, really, to avoid a drop to your death in the darkness, only to stumble during the morning's light and take an irreversible tumble. Your fortunes have never been the fairest. Your meanderings along the cliff reveal you all manner of curious flora. You thought the night prior that the cliffs were weather blasted, but you can see now that your assumptions were incorrect. There are flowers here, very warm and bright like the sun's light during the summertime. Or you think with a flush of pleasure the fair hair of the mermaid whom you were certain you spoke to last night. These flowers are so very like her hair it's uncanny. You step towards the flowers, drawn towards them, and sink down to your knees. The tall grass brushes your ankles like a caress, the morning's dew wetting your skirt. Your clothes are getting damp, as are your legs, but you care not for this minor discomfort. You have just had an idea. Why not make a gift for your new friend? You're sure that she would appreciate it. Why would she not? She told you in a voice which was steeped with the lore that she had been feeling lonely. You want to see her again. When you next see her, you'd like to make her smile. It is with this thought in mind that you begin to pick the flowers which are growing upon the cliffside. These flowers do not have any thorns, and their delicate stems snap easily enough between your fingers. You take care when plucking these flowers to leave a substantial amount of stem intact. You'll need these stems so that you might twine the flowers together. You mean to make for your mermaid a diadem, something she'll be able to wear in her hair. This tiara is certain to suit her. She's so pretty. Anything would suit her. You continue to work, slow and steadfast as the weak sun shines. It takes time, but you're eventually able to fashion something you're satisfied with. You only hope the mermaid will feel similarly, if indeed she really does exist. MC is already enthralled by her. MC was in love with her as soon as she glimpsed at her once. Probably since she heard the song, honestly. But I also like that the flower is just being likened to the mermaid. Because we had the roses being likened to the princess. That they were bright, red, vibrant, beautiful, but they had thorns. They bit back. They drew blood. These yellow flowers, on the other hand, we haven't seen them do anything bad. They don't have thorns. But maybe the idea is you can get tangled in them. On highlands and on mountains, that kind of area, yeah, if you stumble through too many, like, flowers, too many bushes and stuff, you could be fucked. You could be dragged down and unable to get back up. So maybe that's what they're going for. Flowers that are very beautiful, but can kill you in their own way. Our MC is a terminal simp. Yes, she is. Just had a thought. Maybe the locked CGs are the true route with the narrator. Yeah, that's what I said earlier, JNL. That maybe the final 2 CGs are for like a true end after we finish all 3 other ends and get to talk to the narrator. That's what I'm hoping, because I want to see what the demon looks like. I hope she's a sexy demon succubus lady. Carefully, you pocket your makeshift diadem, then decide to forage for some food. Must have missed it, sorry. You're good. I just mentioned it really quickly before we came down this route, so it's no big deal. It's just, yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, and I'm hoping for it, because I want to see the demon narrator. You discover during your search some fruit trees whose sweet burdens are enough to fortify your spirits. For the present, at least. It is fortunate, really, that you're so excited about your moonlight rendezvous with the mermaid. If you were less focused upon the future and dwelt more in the immediate present, you might have more of an appetite. That's a fucked up line as well. Narrator just basically saying, hey, if you actually cared for yourself, if you actually took care of yourself, you might realize how much you're hurting, how much you actually need. But you're not caring about your own needs. You're only caring about somebody else. You're only trying to make someone else happy. You don't care that you're fucking starving to death. Oof. That is a toxic relationship. The emptiness in your stomach assuaged, you return to the cottage, whereat you mean to wait for the setting of the sun. There's very little to do, you soon discover, in the cottage other than checking the cupboards and sweeping the floor. Occupations which both feel depressingly pointless. There are no books to read either with which you might pass your idle hours. You do, however, busy yourself with trying to light a fire so that you might ward off the cold. The time is horribly slow in passing, in part because you have precious little to do, but also because you cannot stop thinking of the mermaid. Will she really return to the shore as she said she would? Can you truly trust her? Oh, you hope that you can. If she were not present at your designated meeting place, you think you would die from disappointment. Though if she is present, you may die from drowning. The seconds continue to trickle by, unchecked by any hourglass, and as they do, the sun sinks beneath the horizon. Part of you worries, however, that it might still be too early to search for the mermaid. Will she be there yet? You sit there, your stomach tied up in anxious knots, and as you listen to the wind which buffets your windows, you hear it. The sound is faint, but you recall it well from the night before. There's a single solitary voice outdoors, tempest-tossed amidst the roiling waves. The voice is a high, clear one, silvery if indeed voices can have colors, like a finely polished dinner plate in a noble woman's home. The voice belongs, of course, to the mermaid. Who else do you know with a voice as angelic as that? Relief begins to bubble up inside you, a relief so potent you feel dizzy from it. She did not abandon you after all. Why, you wonder, did you ever think she would? She said she wanted to see you. Did you think that a mere nicety? Buoyed as if by a gentle breeze, you hurry to the door. With trembling fingers, they are trembling, I presume, from excitement rather than fear, you seize the handle, then turn it. Then you step out into the dark, inky night. You walk towards the cliffs as you did the night prior, beneath the cover of the inky blue sky, the wind moaning fitfully with every step you take. Your soles still ache from your expedition the day prior, but you're able to ignore the discomfort. It seems irrelevant, really, when compared to the prospect of once again meeting the mermaid. You've known her for only one night, yet she's come to mean more to you than your very own well-being. You would do anything for the mermaid if she asked it. Well, almost anything. You hurry down the sharp incline of the cliffs to the shore, almost stumbling in your scuffed brown shoes, which really were not built with rock climbing in mind. Okay. So the farmhand definitely died by falling down this cliff then. I think it was the general idea that, yeah, there was possibly a plague going on. If nothing else, the farmhand was working her ass off each day to till her fields and to make enough food for her and her own family. The mermaid would sing a song, and so at night, even though the farmhand had already worked so hard, already expended so much of her energy, she had to get to the mermaid. And so she rushed down the mountain. And so one day when she was just too tired, when she really shouldn't have gone out, when she should have been thinking about herself, she fell to her death. The mermaid might not even know about that in that case, so who knows? Maybe she really didn't drown the first girl. We're presenting ourselves on a silver platter for her? You're damn well right we are. We like our mermaids. So frantic are you in your attempts to once again make the mermaid's acquaintance, you very nearly fall. It's a good thing that you still have enough sense about you to regain your footing. Otherwise, this tale would come to a premature ending. Eventually, you make your way onto the shore, then approach the jagged outcrop of rock whereat you last saw the mermaid. Like the night prior, the mermaid is perched upon these rocks, her fair hair strewn about her shoulders. When she sees you from across the shore, she ceases her singing, and her eyes light up. Or at least, they seem to. So, you've returned to me, my hero, the mermaid says, and then lightly she giggles. Or perhaps I should say heroine. Oh, from my dearest to my hero. Both of them are hitting pretty hard. Her praise makes you blush. You do not feel worthy of it. Nobody has ever called you a heroine before. Do not think of yourself as a heroine. If a story were made about you, you rather think you would be a supporting character. One without her own voice. Much like the way I'm narrating you right now, and you don't really get a choice. You're nothing without me. You're not interesting enough. Oof. The mermaid seemed to think that you are, though. She's staring at you delightedly as though you're the only person in the world she most wishes to speak to. The thought makes you tremble, but not as much as the mermaid's gaze. You tell the mermaid that you do not think you are very brave, but she dismisses your awkward remark with a laugh. I think you are. I saw the way you scaled those cliffs. I thought that was very heroic. Oh, so she saw that, did she? She's quite happy with me bounding down the cliffs and almost falling to my death, is she? Then, did she see how you slipped down the cliffs, grazing your palms in the process, and how you very nearly fell? You've never been the most graceful of girls, but to have your failings exposed before a being as poised and as perfect as the mermaid, it stings a little bit. More, in fact, than the resultant grazes on your palms your clumsiness wrought you. You tell the mermaid that there was nothing so very heroic about all of that. You were simply excited, that is all, to see her again. You weren't thinking. Well, that makes two of us. I was excited to see you again. She was? Naturally. I had a very good time speaking to you last night. I'd hoped that we might resume our correspondence. That is why I came to the rocks a bit earlier than usual. I was waiting for you. Did you hear my song? Yes, you reply with a nod of your head. You heard it, all the way in the abandoned cottage. It called out to you. That was the general idea. I was singing for you. She was? You do not think you're worthy of the mermaid song. If she does not mind dedicating her voice to you, then... Well, who else would I dedicate my voice to? There's nobody else to hear me. That is a good point, you suppose. Shyly, you look back at the mermaid. You thank her for her song. It was very beautiful. Then tell her before you can lose your nerve that you've prepared a present for her too. Also, I'm just realizing, the fact that the MC doesn't ever actually get to say any lines of dialogue, we only hear them narrated by the narrator. And yet, despite the fact that it's only ever narrated, it almost feels like the monster girls can read her mind. And I wonder if that is likening to the way that abusers are very good at choosing their victims and knowing how they're going to react. To the point that they barely even have to listen to their responses because they know that what the words they say are going to lead the person to think. They choose people who are already like in the right headspace to keep coming back to them, to listen to them. And so, yeah, they basically just don't listen to them. They just are always talking themselves and guiding them down their thought process. I wonder if that's what they're working with, but maybe not. Maybe it is just the idea that MC just doesn't speak for herself. She got bullied and yeah, and just more of that kind of feeling of like, oh, the demon tried to take away her agency and make her choices for her. Oh, have you really? You have. It's a small thing, nothing more than a silly trinket. But if it would not be too much of an imposition, then... With clumsy fingers, you reach into your pocket. For a few moments, you fret that your near fall down the cliff might have damaged the delicate chain nestled within it. But your worries are in vain. That's heartbreaking as well. The girl almost died falling down a cliff to get to the mermaid. Did not worry about that, just wanted to get to the mermaid. And then the only time she thinks about it again is one, when she's like, oh, it's so embarrassing that she saw me almost die. And two, oh no, even though I almost died, I almost hurt the flower crown. That would have been terrible. MC, Jesus. God, that's so sad. I feel like if their hands touch, someone is going to end up dead. Oh yeah, she gonna drown her. For a few moments, you fret the... Oh, I read that. The chain is surprisingly sturdy, given it was made with only a few flowers, and it was held firm against the odds. You handle the chain with great care all the same. However, as you hold it out, presenting it to the mermaid's approbation. It was for the mermaid that you fashioned this chain. You thought that it would look nice nestled in her hair. You were pleased with the chain when first you made it, but after looking at the mermaid, you've begun to reconsider. The mermaid's beauty is otherworldly, so much so it almost hurts to look at her. Your flower crown, by comparison, seems a very meager offering indeed. The longer you hold your gift out, the more unworthy it feels. You have half a mind as the seconds elapse to snatch your silly, wholly untrue, unworthy gift back from the mermaid before she can judge you too harshly. But the mermaid's lips curve upwards into a smile, and in a voice so full of gratitude it makes your heart throb, she says, "Oh my, did you make this for me?" "Oh yes," you reply, still feeling very flustered. "You saw these flowers earlier when you went for a walk, and they made you think of her. Not," you hasten to add, "that you think her beauty is comparable to these flowers. They're far inferior when contrasted with her good looks. You simply thought..." You're unable to get the rest of this sentence out, however, as the mermaid interrupts you, not rudely, but with something resembling compassion. Perhaps she pities you. She must be able to hear how your voice is trembling. And she also see the way your hands tremble? Oh dear. Faint heart never won the hand of a fair maiden, you know. What happened to all of your confidence? What up, Scythe Kicks, and what's up, Pio-chan? Sorry, I wanted to get back to the main CG before I talked to you guys and welcomed you. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for the raid. 2 days in a row, Pio-chan. I hope you had a good stream. Kobe, don't look behind you. It's a scary yandere lady. Oh, this is our second scary yandere lady. This game has been very fascinating. It seems to be all about, like, toxic relationships and how scary it is to, like, reveal parts of yourself to a person, especially when it comes to, you know, LGBT relationships. It's been very interesting. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. I hope you had fun at Pio-chan's stream. Pio-chan, I hope you have a lovely day. Thank you so much for the raid. So far, we've dealt with one princess who had beautiful blonde hair, lovely pink eyes, was likened to a red rose, and then ate us, and we died. We came back, and now we're being courted by a mermaid. And the mermaid is beautiful as well, as the main character just keeps talking about how gorgeous she is, and how much she wants to please her, and how pathetic she is in comparison. And every night, the mermaid sings her song, and we go racing out onto the beach to find her and almost fall down some cliffs and die. So we're dealing with a lot of yanderes, a lot of monster ladies, and an MC who is so down bad that she will straight up give up her own life to try and be with the women. It's been a sad exploration into the MC's headspace, and she's possibly also already sold her soul to a demon. There's a lot going on, but it's very fascinating. If you're at all interested, feel free to check out the VOD, or feel free to go play the game as well. It's in the description of this video. It's free to play on itch.io, and you can download it for free on Steam as well. So feel free to check it out and explore everything if you want to. But yeah, this has been fun so far. What was Pio-chan up to? What was the stream today? Ate us, not in a sexy way, at least not in a kinky way. Yeah, no, it was kind of hot. I'm not even going to lie. The cannibalism was a good time. Oh, it was a Zatsu today. Let's go. So just a nice, relaxing, chill stream. Glad to hear that. I hope you guys all had fun. That's really chill. Have to check this out. Yeah, so far it's been a really good Yandere Yuri visual novel. I was also very, like, at the beginning I was like, oh, this is so lighthearted. It's mostly just sexy and fluff and cuteness. And then you start to realize, like, what they're actually saying about, like, toxic relationships and shit. And you're like, oh, there's a lot more going on than we thought there was. The blood licking was hot as fuck. Yeah, her just taking her our finger into her mouth and being like, no, this will fix it. Pio ate us too, not in a sexy way. Oh. Wait. Did he eat chicken? How could he? Well, I hope you guys had fun with your Vorark. We were going to be doing that tomorrow as well with Alan Bink, but it looks like we've got other things to do instead. Why does he specifically choose to play these types of games? I've had my fair share of crying from the last one. Because I like tragedy. Tragedy and comedy are the spices of life. A little bit of both. Bittersweetness. I like them. If you don't like that, feel free to head out. There's no worries whatsoever, but I like to cry. I like to feel the pain. I like to feel the suffering. Makes it so much better. His Uber Eats order got cancelled? Oh. So he ate you guys instead? That's fair. That's fair. I'm surprised. I won't say that out loud. I'm going to send Pio-chan a certain old Flash game, which I think he would have a lot of fun playing with you guys, which hopefully is old enough that nobody will know exactly what I'm talking about. But there's a fun, cute little game. Damn it. You guys knew immediately. There's a fun, cute little game about cute little pets. It's a lovely time. Don't encourage him, but why not? But why not? Can your pet what? What do you mean? Can your pet what? I don't know what you mean. That's definitely not the game I was referencing. Fuck, everybody knew immediately. Damn it, I thought it'd be old enough people would have forgotten about it. Okay, anyway, we're diving back into this visual novel, so thank you guys for being here. If you want to head out, it's all good. If you want to stay around and listen, that's all good too. Whatever you guys want, but thank you for being here, and thank you again, Pio-chan, for the raid. Stories can get boring if the ending is always happy. Makes them predictable. Yeah, and it makes them not feel real as well, like straight up. There isn't always happiness in the world, and especially not when it comes to like fun fictional stories full of like monsters and demons and stuff. I don't want it to always be happy. I want the suffering. Make me feel a bit better about my life and also make the happiness feel that much sweeter. Hell yeah. I think that your gift is a wonderful one. I did not at all expect it, but it really is pretty. You look at your feet, too shy to meet the mermaid's gaze. Then you say very quietly that you're glad that she thinks so. But she does not need to spare your ego. You have precious little of it left as it is. The mermaid seems touched by your shyness. Perhaps she likes her prey to be self-conscious because she smiles. The narrator straight up said prey. I'm not simply saying things to spare your ego. I'm not like that. Humans might spout platitudes as easily as they breathe air, but I do not compliment others unless I truly mean it. Is that not the point of speech? To have an honest dialogue with one another? If one party in a conversation is withholding their true intentions, then conversation is impossible. Playing games is a waste of my time, particularly given my time above the surface is so very limited. Oh. You blush at this, more deeply still, and survey the mermaid beneath the full fringe of your eyelashes. Then, she really does like it? Did I not just say that? You humans are so very funny with all your second guessing. She was like that too in the beginning. She? Oh, here it comes again. The jealousy. Oh, no. Which aren't we on babies, of course we know. Can Your Pet originally came out like a good more than 20 years ago. I played Can Your Pet when I was in fucking primary school. That was almost at least 20 years ago. I'm not sure exactly how long, but that was a pretty damn old Flash game. That was on like before the Newgrounds days. That was like the Tiny Clip days. A little jealousy. Here comes the jealousy, baby. My friend. The mermaid's answer is a simple one, but it makes your stomach clench regardless. Ah, yes. A friend. How could you have forgotten about her? She used to make me gifts too, you know. Gifts like this one. She would put flowers on the cliff over there, where I cannot tread. The mermaid gestures with one hand to the cliffs, which tower above the shore, tall and imposing as though to stab the sky above. And she would fashion them into crowns like this one, and bracelets. I was appreciative of her tokens, though she was similarly shy when she first presented them to me. She did not seem to think very much of her handiwork. You and her are remarkably similar, really. There is no guile in the mermaid's voice, but her words have rather taken the wind out of your sail. Of course the cowherd gave the mermaid gifts. Why would she not? The mermaid is beautiful. She's so very beautiful, like a tutelary goddess. She seems to invite tribute simply by existing. Were you more religious or more irreligious maybe? You might even consider worshipping her. Though in essence, is that not what you were doing with your flower crown? How silly of you to think that your idea was an original one. Ouch. This is so toxic. Yeah, no, it really is. Her straight up saying like, oh yes, this gift is so nice. It's just like the many, many, many that my last girlfriend used to give me. Oh, they were so beautiful. In fact, she picked the flowers from up higher on the mountain, further up the cliffs, where it's more dangerous because she loved me so. I bet you she's going to do that. I bet she's going to say something along the lines of like, there was one flower she could never get, right at the very tip top of the glyph. The bright blue ones that look just like my eyes. She was too scared to get them. And then we're going to go and try and climb them to prove our love to her and die. Oh no. I might be accustomed to gifts, but it's been a long time since any human has bequeathed me with anything. This is a pleasant surprise. I'm truly thankful for your kindness, dear one. The mermaid leans forward on a rock so as to pluck the circlet from your fingers. A benevolent smile all the while is unwavering. And now that I look at your gift more closely, I rather think it is of a superior quality to the gifts my old friend once gave me. Now, oh, that's rough as well. She's like making her jealous and then being like, oh, but your gifts are better, so definitely give me more gifts. Ugh. Now this is enough to make you start, if the touch of the mermaid's fingers upon your own was not. Could your silly gift really be better than those she once accepted? I think so. My friend's trinkets were all rather clumsy in execution, though I cherished them nonetheless. They were very precious to me. They did not last for very long, though. Not when I took them with me to my home beneath the ocean. The waters soon rend the fragile links between the flower stems asunder. Your diadem, however, seems more sturdy, but it is, by the same token, very delicate. You must be very good with your hands. Oh, damn. What damn fingers do. You think back briefly on your disastrous sewing lessons in the past, of your numerous failed attempts to thread your needle, while the other girls giggled at you, and you blush. You think the mermaid's praise might be a touch too effusive. You tell the mermaid as such, but she only laughs. I do not think so. Now. Oh, she actually put the flower crown on. That's cute. I didn't think they'd do that in the CG. Thank you for donating the food funds, Cloudines. I'll read it properly at the end. But yeah, we actually talked about, is that the manga that's being adapted into an anime? Because yeah, I'm very interested in watching the anime adaptation, if that's the one. Looks interesting. The mermaid places your floral trinket upon her head, over her long fair hair, and surveys you in a manner which seems almost coquettish. What do you think? You think that the mermaid looks radiant, though that is less because of your gift and more because of her natural looks. You tell the mermaid this, though not in terms quite this glowing, and she giggles. You are selling yourself too short. I think your gift is lovely, really. The flowers rather match my hair. Yes, you answer, with a nod of your head. That is why you picked those flowers. She's all you've been able to think of. I'm glad that you've been thinking of me. I, in truth, have been thinking of you, but I did not wish to say as much. No? No. It'd be embarrassing to confess to how much I've been looking forward to our reunion if you did not feel similarly. I do not care to pine for humans from afar. But if you care for me as I do you, then it makes me feel less alone. You hasten to assure the mermaid, your face aflame. Do you ever stop blushing? Goodness gracious. That you do care for her. Very much so. You have not known her for a very long, but she has certainly made an impression upon you. She's such an easy conversationalist that time simply slips by when you're together. And it does not hurt, of course, that she is so pretty.
I have heard it said, yes, that my looks are rather appealing. My old friend was similarly complimentary. I cannot blame you humans for being so taken with me, when my form is so very graceful. Your legs seem rather cumbersome in comparison to my smooth, sleek tail. It must be so very depressing to lumber about on land as you do, living your days beneath the harsh sun and the cool, unfeeling moon. Sometimes I rather think I pity you. But the surface is a good deal brighter than it is beneath the ocean. I'll grant you that much.
You agree with the mermaid, still feeling flushed that there are some perks to having legs, the agreement of which makes the mermaid giggle. This is only the second meeting, right? You're damn well right it is. This is the second night. She has known her for just above 24 hours. She's negging. Yeah, she's more just taking the piss, honestly. She's just saying, oh yes, I am quite pretty. You and your silly little legs. You should come be in the ocean with me, even if you drown. Maybe it's better down where it's wetter. Oh. Yep. The mermaid's going in that direction, huh?
I'm certain that there are, though you cannot explore the ocean's depths as I can. I presume you've never tried it.
You shake your head no. You'd never thought to do so, largely because you've never been so close to the sea before. Not in all of your life. You did not have much opportunity for nautical exploration in the past. You were not allowed to go anywhere then, save to the local church. It was quite a lonely existence.
Wow, that's a pity. You were kind enough to give me a gift fashioned from flowers which grow where I cannot reach them. So perhaps I ought to return the favor to you.
Do I get a seashell? The favor?
Yes, that is right. It would seem only fitting that I give to you something which can only be found in the ocean's depths. Perhaps we could look at it as a form of cultural exchange.
Oh, no, you protest, your eyes wide. You couldn't possibly put such a burden upon her, even though you literally gave her a gift. You did not give her a gift after all because you wanted to receive anything in return. Anything other than a friendship, that is. A conversation is more than enough to satisfy you. You do not need any physical presence on top of that. The mermaid does not seem convinced, however, by your naysaying. She raises one eyebrow. Even this gesture is performed elegantly, then says,
if my company is all it takes to satisfy you, then you're easy to please indeed. But please do not rebuff me. I'm offering because I wish to do this. Remember what I said. I do not say things for the sake of it.
Well, you murmur, if you really doesn't mind.
Of course I do not mind. Now wait there. I will not be very long. It'd be rude to abandon my new friend in the midst of a conversation.
And yet you're doing it. Why don't you just wait until tomorrow? You could wait until tomorrow to give me the gift. Acting like she wants to hang the stars for her, pretty much. The MC is so fucking down bad. She's the type who coincidentally forgets to bring money on a date. I don't know about that. She's going to get her a gift, but I mean, she's going to grab her one real quick, so we'll see how it is. The mermaid turns her attention towards the clear mirror-like water which shimmers beneath the moonlight. Then she dives. Her body arches elegantly through the air, her long, slender limbs cleaving through the surface of the water with nary a ripple. A ripple? A ripple. The mermaid's face is first submerged, then her torso, and at long last her tail. The water rushes forth to envelop her as though it's been waiting for her. It subsumes her. It swallows her. Then she disappears from view. Whoa, hold up. It subsumes her, it swallows her. That's literally the other death sim we get in this game. Being buried alive and being eaten. This is written so fucking well. This is crazy. I love all the foreshadowing. Then she disappears from view. The mermaid is gone, but you're still there. Well, now what are you to do? There's nothing that you can be done, you suppose, save waiting. You stand there for several moments, watching the black water lap against the shore. The breeze blows mournfully like a wounded animal as it buffets your hair about your face and your torn skirt around your legs. Time elapses.
but how much of it while you stand there fretfully feeling as ostentatious as a male maypole? When will the mermaid return? Will she ever return? You're starting to worry. Is that all you do? When... Look. Over there, by the rocks upon which the mermaid once sat, the water is... The water is rippling, Fu-chan. It looks as though your new friend has returned. The mermaid pulls herself onto the rocks, using a surprising amount of upper body strength, then smiles at you. I apologize for the wait. I hope I did not make you worry. You were worrying. But you're not half so honest as the mermaid. Mermaids might be spoken of as devious tricksters who lure sailors to their deaths, but they are, in actuality, very sincere. They're much more sincere than most humans. Perhaps that's why your kind fears them so. There are few creatures who inhabit this world whose capacity for lying is greater than your own. You tell the mermaid that you were not worrying, and she answers with a wry smile. I'm not so sure about that. Ah. The mermaid is wilier than you are giving her credit for. She's seen straight through you. But no matter. It took me some time, but I was finally able to retrieve for you a gift. I do not have the means to turn this into a pretty piece of jewelry as you did with the flowers, but I wish to give it to you nonetheless. Seashell or pearl? What are we guessing, chat? I do hope that you like it. The mermaid leans forward, then holds out her gift towards you. Her slender fingers unfurl about it like the petals of a flower being folded back. And... seaweed. Dude, it would suck so much if it was seaweed. Shell, pearl, 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 shell, conch, pearl, pearl, seaweed, pearl, seaweed, pearls, please. Fish bones. Fish bones would be fun. Or a dead fish. Hell yeah. Ah, it's a shell. Oh, what a pretty gift it is. The ocean might be dark and deep, cold and unfeeling. The same cannot be said for the object which glitters upon the mermaid's palm. She is fished from the depths of the water, a beautiful shell, one which shimmers prismatic colors beneath the moon's light, much like the scales on her tail. The shell is so very pretty, it quite takes your breath away. You look at the shell worriedly, your teeth biting your lower lip. That's a bad habit, you know. You'll make yourself bleed. Then ask the mermaid if this is really all right. Would a gift like this not be wasted on you? Of course not. I want you to have this shell because it makes me think of you. It does? How so? I thought it should be obvious. This shell is a lovely find, as are you. Oh. A diamond in the rough. Let's go. Did she just call you lovely? Surely you must have misheard her. You can scarcely believe it. It's an awful lot for you to take in, but... Now why are you gaping at me like that? The wind will change, you know, and your face will be stuck like that, which would be quite the shame. You would waste your good looks, which for a maiden such as yourself would be nothing short of a tragedy. Seems as though the mermaid really does think you're pretty after all. The mermaid with her smooth skin and her fair hair. You can scarcely believe it. There's something almost laughable about the mermaid's compliments. How could she call you pretty when her looks are so immediately, obviously superior? MC so broken. She should have made a seaweed crown. Yeah, that would have been the perfect fair trade. I saw somebody say there's plenty of seashells in the ocean. There's plenty of flowers on the land too. It's a fair trade. It's just, yeah. She didn't put any effort into it. She didn't like turn it into a crown for her. She just grabbed a thing and gave it to her. She's pretty, so I get why the MC is down bad. Yeah. And dangerous. Dangerous always makes things more attractive too. Tongue-tied, you look at your feet. You do not know how to reply to the mermaid. You have half a mind to refute her words. To tell her that you're not that pretty, not really. But you fear that might look rude. You do not want to rebuff the mermaid's well wishes. There's nothing for it then but to take the shell which the mermaid retrieved from the ocean depths for you. You do not think that you're worthy of it, but neither do you want to refuse it. Now that is a surprise, the mermaid says, amused as you reach for the shell. I did not think you would be bold enough to take it, not without more coaxing on my part. You've exceeded my expectations. What a good girl you are.
That's such an underhanded thing to say. Damn, I didn't think you'd be that confident to just actually take it from somebody as beautiful as me. Makes it sound like the cowherd, the farmer girl, was even more pathetic about her own station in life. Ouch. Good girl, oh my god, yeah. Everyone has hit her with the good girl so far. The princess did that too. Your heart flutters with this praise, and it flutters all the more when your trembling fingers brush against the mermaid's palm. She presses the shell into your skin, and your own fingers tighten about it. The shell is sharp and pointed, and it digs uncomfortably into your skin. It hurts, but there's pleasure in the pain. This too feels like a gift from the mermaid. You do not want to spurn it. Even pain can be a precious thing when dealt by one whom you care for. You never knew that before. And that's just like the scissors scene. That is just like the scene back in the real life where the girl stabbed her with the scissors. Well, yeah, like the nails of the girl in the dream as well. Yeah, the nails of the girl who actually did push her into the water and almost drown her. The one who grabbed her hand and, like, yeah, hurt her at the same time. Oh, yeah, they really are linking these back. You hold the shell to your heart, which is beating in a regular rhythm, and look at the mermaid. Then very softly you thank her. It is quite all right. Seems only fair after you shared part of your world with me. I wish to share part of my world with you, too. Humans cannot normally descend beneath the ocean's depths, and even if they do, they cannot remain there for very long. You're far too fragile. Would that I could, I would bring you with me to my underwater kingdom where we might be together. The mermaid's melodic voice trails away, suffused with something resembling melancholia. She sighs. Then she shakes her head and smiles. But this will have to do for the present. Please, take good care of that shell. Look at it from time to time and think of me. That would make me very happy indeed. Night 2 over? Yeah, okay, we're getting a time skip just like in the first timeline. Oh, God. We are so dead? Yeah, we are. Next comes the drowning. We had, like, the nice moment of, like, oh, maybe a friend cares about us. She's reaching out her hand. We take the hand, and then, boom. We get stabbed by the fingernails, thrown in the water, and we drown in our sorrows. We're just reliving all of our old trauma from the past life. I love this demon. This demon is so awesome at fucking hurting us. The days pass, following this nightly encounter with your aquatic acquaintance with an almost intolerable slowness. You endure the hours of sunlight as best you can by going for long bracing walks amidst the heather, foraging for berries and fruits among the hedgerows. You even, when you have mustered up enough courage, take an old fishing line uncovered in the fisherman's cottage and try your luck by the shore. Your initial attempts at angling are without success, but as the time passes, your proficiency in the art grows. Sometime after you take up your rod, you find you're able to catch the odd fish here or there. Small, scrawny things mostly, but the meat goes a ways to bolstering your rudimentary diet. You teach yourself how to remove the scales of the saltwater fish that you have captured, and how to gut them. You can't teach yourself that. You teach yourself that by trial and error. You are dying of parasites. Scaling a fish? Maybe. Gutting a fish? Fuck no. You learn too how to cook them over a simple fire. Sometimes you skewer these fish of yours on spikes and roast them slowly, innards and all. No. You're able to sustain yourself well enough during the day, though. The faint pangs of hunger you experience never quite go away. Your physical discomfort, however, is secondary when compared to your desire to visit the mermaid. Your days might be dull and drab, but your nights comparatively are made of magic. Aw, time skips. By sad ending, they don't mean that the MC will eat her, right? Oh, hell nah. The MC's already been eaten once. If anything, the mermaid's gonna eat us, but most likely she'll just drown us. It's fine. Let us enjoy being drowned. If anything, it shows how much the mermaid cares about us. She's probably gonna preserve us in her cave. Imagine if we do end up doing an infection, like the farm girl died of the plague. Oh, possibly. Yeah, maybe because we're not taking care of ourselves. We won't move away from the shoreline. We won't find proper food. Yeah, we're going to end up dying that way. Oh, didn't she learn about fish in her school? Shit, you're not wrong, Chewing. She did talk about fish respiration. That was a little weird thing that she mentioned out of nowhere, so maybe she already had this interest in fishing. It is only during the night that the mermaid emerges from beneath the waves, and when she does, you hurry to her side. You've never before had anybody who took so great an interest in you. Not until you met the mermaid. That is why she's grown so I can't read. What the fuck, Fu-chan? Wake up. That is why she has grown to mean so very much to you. She's the first friend you have ever had. But if you do not temper your obsession accordingly, I fear she may very well be your last. You care little for the potential danger, however, which lurks beneath your interactions with the mermaid. You want only to show the mermaid how much that you value her. And you hope within time that she'll come to value you too. If you keep seeing her, surely she'll stop thinking of a human friend whom she lost so suddenly. That's your plan, at least. Fortunately, your self-serving wish to grow closer to the mermaid seems close to being granted. Oh, you'll be dangerously close. And yeah, that's definitely not a healthy mindset to be like, oh, sure, they're in love with someone else, but maybe over time they'll start to love me even though I'm just a replacement. Kuzuno Honkai begins to play in my mind. Jesus. Scum's wish, let's go. Your nightly conversations when you greet her come easily enough, the words tumbling from your mouth like thread. You've grown rather comfortable in the mermaid's company, and she yours. She must have, for it is not long after you bequeathed your diadem of flowers to the mermaid that she looks at you, then posits a curious question. I was wondering, dear one, whether you would mind indulging me. Ah, fuck, now she's calling us dear one as well. She stole the term. Been reading aloud for a while. It's normal to lose focus at 4 hours, don't worry. Yeah, plus the lack of sleep. I was failing at the beginning of the stream as well. I got into my rhythm and now I fell out of it a little bit. I blame Scum's Wish. Besides, there's nothing wrong with Scum's Wish. Scum's Wish was a fun anime. Toxic, fucked up, sexy. I enjoyed Scum's Wish. It was also animated beautifully.
I know this might not seem like an appealing proposition, but I thought it would be remiss of me to not ask. I've seen some of your world, for I have sat on this shore for many, many nights hence, but you have seen nothing of mine.
Oh, she's gonna take us into the ocean, away from land. Oh, we're fucked.
It seems unfair that I should know some of the world that you inhabit, while you know so little of my own. So, would you care to come with me beneath the ocean's waves? There's much that I wish to show you. Sights that cannot, I fear, be accurately represented in language alone. Words can be awfully stifling when it comes to the communication of experiences such as these.
It is quite the florid speech, but at the heart of it beats a simple enough request. The mermaid wishes to bring you beneath the ocean's surface so that she might show you her home. You're flattered initially that the mermaid wishes to show you something so personal. But after this flutter of flattery, there comes an uncomfortable sense of unease. The mermaid might feel at home beneath the water's surface. But what of you? You're a human girl with 2 awkward, ungainly legs, and you were not made to live under the sea. You frown, and mistrustfully you look at the ocean. It is late at night, as it always is when you speak to the mermaid, and the water does not look blue. It appears instead to be obsidian. The waves moan as they break against the rocks, which jut out of the shore like a mighty dragon's bones. They sound angry, violent almost. Salty sea spray arcs through the air. Caught in the moonlight, it shimmers sharp as knives. Hesitantly, you take a step back. You are a little afraid of the sea. It's so restless, so deep, and so all-consuming it reminds you of a hungry monster. You've never submerged yourself beneath the ocean before. You never had the opportunity. You don't even know how to swim. Oh my fucking god, do not go in the water. She doesn't know how to swim? Oof. The writing's so descriptive, I love it. Yeah, I love visual novels that lean heavily into like the big, deep descriptions between the dialogue. It has such a nice balance of giving you like dramatic imagery while also like, using visuals and music. It's so good. You are fearful for your own safety. Should you consent to dive beneath the undulating meniscus of the water, but... Do not look so frightened, dear one. I will be with you. I will not let you go. You have my word. Shyly, you glance at the mermaid. She's still perched upon a rock, her hands folded neatly upon her. Well, she does not have a lap, so not really. You're still afraid, but the mermaid's reassurance does help. Has she not told you numerous times that she is nothing if not honest? You trust her not to break her word. She'll not leave you beneath the waves, abandoning you to a cruel, lonely fate to become food of so many fishes. Of that you are certain. She didn't say she'd keep you above the water. She said, I will be with you and I will not let you go. So she's not lying. She's not going to let us go. She's going to drown us but keep us close to her. God damn it. Of that you are certain. That is why, despite all of your misgivings, you find yourself nodding your head. If that is what she wants, then you will accompany her. You are interested too in what lies beneath the ocean surface out of sight. Oh, I knew that you would agree. Thank you very much for humoring me. I'll endeavor to make these next few moments the most memorable you have ever experienced. Because they're going to be our last, huh? A good way of how abusers will pick their words to throw a I didn't lie in your face. Exactly. They'll gaslight you because they'll say things that obviously try to guide you down a certain direction, and they'll be like, but I didn't say that. You assumed that. Don't put words into my mouth. I didn't lie to you. You're the one being unreasonable to me. That kind of feeling, yeah. Oh, God. Now, would you care to come with me? I shall be your guide. The ocean's depths might be dark, but I'll not let you get away from me. I promise. The mermaid extends her hands towards you, a hand which seems to cut through the moonlight just like a blade. The moon's celestial rays play against the mermaid's upturned palm so that it shimmers. The mermaid's hair, too, is glowing, backlit by Celine's glow, so that she almost looks like an angel. Her beauty is such that, for a few moments, you cannot do anything. Neither step towards her, nor back away. You feel frozen in place, rooted into the sand like some shore-growing tree. You still do not understand why the mermaid has taken such an interest in you, but an old adage does occur to you. You ought not to look a gift horse in the mouth. And how did that go for the fucking Trojan horse incident? Or ignore the pleas of a graceful, dignified mermaid. You reach out, your arm shaking like the skinny bough of an ancient tree, and find the mermaid's hand with your own. The mermaid's fingers curl about your own. Her nails, only now you notice how sharp they are, digging into your skin, just like the girl. Though the mermaid herself looks very soft, her grip is surprisingly strong. You do not think if she willed it, you would be able to get away from her. But why would you want to? She does not mean you any harm. Now, let us be on our way. There's much to see in my underwater kingdom. I cannot wait to show it to you. The mermaid turns towards the ocean, as do you. A brief moment passes, wondering which you allow yourself to stand there, your hand claimed by the mermaids as the wind buffets your hair and your skirts. You inhale deeply. The smell of the salt is heavy in the back of your nostrils, so much so that you would choke on it. It's not a particularly pleasant smell, but you've grown accustomed to it after living in your tumble-down cottage by the shore. It is nostalgic almost. You have a vague feeling as you stand on the precipice between your world and that of your aquatic companions, that you might never again be able to smell the salt in the air like this. That's just a silly superstition, though. You're being foolish. Yeah, no, you're being an idiot, of course. Don't be dumb. Not like she's gonna hurt you. Come on, don't be daft, mate. Just go on, just dive in. The mermaid will return you back to the surface in due course. Will she not? You hope that she will. You, unlike her, cannot breathe underwater. You open your mouth, meaning to ask the mermaid about this fact. You're not afforded the opportunity to speak. Maybe the mermaid doesn't even know that humans can't breathe underwater. I mean, the MC is so, like, embarrassed about anything that she's weak about. She didn't tell the mermaid, I can't swim or I can't breathe underwater. She was too embarrassed about that. She just looked at the sea and the mermaid was like, oh, don't worry. I won't let go of you. I'll make sure you're beside me. God damn. Oh, she's gonna die. The mermaid has already shifted. Her fingers still twined about yours. She dives forwards, her body slicing through the surface of the water like a knife. And you, inexorably, are dragged along with her. Well, they look happy for now. The water rushes forward to meet you in a sudden, shocking rush. The mermaid's descent might be graceful, but yours is anything but. You do not know how to position your legs, and your limbs feel awfully ungainly. The shock of the water as it touches your skin, meanwhile, is intense. You do not think the water would be this cold. No, it's not just cold. It's freezing. It feels as though all the warmth has been sapped out of your skin. If your head was not already beneath the ocean's waves, you would gasp from it. You do not gasp, however. You cannot. You've already been submerged. Your body no longer feels as though it's your own. Your hair is unspooling behind you like a thread, and your skirt is fluttering. Your body rocks to and fro as though being soothed in a mother's arms. It's a curious feeling. Oh! Yo, the music getting all echoey like we're underwater, that's fucking sick. The little details in this game are so impressive. But it is not wholly unpleasant. If only it were not so cold down here beneath the ocean's depths, you might find it relaxing. It is dark under the surface of the water, yes, but you have not ventured so very far, not yet at least, but the glow of the moon cannot penetrate its depths. Your surroundings are illuminated, though faintly, and thanks to the precious illumination, you can see the schools of fish swimming about you. Their scales all glisten as they arc through the waves like rainbows. They do not look like life forms. They appear instead to your fairy's tale added to mine to be ancient relics brought to life through some strange arcane sorcery. They're pretty. No, that word is not significant enough. They are beautiful. You did not know as you stood upon the shore how very full of life it was beneath the water's surface. You did not know either how very beautiful these aquatic denizens of the deep were. You've never seen fish like these before, not in real life. You have memories, vague, hazy memories, of dissecting a fish once in a particularly gruesome biology lesson. But that feels like a very long time ago now. You would far rather think on your present than dwell upon the past. But the seconds pass, and as they do, the mermaid continues to swim, leading you deeper and deeper into the ocean's depths. Okay, that's the second mention of like her learning about fish in school. So how much you want to bet when we do the final route, which should have been our second route? The route in which I believe from the intro it looks like we're going to get buried alive. That's when we're going to learn about a third girl who possibly did something like locked her in a closet or like locked her in somewhere or like covered her in a bunch of pillows or something, just like buried her kind of thing, trapped her for a little bit. And she's going to liken that to like a lesson she had in biology where she learned about fish respiration. So these are her three big major traumatic events being covered by these three monster girls by the demon. Did she major in fish? God, I'd love to major in fish. First lesson, sushi. Second lesson, fried fish. But the seconds pass, and as they do, the mermaid continues to swim, leading you deeper and deeper into the ocean's depths. While once you were close enough to the surface that the moon's light could still slice through the waves, now it's very dark, you can scarcely see. Your vision is beginning to blur. You can feel an uncomfortable pressure weighing down on your inert body. Up, there goes your oxygen. You have descended, you realize, with a ripple of anxiety, too deep. Humans were not meant to descend into these depths. The water, once cold, now feels freezing.
It caresses every inch of your exposed flesh as if to sap what little warmth you might still possess. You shiver. When you do, you swear that you can hear your teeth chattering despite the water which stops your ears. The water is stoppering by your nostrils. There's so much water down here at the bottom of the ocean. It's endless. The mermaid might be able to breathe underwater, but you're not so very fortunate. Your body is far less sophisticated than hers, and it requires oxygen with which to furnish your body with continued strength, not salt water. The thought of trying to inhale the endless water which surrounds you makes you shudder. You'd rather not attempt it. You do not have gills. When will the mermaid take you back to the surface? Surely she must know that you have fast begun to near your limit. You've been under the water for too long and it's too cold. And it's so dark now, in any event, you cannot see much of anything. The joy you once felt during your underwater adventure has begun to dissipate, just like the last of the oxygen you still possess. It is time to return to the surface now. But how are you to communicate this to the mermaid? You cannot speak and she's not looking at you. She is staring instead fixedly at something beyond your comprehension. Something far away, perhaps in the underwater gloom that you cannot see. Not knowing what else to do, you try to pull your arm free from the mermaid's grasp. You hope that this will signal to her that she's grown too carried away in her endeavors, that she ought to cut short your expedition and return you to the shore. The mermaid does not react, however, to your attempts to escape her. Her grip does not slacken as you had hoped from about your wrist. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It feels as though she's gripping you more tightly than she was, as if to prevent your escape. But why would she do that? You tap on the mermaid's shoulder to get her attention, a gesture which prompts her at long last to turn. Her fair hair billows about her, suspended in the water like a shroud. Then she says in that calm, measured, incredibly reasonable voice of hers,
"Yes, dear? What is it?"
If you could, you would open your mouth to reply to her. But alas, you're a human girl, not a fish. You can't speak underwater. Any attempt to do so would accomplish naught but save filling your pretty little mouth with water. The mermaid really ought to have considered that before she started to ask you questions. But your comfort seems to be the last thing on the mermaid's mind. She smiles at you gently, delicately, then says,
"I understand. Being underwater for so long must be beginning to take its toll. Do your lungs feel like iron? Are they heavy?"
So she does understand your woes. You might not be able to speak, suspended as you are in the dark, murky depths, but communication is not wholly impossible. You nod your head emphatically, hoping that this will be enough to make your distress apparent, but...
"Yes, that'll happen. It's a natural part, or so I've heard, of drowning. Not that I've ever had the opportunity to experience it for myself. I'm incapable, you see, of meeting my demise in such a manner."
Now, what was that? What could she mean?
"I mean,"
The mermaid answers. Can she read minds?
"that this was a calculated act upon my part. Forgive me, dear one. At the moment you consented to sinking beneath the waters with me, your fate was sealed. Your lungs will be flooded with water soon enough. Then you'll die. It is not a pretty way to go. You didn't worry about your corpse bloating, disfiguring, or being eaten by fish, though. I'll take very good care of it. I promise. In death you will look lovely, most angelic. Is that not what you always wanted?"
You do not know what the mermaid thinks it is exactly that you want, but you think she's laboring under some severe misunderstandings. You would like to try to correct her. You do not want to die. But of course you cannot open your mouth. What a pity. Well, at least it saves me the effort of transcribing your dying pleas. I doubt they'd be particularly interesting.
"If you want to know why I'm doing this, then I don't mind obliging. I have no secrets to keep from you."
Other than the secret, perhaps, that upon your first meeting she nursed within her cold fish's heart the desire to bring about your watery murder. You might have liked to know that before you agreed to sink beneath the ocean's surface with her.
"I'm only doing this because I have no choice. The other girl I liked, after all, The one whom I adored disappeared. She went away and I was never again afforded the opportunity to see her. You remind me of that girl, though you do not look much alike. You do not act very alike either. But you're both humans who, despite your delicacies, have no shortage of determination. How your kind is able to live when your lifespans are so very short and you're susceptible to so very many diseases is a mystery to me. Though my lifespan far eclipses your own and I am far sturdier, I cannot help but marvel at the tenacity of you humans. I know that if I were as fragile as you are, I'd not be able to exist in this world. I would be far too afraid. I would see my own death lurking behind every corner.
Just as you can see your own death looming before you, it's not so very far away now. You can feel it coming closer and closer, enclosing its cold, icy fingers around your throat.
You humans are incredible. I cannot help but respect you, weak and pitiful though you are.
She respects your tenacity so very much she wishes to extinguish it. That does not make very much sense.
Perhaps my words are confusing you, but it makes perfect sense to me at least. My beloved cowherd left me. I do not know where she went or what happened to her. Perhaps she was murdered by bandits. Perhaps she contracted a horrible disease. Perhaps she simply fell and cracked her skull. I do not know. I will never know. For many, many days and many, many nights, her disappearance tormented me. I could not help but wonder how it came about, for there were so many possibilities I could not imagine all of them. This thought terrified me. It still does. That's why I'm going to take you to my underwater kingdom with me. There we can be together forever. Nothing will be able to tear us apart then. I'll brush your hair. I'll dress you in the finest pearls found from the bottom of the seabed. You'll be lovely. Much, much lovelier than any sort of miserable existence you might be able to eke out above the water. In my citadel, you'll never be attacked by bandits or ravaged by diseases. You'll be quite safe, I promise.
Quite safe, yes. And quite dead too, surely.
Well, yes. That is the only unfortunate aspect of my plan.
She considers your death nothing more than a mere misfortune. The mermaid might be surprisingly cold after all, but perhaps you ought to have predicted this. She is part fish. Are fish not cold-blooded like lizards? You probably learned this at some point during biology class, but your lessons are beginning to feel very faint and far away now. Your body is beginning to fail you. You cannot take much more of this.
It is a necessary sacrifice, though, if we're to be happy. I'm doing this for you, you know. For both of our sakes. I do apologize for tricking you, but please, try to understand. I really have been lonely.
You'd be more inclined to sympathize with her, perhaps, if her loneliness was not ushering in your inevitable demise. But you're too preoccupied with your dwindling reserves of oxygen to feel much in the way of anything for your captor. You can feel the pressure of the water against your eyes. They're beginning to ache. Perhaps you're crying. You do not know. The water masks much of your anguish. You've been drifting underwater for almost 3 minutes. It's a remarkably long time to go without any air. Your vision is beginning to cloud. Your surroundings, already dark, look darker still, unpleasant and obscure, and not at all like the paradise the mermaid promised you. The pain of being suffocated slowly is far stronger and far more oppressive than the sensation of the mermaid's hand wound tightly around your arm. Is there no escape for you? The prognosis, I'm sorry to say, is grim. Your fate, as the mermaid said, really was sealed the moment you met her, luxuriating on those rocks beneath the moonlight. You'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow. And in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your ultimate demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace? Or will you try to fight against it? Ooh, full CG. I mean, you know I'm going to accept my fate first. She only sees MC shallowly. Whether we're alive or dead matters nothing to her as long as she can possess us like an object. Which is actually a fact of many serial killers. We're taking this away from toxic relationships now. And we're moving into, yeah, there are a lot of serial killers that have straight up, like, talked about why they do the things they do because, like, oh, no, it didn't matter. What mattered is that I collected them. I preserved them. I protected them. They're safe with me. They're happy with me. It's just a literal disconnect of thought processes. The literal disconnect of, like, oh, other people's feelings don't matter. Why would I care about other people's feelings? I wanted to keep them. I wanted to protect them. I did this for their sake. It was for them. Obviously, they just didn't understand it. But now they're mine. Now they belong to me. And so, yeah, with the mermaid straight up being like, oh no, I knew what I was doing, but it's for your sake. It's for the good of us. It'll make us both happy. Like, yeah, it's just straight up. She does not care about the girl's feelings. She is just something to collect, something to take. They're dead bodies, you mean? Yeah, but again, if we want to take this in a nice, accepting way, we just can't understand the way that that type of person thinks. In her mind, she's just like, oh, the cowherd disappeared on me, and I loved her so much. And I love you so much. I can't let you disappear on me. I have to protect you. I have to preserve you. I have to keep you with me forever. It's a different way of thinking. But it's not a different way of thinking that we have to, you know, accept. Always got to go for the bad ending first in visual novels. Yeah, we got to see what happens when we die. Pretty much. And she only wanted to do it all to MC because she's a human like the cowherd, not for who she actually was. Yeah. That's so serial killer. That takes it back to, like, for so many people, it starts off as like the first kill is a crime of passion. And then a lot of kills after that are trying to recreate it. And then they take trophies to remember those things. But yeah, it's normally trying to recreate like the first feeling of, oh, something so disturbing, something so delicious, something that made them feel alive. That kind of feeling. Yeah. Let's accept our fate. That's a bit of an anticlimactic answer at this juncture in your life story, but I suppose it would be remiss of me to lecture you too much. I'm sure you're well aware of what a terrible series of decisions you've made. There's no need for me to belabor the point. That would be boorish, not to mention tedious. I am rather tired of scolding you. So instead, I think I'll content myself with loving you. What? You thought in your death the mermaid was the only one who would be able to cassette you? I know I've said this before, but you really are naive. You cannot escape me. Even if you're at the bottom of the deepest, darkest ocean. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. With the fishes, you're beginning to feel distinctly waterlogged. Achievement. You will never be lonely again. Kind of into the narrator. Narrator kind of sexy. Narrator, a sexy demon that's like, oh, I don't care if you're dead. I don't care if you're in somebody else's collection. You still belong to me. Your soul belongs to me. Is the narrator Yandere? But yeah, but I mean, the narrator made that very clear from the first time we met them. Why is the narrator so mean? Because the narrator is literally an abusive relationship partner, pretty much. The narrator's like, nah, you belong to me. I don't care where you go. If you get eaten by someone else, if you get taken down into the ocean and drown, you're still mine. You belong to me. Anyway, let's fight against our fate. Ah, I like that look on your face. It's a look full of determination. The self-same determination which first prompted me to take an interest in you. I can tell that you're not happy with this ending. You did not come all this way after all to drown. That is quite the indecorous demise, regardless of how many fine stones and shells the mermaid means to twine through your hair after your death. If you wish to carve out a new story for yourself, then I would be only too happy to indulge you. Just try not to get on the bad side, good side of any homicidal naiads this time. The drowning of fair maidens is something of a cliché. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? I wonder which one we're gonna go down. The narrator is just being real with us. I mean, we did make some bad decisions. The whole way along, we were just like, girl pretty. I don't care that it looks like I'm gonna die. Girl pretty. So basically the farm girl blue-balled the mermaids by disappearing, and now she's getting her kill urge satisfied with the MC. Yeah. Wasn't even her first kill, like with most serial killers. It was just someone she wanted to kill. Which I guess is something else that a lot of people do. There's also been quite a few serial killers who, like, it comes to, like, their mother or their childhood friend, somebody they didn't actually necessarily kill, but they, like, recreate the idea of being able to own that person by killing other people. So it's between Crazy Mermaid or Yandere Narrator. There was also the Cannibal Princess. That was fun. Neither choice is the best. I think she'd rather live, though. I don't know, man. We haven't even seen the narrator yet. Maybe the narrator is the sexiest of all. Maybe that's the best ending. But yeah, hopefully the whole point of this story, once we finally get to the end of it, is going to be the MC realizing, oh, I don't need somebody else to judge my worth. I am allowed to live. I am allowed to be healthy. I'm allowed to be happy. I don't need no other piece of shit telling me how pathetic I am and that the only happiness I deserve is by making them happy, by serving them, by being their plaything. Hopefully that'll be at the end of the fourth route, after the narrator like tries to fuck with us after this one. What I am going to say though is this is the end of the playthrough for the day. It's been almost 5 hours and we're probably going to play this tomorrow. Yeah, even though this is supposedly a short game, I did what I always do and turned into 3 hours of dialogue into like 6 hours of stream. Well, probably way more than 6 hours. It'll probably be like a 10-hour stream total because we'll probably do another 5 hours tomorrow. But with that said, that also brings us into our talking topic. So let me dive into the just chatting scene. I'll exit this game for now. We'll continue that. But yeah, after everything, I am not going to be able to do the Alan Bink cannibal stream, unfortunately. So that is unfortunate. I am probably going to play this tomorrow instead, and at least that way have something to do in the morning, and then we've got all of the group games with everybody else. But yeah, I tried to make it happen. It unfortunately did not get to happen. I'm very sorry to everyone who was looking forward to it. And I'm hoping that someday in the future, I will be able to like do a little like small part of it. But yeah, some of the scenes were apparently just too much, no matter how many times I trade them. Basically, originally it was supposed to be, making shepherd's pie as in I'm going to cook up some Comfydants. And that was decided that that was too like first person, too creepy. And so then I said, well, it's shepherd's pie, so what if I cook up the shepherd instead? And I can put some tortured screens of the shepherd in the background and spread some lore about the shepherd too. And that was too dark as well. And at that point, it's, I mean, what am I supposed to do with Alan Bink the cannibal? You know? So yeah, hopefully someday, or I may bring it back. Like, we're definitely doing more Funiverse stuff in the future, where we'll probably, I don't know, just have them show up, because there was supposed to be lore wrapped into this as well about the shepherd. Yeah, it is what it is. But we'll probably play this tomorrow instead, and I'll tweet it out properly after this. And yeah, we were planning on doing another Funiverse stream shortly after we come back anyway, because we're going to be doing like the Legatus Catboy RP stream and trying that into some other Funiverse stuff. So yeah, I won't share anything just now, but if there's like completely nothing I can reuse later in the Funiverse stream, then I'll at least share on the membership like some of the tortured screams and like the lore parts that I wanted to include in it. It was going to expand a tiny bit on the shepherd lore. Catboy what? Yeah, we've got a Catboy Legatus stream to look forward to. That's something that they cannot take away from us because it's not dark. It's just cute and kind of embarrassing. But that was another one of the punishments that we rolled when we were playing Elden Ring. Just like the Alan Bink cooking show, which, yeah, unfortunately, I can't even fulfill. So I'll see what I can do. But yeah, maybe we'll get like a very short cooking part and like an Alan Bink just shows up, because I especially want to use those wigs. Those wigs were so good. Dark in Legatus's perspective, yeah, a fate worse than death, honestly, becoming a Catboy. We have so many Batsus. Yeah, the Batsus are definitely going to take us at least through to the end of 2025. Thank you for trying, Fu. We love your creations. Thank you. It's, yeah, it is what it is. I get it, because YouTube has gotten, yeah, YouTube got very serious about like ASMR kind of things and like dark content and started just taking them down and offering strikes rather than just saying like, hey, age gate, that kind of thing. So I get why they're doing it. It's just been very painful. Because I'll have a shepherd's pie now. Yeah, that's the sad thing. I've got a lot of shepherd's pie. I cooked like a full ½ pound of mince last night. Made myself some shepherd's pie so I had all the pictures ready to go. So I've got lots of shepherd's pie to eat. That'll probably be my dinner for like the next 3 days. Is this something you like? Yeah, it's one of my favorite meals. I'm going to enjoy having that for the next 3 days. I'm just going to have some of my prepared dinners for breakfast instead. Okay, let me grab my comfy grabber and let me also... What was I going to do? Oh, yeah, comfy grabber and the wall. But yeah, sorry. That's actually the thing that woke me up in the middle of the night and I couldn't get back to sleep after. Docs. Chat Ninja. There we go. Okay, comfy grabber and emote all are on. Thank you for your hard work either way. Enjoy your food and we'll be your meal in spirit. Thank you. No more eating Comfydants for a while, unfortunately. Although now, maybe we should play Can Your Pet, just in case any Comfydants don't know the game Can Your Pet. That'd be a fun trick for people. Enjoy the lovely shepherd's pie? I will. And Doggo got a bunch of like meat broth on his food as well, so Dog was very happy. Wish you could reach through the screen and hand us some pie? Dude, if I could have done that, that would have been so useful back when it came to, what's it called? The mooncakes. The mooncakes, which I always buy way too much of. Is it okay for you to share photos with us? I should be able to, because I mean, that was the whole point. I took photos of it while it was cooking, and I made sure that I wasn't anywhere near the photos, so they were completely safe to share, so it should be okay. Don't know that game? Good. Can your pet? No, it's can your pet with like a question mark at the end. It's like, can your pet? Can your pet do what? What can your pet? Thanks for your hard work. Hopefully there's something we can do for tomorrow. There's lots of things that we can do for tomorrow. I just need to, like, yeah, I mean, for a long time, I got away with doing a lot of dark content, and they have promised me that I will be able to finish Legatus 505 no matter what direction I take it in. So no worries about that. I'm going to finish Legatus 505, even though that's way darker than anything they'd let me start nowadays. But yeah, all the other, like, things that we're doing should be fine. It's just, yeah, a couple of them I need to back away from the dark content while I'm here, essentially. Luther, oh my god, you've still got that profile picture. Luther, thank you for donating the food funds. Thank you for all your efforts, hard working, and what you did for us, Comfydants. We're really appreciative. No matter where your creativity goes, we support you. Thank you so much, Luther. I'm glad to hear it. And yeah, I've got a lot of other ideas. Hell, we've got so many Batsus we've got to do, and so many of them are so cute. So many of them are just full-on adorable. Like, we're going to be doing, like, the kindergarten stream. We're going to be doing the bedtime story reading stream. We're going to do Legatus Catboy. We're going to be writing a crack ship and voice act to get. We've got, like, lots of really cool videos to do in the future. It's just that this one happened to be tied into Halloween, happened to be dark content, and just wasn't able to happen. It's about eating us. It shouldn't count as capitalism. After all, we're sheep. Ah, but my name is also Ovid, so I'm also sheep. I will annoy you with that till the end of Spoopy month. Don't worry. God damn it. Is that why it's here? Because it's creepy? Because it's scary, so it's Halloween based? That's fair. Okay. Let me dive into the old super chats. Behind Zero, thank you for donating the food funds. Don't worry, Fu-chan. Also, thank you for the stream. No problem. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I really liked this game so far. The entire first hour and a half of this stream, I was just like, oh, this is so silly. This is so fluffy. This is so, like, cutesy. It's just rushing through the relationship, and we knew it was going to go dark, but man, I didn't expect it to all be, like, an analysis into, like, toxic relationships and to, like, belittling yourself and, yeah, the shit that people do to themselves, hurt themselves to stay with people that do not treat them right and that kind of feeling. So way, way deeper than I expected. I loved it. Adult content? Whoop. Do you mean the gore stuff or more adult based? So far, it seems to be a little bit of both, but mainly the gore stuff. Like, I don't think they'd be too unhappy with me doing like a slightly sexual, like as normally as I sexually do stuff. I think it's fine because I've never gone as far as like some other people when it comes to that kind of content. For the dark stuff, they're definitely very... Like, they were annoyed by Tagai no Chi, which is why I can't do that anymore. But, yeah, I think, like, sexual stuff, as long as it doesn't go, like, beyond YouTube terms, would be fine. If we still have the opportunity to create more interesting streams, hell yeah, we do. I'm not going anywhere. Me and Noctix are still working on our anniversary shit, so don't worry. I will be here for several more months, and we're going to be creating lots more fun content along the way. Guess I got to rewatch from the start since I missed it all. Oh, I hope you enjoy it. It's been a beautiful game so far. I love finding games like this where, like, it was the same thing with 2.5 Studios, where I found A Date with Death, and I was like, yo, A Date with Death is badass. And then we went back to start again in Amelie, and it was like, damn, they have such a good log of games. With Ebi-Hime, it's the same way of like, oh, Cage of Roses was incredible. And now we've played this, and it's like, oh, shit. The writing is not as, like, pretty as before. It definitely has a few too many run-on sentences. But it seems like that's more because, like, they were trying to get into the head voice of someone who is narrating outside of the narrator themselves. Like, since we know they're the demon who possibly has stolen her soul and stuff. So it's cool to see, yeah, this other work by Ebi-Hime and see, yeah, how gorgeous that storyline is as well. Mao Tian, thank you so much for donating the food funds. I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you so much for being here. Been seeing so many incredible games lately. Thank you for showing us so much cool content. No problem. Run on sentences? Oh, no. I mean, sometimes they can get a bit over the top. There are some people that can pull off run-on sentences really well. I cannot. Ebi-Hime is way better at me than it. But I mean, people like Neil Gaiman, every time I read Neil Gaiman's work, some of his sentences go on for like what I would consider a paragraph's length. I'm pretty sure there was one in The House at the End of the Road where it was like 3/4 of a page. And I was like, that's one sentence. Neil, you good? Mildly adult content is acceptable on YouTube. I guess I can still be here. Yeah, it's normally fine in text anyway. It's normally when visuals come into it that they get a bit antsy on YouTube. Jay, thank you for donating the food funds. No message, but thank you for the love heart. I hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you for being here. And Chewing, thank you for donating the food funds. I'm sorry, Food-chan. We know how hard you worked on it. You guys don't have to be sorry to me. I am sorry to you guys, because that was one of the Batsus, and yeah, it's something that I worked on, but it's something that I worked on because I know that people would have enjoyed it. So more than anything, I'm just sorry I wasn't able to deliver you something that I really wanted to deliver to you, especially since it was on fucking Halloween. It was supposed to be the biggest part of Halloween. But I will make sure that we have like a lot of good Fooniverse stuff in the future and a lot of other stuff in the future. So do not worry about it. I'm still working on other things. It's just unfortunate. Good Demons is such a good book. The TV show seems like a super reliable adaptation as well, and season 2 is a really cool extension to the original story. Yeah, it really is. I'm looking forward to when they finish it off with the big long episode as well. It's a shame about what happened with actual Neo. What are commas? I don't know how to use them correctly. I've never known how to use them correctly. I am so glad that there are programs. Like, that's how AI should be used. I want AI to teach me how to use commas in my writing. I don't want AI to do the writing. I want AI to be like, hey, dumbass, here's how commas and punctuation work. And then I'll be like, sick. Thank you, AI. Now go back to sleep and rest. Yeah, I'm really bad at punctuation, at actual writing. More than anything, I just dream up like silly ideas. Say commas go where you take a breath between spoken word out loud, but sometimes you just don't. Yeah, sometimes you just don't, and sometimes that lesson doesn't quite work when you have commas like around words that are used to like when you put in someone's name, you don't stop when you're saying like, hey, Fu-chan, nice to see you. But you do have, oh, hey, comma, Fu-chan, comma, nice to see you. Things like that. Like there are some things that are easy to learn, and there are some things where I'm just like, semicolons, commas, brackets, dashes. Oh God. How do they work? Where do they fit? Fuck it. Just hope for everything. Hope that people understand you. I use ellipses and everything. Same. I use ellipses all the time as well because it makes things dramatic. And then, yeah. I overuse those for sure. Mexily Light, thank you for donating the food fund. Oh, yo, the cute little eyes from the 3D. Hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you have a lovely evening. Good old ellipses, my beloved. Now, you see, that sentence sounds ominous because of the ellipses. I'm like, damn, what happened between you and ellipses? Was it a toxic relationship? The ... makes me think there's more going on there. Claudines, thank you for donating the Fufans. I'm late because of work, but this reminds me of this Monster Wants to Eat Me Yuri manga I like. Yeah. Okay, so when that one came out, and people had brought that up while I was streaming as well before that about the anime adaptation. Because yeah, this Monster Wants to Eat Me is getting an anime adaptation and they just released a trailer for it. And I was like, oh, this is so good. Toxic monster girl Yuri, I am so fucking down. So I'm really excited for that. I had not heard about the manga until people announced the anime, and now I'm like, yeah, the anime gonna be good. So I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for donating the food funds, Claudines. I hope you have a lovely day. Kit, thank you for donating the food funds. Oh my god, the ellipses in your name. My worst trait is I type how I talk. Not well, lol. Honestly, if you have that good of a head voice, it's honestly a good start, because yeah, I type in a way that's very different from how I talk, and it does not come across naturally. It comes across like quite flamboyant, quite over the top, quite silly. I feel like I always have to describe things more than I really should. If I just typed the way I talk, I feel like it would come across more naturally, but I'm not good at that. I don't know why. But yeah, no, that's a strength, honestly. It gives you like a unique voice. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Just here for the Zatsu. What's up, Rhonda? Hope you're enjoying Zatsu, and thank you for being here. I learned from Boy George how to use punctuation. Comma, 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 chameleon. That's a lot of commas, man. That's basically an ellipses made out of commas. Apparently the anime is supposed to be released next year. Yeah. The accent is way too different. I mean, how do you write? Well, you can write an accent, but most people don't. Although that's basically what Shakespearean English was. Where at the time, Shakespearean English was looked really down upon. Nowadays, we think about it as fanciful and classic. Whereas back then, reading Shakespearean English was like, oh, just how the commoners talk. What a folly. Prithee, why would they do that? Whereas, yeah, nowadays it sounds so fancy to us just because it's old English and it wasn't proper for the time. It was just how they spoke. Thank you for being such a comfort and a light to many of us. No problem, Swedish Meatballs. Thank you for joining the membership again, and I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for being here. Rest well and take it easy. I just woke up. I missed a lot, didn't I? 5 hours or so. It's all good, though. Shakespeare used body language, full of dick jokes, too. Gotta love the dick jokes, man. He was really the fan fiction writer of his time that became respected. He was what's-her-face. The person, Stephanie Meyer. He was Stephanie Meyer. He was a fan fiction writer who got critical acclaim. Good for Shakespeare. Good for Stephanie. Sinner, thank you for donating the food funds. Hi, Foo. You may have helped me get a new job. I work as a game developer, and after watching the mouthwashing VOD, I checked the dev's LinkedIn and noticed a 2-week-old message from another studio. Now I'm negotiating a job offer with triple my current pay? Sinner, let's fucking go. That's awesome. Congratulations. That was not me whatsoever, though. That was you, but I'm glad that, yeah, you heard about mothwashing through me and found your way to that job. That's freaking awesome. I hope it goes well. And congratulations. That sounds like a very technical job as well. So, yeah, if you get it, that's 100% you, but I'm glad to have helped find you, like, the connection to it. That's freaking awesome. Congratulations, and I hope you do get the job and keep going well. Thank you for donating the food funds, too, and have a lovely day. My writing has been described as poetic, which is an honor. That's only after I divulge a lot from my talking style and go to my reading style many, many times over. Yeah, with mine, it doesn't even... I can't even say that it's like particularly poetic or anything either. I normally hate my writing style, but it is what it is. If yours has been described as poetic, that's fucking awesome, honestly. But yeah, mine isn't my head voice, but it's also not like a sum of the different things that I've read, because... oh god, the things I read are so much smarter than the things that I write. B-Cream, thank you for donating the food funds. I feel like I sound way more formal in text. My speaking voice is super casual, but my English class drilled proper English and proper writing into my soul. Yeah, that's a thing as well. Like, especially, yeah, when it comes to accents, when it comes to slang and stuff. Like, if I say to you guys, yo, that dude's chuny as fuck, you know what I mean. At the same time, if I put that down in writing, it could work, but it has a very niche audience. So you're expected to be like, that guy is as ostentatious as a child who hasn't learned to separate fiction from reality. That kind of feeling. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you have a lovely day. I often end up writing in the style of whatever I'm reading. That's fucking impressive. I wish I could do that. Being able to chameleon your way like that is such an achievement. You have an inner narrator. I do, unfortunately. It troubles me. I also have conversations with it, to the point that sometimes I've been concerned if I have mental troubles, but I don't. I've assured myself. If you have an inner narrator, that little narrative voice in your head when you're reading, thinking, or writing, not positive, but sometimes it can sound different than your actual voice. That it definitely does. A lot of the time, it sounds like an interviewer. Like, I'll just be thinking things in my head, and then I'll immediately think, like say I'm just walking along and I'm thinking, man, the leaves sure are brown. That's beautiful. And I'll be like, but that's a sign of death. And I'll be like, shut up. That's pessimistic. Shit like that. Are your voices you or other voices? They're me. They're me. That's the thing. That's the separation. I've never had that moment of like thinking I could not control my head voice. I just also have conversations with myself in my head voice. Which, yeah, when I first found out that other people don't have a head voice at all, and I was like, wait, so you guys don't like plan out conversations and like think to yourself and basically like have an interview throughout your day? And the looks that I got from some people made me go, uh-oh. Am I like early on the path for a dark thing? But no, I'm fine. I just have a very compelling head voice and like to talk to myself. God, mood. Sometimes I realize when I'm reading that I'm narrating the words aloud in my head voice and my own voice, and it throws me off. Yeah, I remember having that conversation with my teacher when I was very young. In fact, this connects so much to the idea of like dark fiction, whether it's able to actually like mess with your mind if you engage with it. Because I remember when I was young talking to one of my teachers. Oh my God, I've forgotten about this conversation until this moment. I talked to one of my teachers and was saying like, miss, how do I like not hear the bad guy's words in my own voice? And I remember the teacher being like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, when I'm reading the words, I don't mean to do it, but I repeat some of the bad words that they say. Sometimes they say bad things and that comes out in my voice, so it's like I'm saying them. And the teacher was just like, that's normal. Everyone does that. And I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, I think that was the first step of realizing, just because it's in my head, it doesn't mean it's something that I actually believe. But yeah, that was definitely a conversation that was weird for me at the moment. Thank God my teacher had a head voice as well, because I have also met people in like the last 10 years where they just do not believe that other people have head voices and think they make it up. I've met quite a few people who are like, head voice doesn't exist. You guys are just trying to sound intelligent and weird and unnatural. Nobody actually does that. Nobody actually thinks out loud in their head. And I'm just sitting there like, yeah. I also have a head voice and maladaptive daydream. So I have a bunch of people I talk to constantly. I don't know what maladaptive daydreaming is. I need to Google that. I daydream a lot, but it's mostly just thinking about things that I could do, stories that I could tell, imagining scenarios. Maladaptive daydreaming. Sometimes known as daydreaming disorder, maladaptive daydreaming describes a condition where a person regularly experiences daydreams that are intense and highly distracting. Okay, I don't have it like that, thankfully. That sounds like it would, yeah, actually affect your life too much. Kind of like it would take you out of whatever you're doing in your day, and so you'd have to like fight off the daydreams. I don't think I have that. Because yeah, I'm able to focus on things when I need to. Yeah, I don't think I have that. I hope you're able to deal with it though. That does sound very intense, especially because I do have some very interesting daydreams. I definitely have that thing where it's like, hey, you wake up from a dream and you're like, fuck it, I want to go back to sleep. Or like you just suddenly start imagining things, like especially when I'm walking my dog, but definitely not when I'm doing something else and trying to focus on things. If I'm focusing on things, I can normally like, yeah, keep the daydreams away. It's just sometimes I'll get a really good idea and then jot it down and then try to go back to things and be too lost, essentially. I would pay real world money to stop having a head voice sometimes. I like having a head voice, honestly. Basically immersive daydreaming. Yeah, but it sounds like it's something that, well, it might not be for everyone. Maybe a lot of people, they can do it like perfectly well. But yeah, from what I just read, and that was just a Google thing, so I don't know how deep that dives into things. It seems like some people can actually get lost in their daydreams and not be able to focus on reality. My head voice tends to change based on what livers I've been watching recently. Oh, that's interesting. Do you hear it like the sound of the liver that you've been listening to a lot? Because that's impressive. What I definitely have is, I know that I've been playing video games too much if I start to like dream in the video game's HUD. Or like even sometimes when I'm fully awake, like when I was super, super addicted to MMORPGs, I remember just like going for walks at night. Cause this is also when I was like, what's the word? Chunibyo, agoraphobic. I forget, shut in, hikikomori, neat, that kind of thing. Agoraphobic. The only time I would go out was like super late at night. And yeah, I would start to realize that when I was going out and away from the computer, I would still see like at the bottom of my vision, action bars from Guild Wars 2. And I was like, oh, I've been playing that game way the fuck too much. Not the HUD. Yeah, exactly. And that's happened to me with a few other games. That even happened to me with Valorant at one point. That's why I was like, I need to stop playing Valorant, because there was a point where I was playing it quite a bit on stream, but then also off of stream to like de-stress. And there were just occasional points where I would just be like, where's the mini-map? Wait a minute. Saying my head voice takes on the speaking style, whoever I watch the most at the time. I'm very sorry if you've had to listen to my annoying voice then. My voice always sounds vaguely like me. Enough like me. I've never thought it was like a separate entity. So yeah, I just consider it myself. My internal monologue changes when I'm dialogue in books, depending on the characters. That does not happen to me. When I'm reading it, yeah, it all comes out just through my voice, which is why when I was as a child, I was like, oh, but it's making me like think things aloud in my head that are bad. And I'm like, yeah, nowadays I get that. But at that point I was like, oh no, I'm saying bad words in my head. That's just your own uncanny valley. It could be as well. Definitely, it's gotten a lot more like nowadays when I do my streaming, I also have it so that my voice is coming through my headphones so that I can hear like my voice tone and the like music on top of it and things like that as well. So that's made me accept my voice and get used to it a lot more, whereas I used to hate hearing it and hate listening to it. Multilingual people in a voice is interesting too. I've heard that. I've heard multilingual people, sometimes it switches between languages, and even dreams can sometimes, like you'll be dreaming in like your primary language, but then sometimes you'll switch to dream in your secondary language and you'll be like, huh? Why am I dreaming in Spanish? Question I can't quite remember if you've answered. Do you have Avantasia? No. No. That's the one where you can like smell and taste words, right? Let me check. Aphantasia. The inability to form mental images. Oh no, I can form mental images. Oh, that's a different one. Damn, I can't remember what the other one is where you can like taste colors, see voices, see sounds. I forget what that's called. But that's a different thing. Aphantasia I do not have. Like if I imagine an apple, I can normally imagine it pretty detailed. And I know different people can imagine it at different levels. One thing that I'm not good at, oh, it's synesthesia. Synesthesia. Thank you, that thing. Yeah, that's the thing that Rubber Ross has. Ross, who used to be from Game Grumps and now streams as a VTuber sometimes, and sometimes as a Flesh Tuber. Very interesting person. He explained that pretty well when he was talking about it, but no, I don't have that or Aphantasia. I can imagine like images in my head. I can imagine other people's voices if I try to really hard, but it doesn't work too well. And I definitely don't have an artistic bone in my body, because even though I can like imagine images and I can like imagine, like I can imagine what I want a character to look like in my head. But then when I try to explain that to someone, there's sometimes a disconnect. And even if I try to find like other images that remind me of it, it's never quite the same. So I have like a slight disconnect between what I imagine and what actually is, kind of thing. Aha, welcome back to the membership. Oh wait, brand new membership. Welcome to the membership for the first time. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you so much for being here. Rest well and take it easy. Futan. Kushami, thank you for donating food funds. Here's some good news. I'm getting... Fuck. I was so happy for a second. And then I saw this next part of the sentence. Fuchan, some good news. I'm getting married. To your underwear. You once told us to cherish it, so I've decided to take care of it for life. I hope to have the honor of inviting you to our wedding. I plan to bring it to meet my family during Lunar New Year. Please don't get disowned from your family over there. Kushami. No, I love these comments from Kushami because I know Kushami is actually a well-adjusted individual and probably way more well-adjusted than me, judging by all the events you go to and all the confidants you meet and hang out with. So it's always funny reading these things and being like, oh no, Kushami, for your own sanity, Nah, you're way more adjusted than me, so have fun with the underwear. I hope you have a lovely time. Do I get an invitation to the wedding? I could become an officiate. I'm pretty sure it's pretty easy to get the qualification that lets you officiate people online, so I could get you married. I can wear my Father Ovid getter. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you have a lovely day. Sometimes I have dreams in English, and at some point in my dreams, I realize that, and then forget how to speak English, but I always know when I'm dreaming. That's interesting. Have you ever dreamt in subtitles? Because I have done that before. I've had dreams where I'm convinced I'm talking Japanese, but then there's English subtitles that are what I'm actually probably thinking. And then, yeah, you wake up and you're like, that was the stupidest shit. Yeah, okay, good. It's not just me. I like sharing things where I'm like, is this crazy? Should I see somebody? But I'm glad I'm not the only one. I think if you watch like too much content that is like subtitled, then yeah, you get to the point where like the things you're saying, it definitely wasn't Japanese because I don't know Japanese. There's no chance of me making up like full sentences in Japanese in my head while I'm dreaming. But yeah, in my mind, I was convinced, watashi wa nihongo o shabetemasu. And then there are subtitles underneath, which are the, you know, the words that I'm actually probably saying. But yeah, in my mind, I was dreaming in Japanese with subtitles. Oh my god. English is not my first language, but I speak / write / listen to it so much on a daily that my entire internal dialogue is just English at this point. Oh no. I'm sure that must get confusing when you're trying to think of like a word in your native language. Because with me, I even sometimes get like just Japanese and Spanish mixed up, even though I don't know that much Japanese or Spanish. But there'll be times when I'm trying to speak Spanish and I'm like, me gusta. I don't know. Buta. Buta just means pig. That doesn't make much sense. But anyway, sometimes when I'm trying to speak Spanish, I'll start like dropping in things like wa and da and desu as well, where it just like, it does not fit, but it's like, eh. Didn't people used to dream in black and white before color film, or was that like a myth? I have heard that. I am not sure if it's true. But I'd imagine it's true, because yeah, again, it's just like how you visualize the world is how you dream. So yeah. A kinky cadaver, thank you for donating the food funds. You know, my parents got married at a drive-through chapel in Vegas by an Elvis impersonator, so I can't imagine that's hard to do. Yeah, I think it's probably pretty easy. I know a lot of people like get the ability to officiate just so that they can for their friends' weddings, just so that they, yeah, don't have to get a proper priest, especially if they're like agnostic or atheistic, so they can just be like, hey, fuck it. Non-denominational wedding. Mona, thank you and welcome back to the membership. I can never get a grasp of the language I'm speaking in dreams, but I used to have a lot of premonitory dreams when I was younger. Fun stuff. Were they premonitory or were they more like a deja vu kind of thing? Because if they were premonitory, that's fucking cool. It's just I'm not sure if I believe that. I'm definitely agnostic when it comes to that. I'm a skeptic. But I definitely have had things where like in the moment, I'm like, I dreamt this. I dreamt this exact moment. I know I did. And now this person's going to say this thing. And then they do. But I think that's more of like a deja vu kind of thing, possibly. I've also heard that dreams are basically your way of like anxiety working through your brain and telling you like, hey, this thing could happen, that thing could happen. Let's prepare for it. It's like a survival mechanism where it's your brain trying to work out things that have gone wrong, things that could go wrong, trialing things in your head. So it is just like imagining scenarios, essentially. And then they get all fantasy-ish. But yeah, I wonder. Definitely premonitory. I used to keep having a dream journal. It was just boring stuff, though. Okay, no, that's fucking impressive, though. That would be cool, knowing some things that are going to come. Like, if the beginning of the premonition starts to happen, then you know what's going to come later, and you're just like, yeah. Li Xiaoron, do a backflip and kick the ball. Sorry, that made no sense, unless you've seen that very specific episode of Card Captain Sakura. In which, I think it was like a Groundhog Day kind of scenario, where Lee and Sakura were the only two who could remember that the day was repeating itself continuously. And the first day he got hit by a football, and then the second day he like kicked it away, and then the third day he did like a backflip through the air and kicked it away because he was so prepared for it. Hope you can laugh happily, even if I have to spend the rest of my life with just a pair of underwear. Rest assured, it's the washed one I'm marrying. Thank goodness. Enjoy it. Oh, God. Rhonda PG. My mind is about to shatter if I hear more things. Oh. Oh, turn off your brain then. Go to sleep. Sometimes you just be like that. Sometimes you're just like, fuck it. Too many noises in my head today. It's time to turn them all off. Swedish Meatballs, thank you for donating the food funds. Sir, your singing never left my brain. I keep hearing, one more time, I gotta celebrate, in your voice all the time. I don't know why. I blame Valorant. I definitely blame Valorant. We sang that song for so long. And then, yeah, in the one karaoke, I remember me and Fanana and a bunch of other people singing that, and people slowly realizing one by one, is this all this song is? And it just being like, ah. I've had a premonition dreams before. It still scares me a little when the premonition does happen. Yeah, it can be kind of freaky. It makes you wonder. I mean, they do say time is just a fourth dimension. A fourth dimensional being would experience all of time at once in a cyclical manner. Therefore, maybe you were just stretching outside of the third dimension into the fourth a little bit and getting a glimpse. Anyway, it's really off-putting. I forget French all the time, and I'm a French teacher. My inner voice has been speaking English ever since I was teen. That is interesting. I think it was the Christmas karaoke. Oh, man. I thought I did Christmas songs last Christmas karaoke. I thought we just didn't do Comfydant-based ones, because we agreed back then we were going to do like a Comfydant Christmas karaoke this year. Yeah. Thank you for donating the food funds again. For a good part of my early life, all my dreams didn't have sounds and I couldn't hear anything. As it turned out, I am hard of hearing. Oh, interesting. I have always wondered that. I mean, I'm pretty sure they've like proved that like people who are born blind dream blind, so they dream just about sounds. But people that have seen things and then lose their sight, or people that have heard things and then lose their hearing, can still dream and think about those things. Makes it very interesting when there's somebody who just straight up has not heard or seen or experienced the world in the same way as you, and so their entire brain is wired slightly differently. Ooh. Mostly a song to dance to? True. True. The lyrics aren't that strong, but the beat is a bop. Once I dreamt I was being cheated on, and I was right. Oof. Top 3 terrible experiences of my life. See that? Yeah, it could be like a preparation kind of thing where your mind was like, yo, what if you're being cheated on? And then your brain like dreamed that up. But yeah, that fucking sucks. Badoru. No, we can only do songs that we're actually allowed to sing. And thank God we are not allowed to sing Padoru. So you don't have to worry about Badoru. You guys want to sing that? You can. Thankfully. It's not allowed. Not allowed to do karaoke of that. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Okay, Tempest. My narrative voice actually has its own head voice and narrative. Oh my God. My narrative voice actually has its own head voice and narrative voice in its own head, if that makes sense. Voiceception, it's very confusing. So, you'll think about things in your head, but then you'll also imagine the things that your head voice would have thought when coming. That's interesting. That isn't a level that I've been at. I've definitely been at a point of like debating myself with like 2 separate voices in my head going backwards and forwards. I've never had a point where I thought my head voice was having thoughts of its own. That's interesting. That's a very interesting one. That's not something I can even imagine, because that would just be too many layers of voices for my tiny brain. Sweet Tori, welcome back to the membership. 24 months. Happy 2-year anniversary. For dreams, I feel I'm cursed of having realistic dreams about work. It's like a special occasion when I dream of something I wish for. Oh, that's kind of cute. I did get pretty good at lucid dreaming. One good way to get... Oh, well, there's a bunch of good ways to get good at lucid dreaming. Apparently, looking at your hands and counting your fingers continuously through the day, like that kind of activity will get hardwired into your brain. And then when you do it in your dreams, you'll look down and you'll have like the wrong number of fingers or the wrong number of hands, or your hands will look different. And then you'll immediately know you're in a dream and you'll be able to control it. The way that I did it was looking at a watch. I bought a watch and made sure I checked my watch like as often as I could whenever I had like any kind of other thought. And then when you're looking at your watch in a dream, it just looks completely wrong. It looks so fucky wucky. And then you're like, oh, I'm dreaming. I also learned the way of getting into lucid dreams where you just like shut down your body piece by piece. You lay down flat on a bed and you just stay completely still to the point where you put yourself into sleep paralysis before you've actually fallen asleep. So you keep your mind active by imagining each part of your body and feeling like your fingertips slowly start to tingle and your feet slowly start to tingle. And then you feel like you just let it happen for like an hour or so. And then you're at the point where you literally can't move your body, and then you can start visualizing things. That sounds horrifying. It can be horrifying if you're not used to it. It can, yeah. Things like that are things that you only dive into if, yeah, you're basically trying to escape from reality. Tulpas and lucid dreaming and all of that fun stuff. Once I dreamed about a zombie apocalypse and I tried to save one injured girl crawling on the floor while zombies chased us. Next moment, the girl got up and left me behind. I'm still pissed about that. Okay, see, that's funny. That's not funny. That's sad. But, sorry, I'm connecting that to a different thing. That's sad, and that girl in your dreams sucks. She is not a dream girl. She is the opposite of a dream girl. She's a nightmare girl. What I was going to say, there have been so many times that I've had, like, people have dreams about me, and they've been pissed off about what I've done in the dream. And I've been like, the fuck, dude? Like, if you dream about someone and they do something bad to you in your dream, you're just like, man, that was a shitty dream, right? But I've had some people be like, you were really rude to me in a dream. And I'm like, sorry for you? I think you've talked about this. Have I? God, I'm on a repeat. This is what happens when I've just talked about random bullshit for like 2.5 years in a row. Get some repeating dreams, like I build places and then spend dreams exploring them, if this makes sense. Yeah, no, that makes complete sense. That's a part of lucid dreaming as well, being able to reconnect to like a place and creating a place in your mind. Like make a place, then forget the place, then explore it with new eyes. Oh, hell yeah. That sounds fun. Dreamed about missing out a part of my final exam months after I graduated. I woke up so angry. Dude, I hate that. School dreams are always the worst. Like, there are points I walk outside of my house and I, like, feel like, do I have trousers on? And I know that that's always connected to the fact that I've had so many dreams where I go to, like, school or work or somewhere public and important and suddenly don't have pants on. Fulgur, have you ever zoned off while holding something heavy for almost a half hour on stairs? No. Zoned off while holding something heavy for almost an hour and a half on the stairs. That's what happened to me when I was around 7 to 9 years old. Is that okay? I'm not a psychologist. I can't tell you if that's okay. I can tell you that sounds terrifying. Get off the stairs so if you pass out or like fall over, you don't hurt yourself too bad. Put down the heavy thing. Why were you in a position where you were holding a heavy thing on stairs for an hour and a half? That sounds like torture. Be careful. Cream, thank you for donating the food funds. I can't lucid dream, but I can cancel out of nightmares by covering my ears, closing my eyes, and crouching down on the ground in my dream till it ends. That's a cute way to do it. Like, yeah, that's basically realizing you're in a dream and just hiding away from the problem, and then obviously it'll pass because, yeah, then you're kind of out of the nightmare. That's a good way to be able to do that. For me, with nightmares nowadays, I don't really have them anymore. When I have nightmares, they're so mundane. They're normally just about me like making bad tweets that get me cancelled, or people taking my words the wrong way and twisting them and shit, or like weird mundane shit like that where I'm like, oh god, that's a nightmare. Meanwhile, when I have like an actual nightmare about a monster or something, I'm like, that's a dream. Like I know pretty immediately when something supernatural happens, and I'm just like, that's a dream. And then I have fun times with the monster. So specific, but actually, yeah, I've done similar. Wait, really? That's interesting. A couple of people have done the stairs thing. Do you ever dream in a different POV? Instead of your POV, it's like watching a movie? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that happens to me quite a bit. You get like the third person, the over the shoulder. I think, yeah, that's probably linked to like the movie thing and also the video game thing. Like, I think if you play enough things, or yeah, also probably for people who dissociate in general, that probably happens. But yeah, when normally, I'd imagine linking it to like a video game. If I'm playing like third-person video games, they'd probably start to go that way. I have vivid nightmares, so the cancel solution is super useful. Oh, hell yeah. I've had to learn how to inception my way out of nightmares. It's really hard. Pushing yourself up layer by layer. That's interesting. Kinky Cadaver again. I took welding with a guy who'd fall asleep with the welding rod. It'd shock the table. He'd wake up, then fall asleep again, and then full stand repeat. Okay, that's terrifying. That sounds like actual narcolepsy, to be fair. Doing something that dangerous and being able to nod off is, yeah, I don't think that's, yeah, super safe. Sort of impressive, though. It's impressive that he didn't kill anyone yet, but yeah, that sounds dangerous. The time when I was having dreams about being trapped in an elevator and the elevator acts weird. Oof. Elevators are scary. I take the stairs whenever I can. If it's anything more than like 6 floors, then yeah, I'm taking the elevator because I'm also lazy as fuck. But if it's just like 3 to 5 floors, I'm like, fuck it, I'll walk. I don't trust elevators most of the time. I've never been in one that broke down, but I never want to be. Stairs are strenuous, but they're reliable. Exactly. I've also been always, for some reason, really off balance when it comes to escalators. Like, I've never fallen on one, but it's always been a fear of me when I first step on one. Like, I always get in front of an escalator, and then I always pause for like 2 to 3 seconds to watch the rotations to be like, that's the beginning of it. That's the beginning of it. And then step on it. I'm always like, no, I need to make sure I don't step on the crack. Because in reality, if you step on the crack, you're just going to get pushed to the next thing. You're not actually going to fall. But my mind always tells me, if you're not like completely flat feet on the flat floor, you're going to get pushed forward and just roll the whole way down. I stay at this 10th floor, so no stairs for me. Yeah, no, that's fair. I used to, when I was in university, we had to go up to like the 7th floor, and I got used to climbing those stairs. But yeah, fuck that shit. MJ and Lim, Usagi. I rarely dream, but if I did dream, it relates to the people around me. I always ask the meaning of them to my aunts to know if so I have to be careful around the person if it's a good premonition dream. Oh, so you take them really seriously. That's cool. It's nice that you feel safe to share that with your family members as well. I don't think I'd ever tell my family members any of my dreams. No. Those are my times. Those are my personal places. Thank you for donating the food funds, and I hope you're having a lovely day, MJ and Lim. I once wore a skirt with an inner opaque layer and an outer transparent layer. When I came from the toilet, somehow only the transparent layer was covering. A male colleague saw me. Jesus, I'm sorry, Cloudians. I did see a recent video which kind of made me restore my faith in humanity. They showed up on Twitter of all places, which normally destroys my faith in humanity, where there was like, it was a series in a row of just like random CCTV cameras where like women had either like lost their dresses. There was like one where a woman's dress had been caught in an elevator and it ripped. There was one where like a woman was trying to breastfeed and she was trying to hide in the corner, but like teenagers were trying to look at her and embarrass her. There was just a bunch of things like that, but then like a bunch of men would walk over like and surround her. It would be like normally one man would stand in front of her and like hold out his arms to give as much of a barrier as he could. And then there'd be like 3 to 4 other men that would stand up and join them and create like a wall of just like looking away from the woman but giving her time. And the one where the woman's dress got ripped, it was like a builder guy with like a bright vest on it and like a shirt underneath, and he straight up like took off the vest, took off his shirt, gave her the shirt, and then put his vest back on. It was just like, oh, let's go. People still are nice on occasion. Yuki Tempest, thank you for donating the food funds. Often when I'm reading on my phone, I'll take a micro nap without knowing, but still scroll down the page and read, but make the text up while I sleep. Dude, I do that all the time. Not even when I'm on my phone. Like sometimes when I'm reading a book, I will straight up like either fall asleep and think I've read more than I did, or like just be like going through a book, vaguely reading the words, and then realize that for like the last 3 pages, I don't remember any of it. I've definitely been reading the words in my head, but yeah, I have not memorized any of it. And so I'm like, yeah, no, it's time for sleep. None of this is sticking. Oh, God. Faith in humanity restored? Yeah, it's nice every now and then. PTSD from slipping on my back in London while it was raining. Nowadays, I have to use the staircase when I go to the stairs. Oof. Yeah, escalator's not fun. And not be fun. The worst thing is when you fall over in front of people. Sometimes it's less the pain of the actual fall and it's more the embarrassment of people seeing you fall. Especially teenagers. Teenagers are ruthless, man. You fall over in front of teenagers, they're just going to start burst out laughing at you. It is what it is. Elevators are fine for me. Escalators are scary. Yeah, I've also seen some fucked up videos of like escalators like grabbing a piece of like somebody's shoelace or somebody's clothing and starting to like rip it off, and it's like, oh, good. Random Fan Hagwitch, thank you for donating Foo Funds. Bloody Mary, is that you? She felt more Elizabeth Battery than Bloody Mary, but yeah, she was a fun little cannibal. Never mind the pain, the social awkwardness, exactly, the embarrassment. Honey, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Yippee! I just submitted my last assignment for this year, so celebratory super. Time to relax with some unhinged Yuri. Congratulations on finishing the last assignment. I hope it all goes well. Yeah, I hope you have a lot of fun relaxing now that you're free. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds, and I hope you enjoyed the Yuri today. But true, I slipped down the stairs in college and just shrugged off people helping and ran off of embarrassment. Yeah, that's the same way that it went for me a lot of the times as well. If I fell in public, even if I was hurt, I would never admit that I was hurt. I'd never let anybody help me up. I'd just like get up, walk away like everything was fine. Try to keep my poise and gait exactly natural, even though it's just like, oh God, I'm in so much pain. I can barely breathe. I might have broken a rib, but I just need to get away from people that saw that shit. Garcia, welcome back to the membership for 2 years in a row. Happy anniversary. I am now Wolf. It feels appropriate to say it now. I woof in the sheepies to more wonderful memories. I woof you too, and I hope you have a lovely day. Welcome back to the membership. Rest well, and thank you for being here. What was that sound in the background? I think it was possibly, if it was like a loud screeching sound, it sounded like a truck stopping outside my house. I did hear something like that. It's the only thing I can imagine it being. Miss Jerry Laureate, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. It's my birthday, and I wanted to thank you for being my Kamiyoshi for another year. Bye, you and the sheep pile. Happy birthday, Miss Jerry Laureate. I hope you had a wonderful birthday. I hope you have an incredible year in general. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being part of the sheep pile. Rest well, have a lovely evening, and thank you for celebrating your birthday alongside us. Happy birthday. Aw. And then I see some sheep saying, happy birthday. Probably would have been better. Happy birthday, and I hope you have a lovely day. Ying Shujie, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Share your past? I'd rather share your future. Damn. The Riz, though. If only RMZ had so much Riz. Or if only I had so much Riz yesterday in World of Horror, that would have been easier. A kinky cadaver again, right near the beginning of the stream. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Glad to see you playing another great game. Shortly after the announcement of the Toxic Yuri, the Monster Wants to Eat Me anime adaptation too. Hell yeah. I saw that. I didn't like or retweet it or anything, but yeah, I was instantly like, yeah, I'm going to have fun. That's going to be a good time. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. And M. Jane Lim, thank you for donating the Foo Funds. No message, just a winky face. I'm confused. Why the winky face? You have your strengths. Those charisma checks weren't one of them. None of the checks were while I was playing as myself. Playing as Ukiki, he only ended up failing like one strength check the entire time. Shit was crazy. Uki's too powerful. This is why he's always the strongest in the tier lists. Kushami, thank you for donating the Foo Funds right at the beginning of the stream. Uchan, how the F do you matting pictures? Matting pictures? I don't know what that means. I think that may have been a bad translation, possibly. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. I don't know what it means. Oh, your model was winking when you were calming dog earlier. Okay. Yeah, and he's fine. He's fine. He just always follows me up the stairs. Recently, he doesn't like going back down the stairs until I do. He just lays down at the top of the stairs. So that's why you guys have probably been hearing him barking a lot more now. Because yeah, he doesn't run downstairs to bark out the window anymore. He'll just kind of like lift his head up and continue barking. Rain Halloween Boo returns. Welcome back. Oh, wait, no. Thank you for donating the Foo Funds. Oh my god, that avatar. Atsufu, thank you for the stream. No problem. Get some sleep. It looks like you sleepy. Rest well and take it easy. I love to hear Doggo bark. Yeah, I'm not gonna lock him out anymore. I'm fine with him being here. It's funny because, like, yeah, when Moomoo's dog barks, Mimi, like, I never have a problem with it. I'm always just like, oh no, are you kidding me? He's so cute. Meanwhile, when dog barks on stream, I do get like a little self-conscious, especially if it's like in the middle of a big story beat or like I'm in the middle of voice acting or reading something. Quite often I'm like, oh no. But yeah, I started to relax a bit more where it's just like, hey, I like listening to other people's dogs. It's fine. Just have to hope he doesn't do it in the middle of like other people talking in a collab or in the middle of like in a deep, important part in the story. Love to live vicariously through you to hear dog bark. Aw, glad to hear that. This profile picture is my ibuprofen. How dare. How dare. Fair enough. As long as you're having fun. Ibuprofen. Okay, I'm gonna check Streamlabs, then we're gonna head off for the day. I love how I was like, yo, it apparently only takes some people like 1 hour to finish this game, so we'll probably do a 3-hour stream and be done. Meanwhile, 5 hours of reading, only halfway through the game. I am not beating the allegations. Visual novels are one of my most fun things to do. They are also one of the most painful things. Okay. Natsumeko, thank you for donating the food funds. There's no message, but thank you for the huge donation. I hope you're having a lovely day. Please rest well, and thank you so much for being here. And Try Princess 2, thank you for the big donation. Thank you for always supporting us. Hope you're having a lovely day. Please rest well, and thank you so much for being here. M. Jane Lim, thank you for donating the food funds. Watsufu, and thank you for the stream. Have a lovely day. Take care. Rest well. And as always, bye you. Thank you so much. And I hope you're having a lovely day too. Please remember that I buy you too. Appreciate you playing them, Fu. I would never known about these stories otherwise. That's why I like them the most as well. Like, they're pure storyline. They let me have a chance at like voice acting. Great to see like other people's writing. Yeah, it's like reading a book, but with visuals and music, and I get to do it on stream. In this case, I guess your pain is our gain. That works for me. As long as you guys enjoy them. If anybody ever gets bored with how much like I ramble on and do other things like that, sorry, it's still gonna happen. I'm not even gonna pretend that I'm gonna try that, change that in the future. That's just how I do visual novels. Aww. I won't say who donated this one, but thank you so much for the sweet messages. It said not to read out loud, even though it's a very sweet message. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for being here. Please rest well, take it easy, and I hope you have a lovely evening. Thank you so much. Also, wait, did I not read them yesterday, or did that one just come too late? Ah. Did I not read these yesterday? Huh. I didn't read these two anyway. Natsumeko, thank you for donating the food funds. I don't know why I didn't read these two. Maybe they came like after I'd already closed the Streamlabs page. Had so much fun doing the karaoke and watch along with you, Fu. And not to read the next part, but thank you for donating the food funds. And I'm pretty sure I said out loud that I enjoyed that a different day. That's interesting. Is it the 30th? It is the 30th today. But the watch along was 2 days ago, wasn't it? My time is blending together. Yesterday. What did we do yesterday? What did we do yesterday, guys? Wait a minute. Yesterday was World of Horror. Okay. Okay, so Natsumeko was just talking about a past event. God, yeah, no. I've been streaming so much through October. I don't even know what day of the week it is. In fact, I do, because tomorrow's Halloween, so tomorrow's Thursday, because Friday's my day off, whereas I usually take Wednesday off. Okay, I know what day of the week it is. Anyway, and also from Sioux City, thank you for donating the food funds. Actually, I was so confused. How did you get the permission since I cooked Comfydants, sacrificed Briskadet's souls, made Takaradachi overwork, but they've gone insane, and the worst, like making stargazers use scrub cleaner. Yeah, Ukiki would have been very unhappy about that. Seemed like that was fine. That was completely fine. So yeah, I'm glad we got permission to play the World of Honor mod. A World of Horror mod. It was so cool. It's Hallows Eve and it's Halloween where I am. Happy Halloween then. I hope you're having a wonderful one. It's Halloween tomorrow? Hell yeah. Sorry I didn't have time to reply just now. Matting equals background removal. Oh, I did a terrible job on the background removal. Are you kidding me? Check this shit out. 1 second. Let me load this up. In fact, I have it in the gameplay full screen. Let me go back to that. Yeah. No, look how bad this is when it's zoomed in. It's You can see all the edges around things. You can see like big edges around the logo for It's So Lonely here. It is very poorly and quickly edited, but that is some beautiful Ovidia and Avidia fan art, as well as, oh god, yeah, we haven't even gotten to whatever that ending is for It Gets So Lonely here. I wonder if that's the demon, because I doubt that's the person who buries us alive, or the... Oh god, yeah, I might have spoiled myself quite heavily by choosing that image, but it's a beautiful image, so I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, no, it's very poorly edited, actually. I still haven't actually learned how to use Photoshop. Or I have Photoshop, I only ever use that for my schedules, because my schedules are in PSD format, which doesn't work with GIMP, which is my free to use program, and I still use GIMP for every other type of photo editing because I don't know how to use Photoshop properly and I refuse to learn. Been wondering about that. Yeah, I have Photoshop, I've paid for Photoshop, but I literally only ever use it for my schedules just because it's so much faster to do. Looks okay to me, I say while not wearing my glasses. That's the best way to be, honestly. Everything looks good if you just don't look very closely at it. And finally, Susuri from the today donation, not from yesterday. Okay. I had some people to help me check with the words for the mod, but when you read them out, I was still constantly being, damn, that line sounds weird. I should have changed that. Writing in my first language is already painful, and I don't know English. You did a wonderful job. There were some things where I corrected them while I was speaking, but it was normally just like grammar issues or like tenses or things like that. Susuri, it was honestly perfect, and it's so amazing. I can only imagine how long that took to make. So no worries whatsoever. Tiny little mistakes like that are nothing compared to all the effort you put into it. And not just the writing, the programming, the freaking videos, the images, all of that was incredible. It was honestly amazing. But thank you so much for that. And do not worry. I find mistakes in my own writing all the time, and I only ever write in English. Every time we do a Legatus 505 read through, I'll be like reading sentences, and I'll be like, there should be a comma there. This is the wrong word. This is spelt wrong. That's just a full-on spelling error. That's the wrong word. So yeah, no worries. Even in my first language, it happens all the time. Things just slip your mind. You're reading through things quickly, even when you replay them, and you're just like, oh yeah, fucked that up. That's why we need beta readers, man. Self-doubt is so real. So true. Yume Haya, thank you for donating the food funds. Hi Bafu and the Comfies, thank you for being such nice people. It really cheers me up. Hope everyone has a good day and happy future. Sheep pile, best pile. Hell yeah. Sheep pile, best pile. So warm and inviting, and everybody's so lovely. But thank you for donating the food funds, Yume Haya. Thank you for always being so lovely. And thank you to everybody in the sheep pile. Thank you to everybody who's joined today. I hope you're having a lovely day. I hope you all rest well, and thank you for being here. And I need background removal. I put a photo to... Oh, there's a website for that. Damn. I've tried those before. I don't think it always works too well when it comes to like anime drawings and such. Sometimes it cuts out the wrong things. But yeah, I've heard that like phones nowadays are really good at doing that as well. It's just like cutting out things and like getting rid of like the entire background and just keeping the foreground and stuff. I don't know. I'm too old for this. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Okay, we're gonna head out for the day. I'm probably gonna set it up so that we do play this again tomorrow and try to finish it off before we do all the group games. Because yeah, we've got a lot of group games tomorrow. I talked about it yesterday as well on stream, but Vanta invited us to play Automaton Bloodhound, I think it's called. It's just like a group game. We're going to be with Pio-chan playing Tabletop Simulator, playing Werewolf. And we're going to be with Ukiki getting our tarot read as long as he has time for us and I'm not dead by the end of the day. But yeah, we'll also do It Gets So Lonely Here, Part 2. Hopefully finish it in time for all of that. We shall see. Anyway, thank you guys for being here. Let's see if I can redirect you guys. Oh shit, Millie's still playing Mouthwashing. Let's go. Yeah, I'll read you guys into... Whoa, she must just be talking by now. That's a short game. She's been going for a while. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy Millie's Mouthwashing. I'm guessing she's doing a Zatsudan by now. No, she's about to end. That's okay. We'll raid her quickly. There weren't too many members. Oh, she's about to raid Fish. Wait, Fish is streaming? I didn't see Fish on my thing. Eh? Eh? I don't see fish streaming. Is YouTube glitching me? God damn it. Let me open up YouTube. Oh, rating into this. Oh, she starts in a minute. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so we're both ending at the same time. Yeah, I guess I'll do the same for you guys then. Where is Fish's stream? Starts at 4 p.m. Yeah, okay. So yeah, she should be starting literally any minute. Okay, I will raid you guys into Fish as well then. Perfect. Thank you for letting me know. Otherwise, you probably would have just gotten an empty room. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you all have a lovely evening. As always, do not be led astray, my confidants. And I will catch you guys next time. Bye-bye. And as usual on the way out, I'd like to say a special thank you to everybody who joined the membership today, including Garcia, A Kinky Cadaver, Sweet Tori, Mona, Aha, Swedish Meatballs, Sauce, Natalie, Yingshijie, thank you so much for the gifted membership. And somebody who retracted their membership, thank you so much for the gifted. And Natora, welcome back to the membership. And Behind Zero. Luthier, thank you so much for the gifted. Yura, thank you so much for the gifted. Bee Cream, thank you so much for the gifted. Valor, welcome back to the membership. And Suyanu, welcome back to the membership. Behind Zero, welcome back to the membership. And Kinako, thank you so much for the 5 gifted membership. Hope you enjoyed the stream and I hope you have a lovely evening. Miss Jerry Lawley at Fulgoshi, thank you so much for the gifted. And finally, Fuyu Papa, welcome back to the membership. I hope you all have a lovely evening. As always, do not be led astray. Oh, caught one more. Yume Haya, welcome back to the membership too. So happy to be here today. Bye, y'all. Please have a great night, Fuchan, and every bye. Thank you. And you too, have a lovely evening. As always, do not be led astray, my confidants. I hope you enjoy Fishy's stream or wherever else you're going off to. And as always, I will catch you guys next time. And thank you for donating the food funds Ronda PG. Don't be led astray, Fulgur, and bye you. Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.